Air hung still over the vast white plain. It was a silence so deep it felt like a weight resting on the earth. There was no sound of birds, for the birds had gone to warmer places. There was no sound of flowing water, for the rivers were locked beneath thick layers of blue ice. The only movement was the slow drift of the wind. It carried small crystals of ice that sparkled in the pale light. The sun was low in the sky. It sat near the horizon, a pale yellow disk that offered light but very little warmth. The light stretched across the snow in long, flat beams. It touched the tops of the snow drifts. It made the shadows behind them look deep and blue. The world was divided into these two colors, the white of the snow and the blue of the shadow. The horizon was far away. It was a line where the white earth met the gray sky. There were no trees to break the view. The land rolled on, rising gently and falling gently. It was a landscape of immense patience. The ground beneath the snow was hard. It had been frozen for a very long time. Deep under the surface, the soil was solid like rock. Above it, the snow was dry. It was not the wet, heavy snow of a warmer winter. It was like dust. If the wind blew, the snow would lift into the air like a mist. But the wind was quiet now. The snow lay undisturbed. It covered the shapes of the land. It smoothed over the rocks and the hollows. Everything was soft and rounded. A single blade of dry grass poked through the surface. It was yellow and brittle. It stood alone against the white. Frost clung to its edges. The frost was delicate like lace made of ice. The blade of grass did not move. It waited in the stillness. Far to the north, the great ice sheet began. It was a wall of ice that rose higher than mountains. It went back for miles and miles, covering the top of the world. The ice was not smooth, it was cracked and jagged. It had deep crevices that glowed with a turquoise light. But here on the open plain, the ice was just a distant presence. It was a feeling in the air, a coolness that never went away. The air tasted clean. It had no scent of flowers or damp earth. It smelled only of cold and ancient dust. To breathe it in was to feel the chill settle deep in the chest. It was a pure, sharp sensation. In the middle of the vastness, a dark shape moved. It moved so slowly that from a distance it looked like a rock. But rocks do not breathe. This shape was warm. It was a massive animal standing calm in the quiet day. It was covered in thick, dark fur. The fur was long and shaggy. It hung down from the animal's sides like a heavy curtain. The outer hairs were coarse and tough. They protected the animal from the wind and the snow. Underneath, close to the skin, was a layer of soft wool. It was dense and warm. It held the heat of the body close. The animal was a mammoth. It stood alone for the moment, though others were nearby. It was a giant of the steppe. Its head was large and domed. Its shoulders were high, forming a hump of muscle and fat. The back sloped down towards the hips. Mammoth lowered its head. Its long, curved tusks swept near the snow. The tusks were immense. They were the color of old ivory, stained by the earth and the grass. They curved outward and then back in, crossing slightly at the tips. They were tools for clearing the snow. The mammoth used them gently. It swept its head to the side. The heavy tusks pushed the top layer of snow away. It revealed the dry, brown grass hidden underneath. The mammoth extended its trunk. The trunk was a marvel of strength and precision. The tip of it was nimble like a finger. It searched the frozen ground. It found a tuft of dried sedge. The trunk wrapped around the grass. With a firm pull, it tore the grass from the hard earth. The sound was a soft tear in the silence. The mammoth lifted the grass to its mouth. It chewed slowly. The rhythm of its jaw was steady. Grind and pause, grind and pause. Steam rose from the mammoth's mouth. It puffed out in small white clouds that vanished into the air. The breath was the only sign of heat in the cold landscape. The mammoth's eyes were small. They were set deep in its head, protected by thick lashes. The lashes caught snowflakes, holding them until they melted. The eyes were dark and brown. They looked out at the snow without worry. There was no hurry in them. The mammoth took another step. Its foot was wide and round. It had a thick pad on the bottom that cushioned its weight. When the foot landed, it made no sharp noise. It pressed into the snow with a dull thud. The snow compacted underneath it. The mammoth shifted its weight. The massive leg settled. Then the next leg moved. It was a slow, rolling walk. Nearby, another shape became visible. It was another mammoth, slightly smaller. It was grazing a few lengths away. The herd was spread out loosely across the plain. They were not crowded together. They gave each other space. Each one was an island of warmth in the sea of white. They were connected by low sounds. The sounds were so deep they were felt more than heard. A rumble started in the chest of the larger mammoth. It traveled through the air as a vibration. The other mammoths stopped chewing for a moment. They listened. Then they resumed their grazing. It was a signal that all was well. The herd was safe. The land was quiet. The light began to change ever so slightly. The sun moved a fraction lower. The shadows lengthened. They stretched out across the snow like long, dark fingers. The texture of the snow became more visible in the slanting light. Tiny drifts looked like frozen waves. The surface was not perfectly flat. It had ripples carved by the wind of days past. The light caught the peaks of these ripples and turned them gold. The troughs remained blue. The contrast deepened. The world was becoming a painting of gold and blue. Large mammoth paused in its eating. It stood still, letting the food settle. It swished its tail slowly. The tail was short and covered in fur. A flap of skin at the end protected it from the frost. The mammoth's ears were small compared to its head. They were pressed flat against its neck to keep them warm. Large ears would lose too much heat. Everything about the mammoth was built for this cold. It was a creature of the ice. It did not fight the winter. It lived within it. It wore the winter like a cloak. A small bird fluttered down from the gray sky. It was a raven. Its feathers were black and glossy. It landed on the snow a safe distance from the mammoth. It hopped once, then twice. Its claws left tiny marks in the powder. The raven tilted its head. It looked at the disturbed snow where the mammoth had been digging. It was looking for insects or seeds that might have been uncovered. The raven made no sound. It was a silent observer. It watched the giant move. The mammoth ignored the bird. It was too small to matter. The mammoth swept its tusks again. The sound of snow shifting was the loudest thing for miles. Swish, scrape. The dry grass was revealed again. The herd moved slowly towards the east. They followed the path of the best grazing. They did not walk in a straight line. They meandered. One would stop to scratch its flank against a lone boulder. The boulder was erratic, a rock left behind by a melting glacier thousands of years ago. It sat in the middle of the plain, out of place. It was covered in lichen. The lichen was orange and gray. It was dry and crusty. The mammoth rubbed its heavy shoulder against the rough stone. The friction felt good. It leaned its full weight into the rock. The stone held firm. Loose hair fell away and drifted onto the snow. The mammoth grumbled softly in satisfaction. It pushed away from the rock and continued to walk. The sky above was heavy. It was not a clear blue but a thick milky white. It promised more snow, perhaps later in the night. The clouds were high and uniform. They diffused the sunlight, making it soft and shadowless at times before the angle became low again. The air grew colder as the afternoon wore on. The temperature dropped steadily. It was a creeping cold. It started at the extremities and worked its way in. But the mammoths were insulated. Their fat layer was inches thick. It was a reserve of energy and warmth. They carried their summer grazing with them in the form of this fat. They were prepared. The large mammoth lifted its trunk high. It tested the wind. The tip of the trunk moved back and forth. It smelled the air coming from the north. It smelled of ice and distance. There was no scent of predators. There were no wolves nearby. The lions were far away in the rocky caves. The plain belonged to the grazers today. The mammoth lowered its trunk. It let out a long breath. The steam clouded its face for a moment, then it cleared. The ground here was uneven. There were hummocks of frozen earth. The mammoth stepped over them carefully. They did not trip. They knew this land. Their feet knew the texture of the step. They had walked this ground since they were born. Their ancestors had walked this ground. The path was written in their memory. They followed the invisible trails that crisscrossed the vastness. These trails were not marked by signs, but by the memory of where the grass was good, where the water could be found in summer, where the shelter lay in a storm. As the sun touched the horizon, the colors shifted again. The pale yellow turned to a soft pink. The pink spread across the western sky. It reflected on the snow, turning the white world into a blush of color. The blue shadows became purple. The beauty of it was quiet and overwhelming. The vast empty space was filled with this gentle light. It lasted only for a short time. The transition from day to night was slow in these latitudes. The twilight would linger. It would hold the world in a gray suspension before the true dark arrived. The herd began to cluster closer together. It was an instinct for the night. They did not touch, but they reduced the distance between them. The large matriarch, the oldest female, led the way. Her tusks were the longest. Her knowledge was the deepest. She stopped near a shallow depression in the ground. It offered a slight protection from the wind. The other mammoths gathered around. They stopped grazing. The time for eating was over for now. It was time to rest. They stood like statues in the dim light. They did not lie down. Adult mammoths often slept standing up. It was safer. It was easier to stay warm. They locked their legs in place. Their muscles relaxed. Their breathing deepened. The silence of the evening was different from the silence of the day. It felt closer. The horizon seemed to draw in. The world became smaller, limited to the circle of the herd. The cold intensified. The frost on the grass grew thicker. The air became brittle. If a branch were to snap now, it would sound like a gunshot. But there were no branches, only the soft shifting of weight, the rustle of stiff fur against stiff fur, the sound of a stomach rumbling. One young mammoth, smaller than the rest, pressed close to its mother. It reached out with its trunk and touched her side. The mother did not move, but she rumbled a low, comforting sound. The calf settled. Its fur was woollier than the adult's. It looked like a ball of fluff. It tucked its trunk against its chest to keep it warm. The heat from its mother radiated outward. It was a pocket of safety in the freezing night. The calf closed its eyes. It trusted the stillness. The stars began to appear, first one faint and high, then another, then a cluster. The sky darkened from gray to deep indigo. The stars here were incredibly bright. There were no lights on the earth to compete with them. They shone with a hard, cold brilliance. They did not twinkle, they stared. The Milky Way emerged. It was a band of diamond dust stretched across the heavens. It looked close enough to touch. The vastness of the sky mirrored the vastness of the snow, infinite above and infinite below. The moon was not visible yet. The starlight was the only illumination. It turned the snow silver. The shapes of the mammoths became silhouettes. They were dark mountains against the starry field. They stood perfectly still. They were waiting out the long night. They had done this 1,000 times. They would do it 1,000 times more. The patience of the ice age was in their bones. They did not wish for the sun to rise faster. They simply existed in the moment. The wind picked up slightly. It whispered across the top of the snow. It lifted a few loose crystals and danced them around the feet of the giants. The sound was like dry sand sliding on paper. It was a lonely sound. It spoke of the emptiness of the north, but the herd was not lonely. They had each other. They had the warmth of the group. The wind could not penetrate their coats. It slid over the long guard hairs and moved on. Time seemed to stop. There was no measuring of minutes or hours. There was only the slow rotation of the stars overhead. The constellations wheeled around the pole star. The Great Bear hung low. The hunter Orion rose in the east, his belt bright and clear. The mammoths did not look up. Their heads were lowered in rest. Their eyelids were heavy. Their breathing was slow and rhythmic. In and out, the rhythm of life in a frozen world. Deep in the distance, the ice sheet groaned. It was a sound low enough to be felt in the soles of the feet. The ice was moving. It was always moving, inch by inch, grinding the rock beneath it. The glacier was a river of ice, slow and relentless. The groan was the sound of immense weight shifting. It echoed faintly across the miles. Then silence returned. The silence was the rule. The sound was the exception. The cold was a physical presence. It pressed down on the land. It froze the moisture in the air. Tiny ice needles formed and floated down. They settled on the backs of the mammoths. They dusted the dark fur with white. The mammoths did not shake them off. They let the snow accumulate. It was just another layer. The landscape was motionless. The dry grasses were frozen statues. The rocks were frozen sentinels. The air was a frozen ocean. In this stillness, life was a quiet flame burning slowly. It was not a roaring fire. It was an ember, steady and enduring. The mammoths were the keepers of this flame. They carried it through the dark. A small movement occurred near the base of a tuft of grass. A lemming, a small ball of fur, peeked out from its tunnel under the snow. It had a network of tunnels down there, safe from the wind. It sniffed the air. It smelled the mammoths. It knew they were not dangerous. It scurried out, grabbed a seed, and vanished back under the snow. The snow surface remained unbroken, save for the tiny hole. The world under the snow was a different place. It was quiet and dark, but windless. Life existed in layers. Above the snow, the giants. Below the snow, the small ones, all surviving, all waiting. The night deepened. The indigo sky turned to black. The stars seemed to multiply. There were so many that the dark spaces between them seemed small. The light from the stars was enough to see by if one had eyes adapted to the dark. The landscape was a study in grays and silvers. The horizon was lost in the shadow. The world felt infinite. The matriarch shifted her weight again. She lifted one foot and placed it down. The snow crunched softly. She was awake but resting. Her ears swiveled slightly, catching the sound of the wind. She was always listening. Even in the deepest calm, she was aware. But tonight there was nothing to hear but the wind and the silence. The peace was absolute. The air grew even colder. The temperature plummeted. The moisture in the breath of the mammoths froze instantly upon leaving their trunks. It fell as ice dust. The frost on their coats thickened. They looked like ghosts in the darkness, gray shapes in a gray world. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, there were trees, forests of pine and spruce. But here there was only the steppe, the open land, the big sky. This was the home of the mammoth. They were built for the open. They needed the space. They needed the wind to keep the insects away in summer and the snow to drink in winter. They were the masters of this domain. The long night wore on. The stars moved their slow arc. The calmness was hypnotic. It was a world without urgency. There were no clocks to tick, no schedules to keep. There was only the now, the feeling of the cold air, the feeling of the fur, the feeling of the ground, the presence of the herd. This was enough. The stillness was not empty. It was full of potential. It was the pause between breaths. It was the space between heartbeats. The land was sleeping, but it was not dead. It was merely waiting. Waiting for the light to return, waiting for the grass to grow, waiting for the ice to melt, though that would not happen for a very long time. For now, the ice was king, and the mammoths were its subjects, loyal and enduring. The young calf shifted in its sleep. It dreamed perhaps of green grass and warm sun, or perhaps it dreamed of nothing. Perhaps it only felt the warmth of its mother and the safety of the night. It let out a small sigh. The sound was swallowed by the vastness. The mother reached out her trunk and gently touched the calf's head, a silent reassurance. I am here, we are here. The night is long, but we are together. The wind died down completely. The air became still as stone. The silence was total. It was a silence that could be heard, a ringing in the ears. The absence of sound was heavy. It amplified the sense of scale. The creature felt small in this landscape, yet connected to it, part of the great frozen whole. The frost crystals on the snow grew larger. They formed intricate patterns, ferns and stars made of ice. They covered every surface. The world was encrusted in jewels. If the sun were to rise now, it would be blinding. But the sun was hours away. The jewels shone only for the stars. The mammoth herd stood like a dark island in the sea of white. They were the anchor in the drifting snow. They were the heartbeat of the steppe, slow, steady, strong. They had stood this way for thousands of years. They would stand this way for thousands more. It was a permanent moment, a picture frozen in time. The breathing of the herd synchronized. A collective inhale, a collective exhale. The steam rose in a unified cloud. It hung over them for a moment before dispersing. They were one entity, one life, one warmth. The darkness was not frightening. It was a blanket. It covered the world and gave it rest. The mammoths were comfortable in the dark. Their other senses took over, smell, touch, hearing. They could navigate the night as well as the day, but tonight there was nowhere to go, there was only here. As the hours passed, the constellations shifted further. The orientation of the sky changed. The earth turned slowly on its axis. The cold remained constant. It was the one truth of this place. The cold was forever. It was the foundation of the world. The matriarch closed her eyes for a moment. She let herself drift into a light sleep. She remained standing, her legs locked, her body balanced, her mind quieted. The inputs from the world faded. She was just a presence in the dark, a warm point in the cold universe. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. The footsteps of time were soft here, leaving no mark, just the gentle drift of snow over snow. The night stretched on, a vast blanket woven from darkness and cold. It was the deepest part of the night, the time when the earth seems to stop spinning, when the heartbeat of the world slows to a faint, rhythmic pulse. The stars overhead had rotated further in their silent march. They were hard points of light, diamond sharp against the black void. The constellations were different now than they had been hours ago. The hunter had moved towards the western horizon, dipping his feet towards the hidden rim of the world. The air was clearer than glass. There was no moisture left in it to blur the view. Every star was visible, down to the faintest flicker of distant suns. The silence was absolute. It was not merely an absence of noise. It was a physical weight pressing down on the snow, sealing the land in a capsule of quiet. On a ridge overlooking the valley, the snow was thinner. The wind, when it blew, scoured this high ground, leaving patches of frozen earth exposed. The earth here was dark and hard as iron. A single stone, dropped by a melting glacier ages ago, sat balanced on the crest. It was covered in a skin of black lichen, dormant and waiting for the thaw that was centuries away. Near this stone, a shadow detached itself from the darkness. It was a shape of power and grace, moving with a fluidity that belied its size. It was a great cat, a lion of the caves and the open steppe. It was larger than the lions of the south, built for the endurance of the cold. Its coat was thick and pale, the color of dry grass and limestone. In the starlight, it looked like a phantom, a gray ghost drifting over the ridge. The lion did not run. It walked with a slow, deliberate pace. Each paw was placed with care. The pads were wide, acting like snowshoes to keep the heavy animal from sinking. Tufts of fur grew between the toes, muffling any sound. There was no crunch of snow, no snap of twig. There was only the silent transfer of weight. The lion lowered its head. It sniffed the ground. The scent of the world was faint in the freezing air, but the lion could read it. It smelled the passage of a hare from 2 days ago. It smelled the musk of the reindeer that had crossed the valley at sunset. It smelled the clean, metallic scent of the ice itself. The lion was not hunting, it was patrolling. This ridge, this valley, this sweep of white land was its territory. It moved to know it, to map it with its senses. The breath of the lion huffed out in small, rhythmic plumes. The vapor hung for a second before vanishing. Its eyes were large and golden, though in the dark they appeared black. They gathered every photon of starlight, amplifying the dim world into a visible landscape. The lion saw the contours of the snow drifts. It saw the dark line of the distant tree line miles to the south. It saw the sleeping shapes of the mammoth herd in the valley floor below. It paused, watching the dark mounds. The mammoths were immense, islands of safety in the open. The lion knew them. It respected their size. It did not approach. It simply watched, a silent sentinel on the high ground, before turning its head and continuing along the ridge. The interaction was one of mutual existence, peaceful and distant. The temperature continued to drop. The cold was a living thing, seeking entry into every crevice. The rocks cracked softly as they contracted. These sounds were the only punctuation in the long sentence of the night. A pop, a snap, then silence again. The frost grew on the whiskers of the lion. It grew on the exposed tips of the grass. It coated the world in a second skin of crystal. The beauty of it was severe and indifferent. The land did not care if it was observed. It simply was. Down in the valley, away from the open plain, the terrain became more broken. There were outcrops of limestone cliffs that rose up from the snow like fortress walls. The rock was pale and pitted, scarred by wind and water. At the base of one such cliff, the snow had drifted high, forming a natural rampart. Behind this drift, sheltered by the overhang of the stone, there was a shallow cave. It was not deep, more of an indentation in the rock face, but it offered protection from the wind and the falling snow. A faint scent lingered here, different from the smell of the lion or the mammoth. It was the smell of wood smoke. It was an old smell settled into the rock and the earth. The fire that had produced it was low now, buried under a layer of gray ash. Inside the circle of stones, deep in the ash, a few embers still pulsed with a dull red heat. They were like sleepy eyes blinking slowly. The heat they gave off was small, but in the confined space of the shelter, it was precious. It warmed the air just enough to keep the bitterest edge of the frost at bay. Around the fire pit, on beds made of piled spruce branches and thick furs, figures lay sleeping. They were humans. They were few in number, a small family group huddled together for warmth. They were covered in layers of hides: reindeer, bear, and wolf. The furs were piled high, creating a communal mound of warmth. Only the tops of their heads were visible, hair dark and tangled, matted with the dust of the journey. They slept deeply. Their breathing was slow and synchronized, a soft chorus of inhales and exhales that mingled with the faint crackle of the cooling embers. The sleepers shifted. A hand emerged from beneath the furs. It was a strong hand, the skin weathered and tough, marked by the work of survival. It reached out instinctively, finding the edge of the fur covering and pulling it tighter. The fingers curled, gripping the leather. The sleeper settled again. The movement was subconscious, a reaction to a draft of cold air that had snuck past the windbreak. The stillness returned. These were people of the ice. They were not fighting the environment, they were adapted to it. Their bodies knew how to conserve energy. Their dreams were likely simple visions of a successful hunt, of a warm sun, of the faces of their kin. The shelter was filled with the tools of their life, resting now like their owners. A spear leaned against the limestone wall. Its shaft was made of straight pine, smoothed by sand and fat. The tip was a piece of flint napped to a sharp leaf shape, bound to the wood with sinew. It stood silent, a tool of waiting. Near the fire, a basket woven from willow twigs sat on a flat stone. It contained dried berries and strips of smoked meat, the winter stores. A needle made of bone, with a length of thread still attached, was stuck into a piece of soft leather, a project left unfinished when the light failed. These objects were quiet testimonies to the daily rhythm of existence. Work, eat, sleep, wait. Outside the shelter, the world began to change, though the change was imperceptible at first. The quality of the darkness shifted. The absolute black of the zenith began to soften to a deep charcoal gray. The stars in the east seemed to lose some of their hard brilliance. They did not disappear, but they receded slightly, as if stepping back into the depth of the sky. The planet Venus, the morning star, rose above the horizon. It was dazzlingly bright, a singular beacon that heralded the coming of the day. It hung low and steady, a white jewel in the pre-dawn sky. Its light was strong enough to cast a faint shadow, weaker than the moon but distinct. The wind shifted direction. It had been blowing from the north, carrying the scent of ice. Now it turned slightly to the west. It brought with it a different heaviness, the feel of distant moisture. The clouds that had been high and thin began to thicken. They drifted across the stars, blotting them out one by one. The world below grew darker as the starlight was obscured. The shadows lost their edges. Everything merged into a uniform grayness. The transition was gentle. There was no sudden storm, just a slow accumulation of vapor in the upper atmosphere. The cave lion, miles away now, stopped on a high prominence. It sat down on its haunches, wrapping its tail around its paws. It looked east, towards the light that was not yet there. It yawned, a wide pink cavern in the gray fur. Its teeth gleamed for a moment, then it closed its mouth and resumed its watch. It was waiting for the light to reveal the movement of the herds. It was a creature of patience. The night had been long, but the lion did not know boredom. It only knew the cycles of light and dark, hunger and fullness. Back at the shelter, the embers in the fire pit settled with a soft hiss. A piece of charcoal broke apart, revealing a fresh glow of orange that illuminated the cave wall for a fleeting second. The light caught the curve of the rock, showing the soot stains from countless fires of the past. This shelter had been used for generations. Others had slept here, warmed by similar fires, dreaming similar dreams. The humans sleeping now were part of a long chain of presence in this landscape. They were transients moving with the herds, but the shelter was a constant point of return. The air in the valley was motionless. The trees in the distant forest stood like etchings in ink. They were dusted with snow, their branches bowing under the weight. A snowy owl, a sphere of white feathers, perched on the topmost branch of a dead pine. Its yellow eyes were wide and unblinking. It swiveled its head, scanning the ground below for the movement of a mouse or a lemming. It was silent, a part of the snow itself. It took flight, wings spreading wide and soft. It glided down, silent as a falling snowflake, and disappeared into the shadows of the tree line. The first true sign of dawn appeared as a band of pale indigo on the eastern horizon. It was a cold color, lacking the warmth of the sun. It separated the black earth from the black sky. The line of the horizon became sharp. The silhouette of the land revealed itself, the rolling hills, the jagged line of the ice sheet far to the north, the closer shapes of the boulders. The world was regaining its form. The mystery of the night was receding, replaced by the reality of the day. The cold deepened one last time before the sunrise. This was the coldest hour. The frost thickened on the sleeping robes of the humans. Their breath hung in the air, a suspended mist that did not dissipate. Inside the warmth of the furs, the sleepers remained oblivious. They were in the deepest phase of rest. Their heartbeats were slow. Their bodies were preserving every ounce of heat. A small bird, a snow bunting, woke in its roost in a crevice of the rock face above the cave. It puffed its feathers out until it looked twice its size. It shook itself, sending a tiny spray of ice crystals into the air. It chirped once, a small, high sound that pierced the silence. It was a tentative sound, a question asked of the morning. There was no answer, only the wind sighing softly through the rocks. The bird tucked its head back into its wing, waiting for the light to grow stronger. The light did grow. The indigo band widened and turned to a steel gray. The stars overhead faded rapidly now. The constellations lost their shape and dissolved into the background. The sky became a vast dome of pearl gray light. It was a flat, shadowless light that revealed the texture of the snow in microscopic detail. Every ripple, every wind-sculpted ridge, every footprint of the lion was cast in relief. The snow was not just white, it was 1,000 shades of white and blue and gray. It was a landscape of infinite variation. The mammoth herd in the valley began to stir. The large matriarch opened her eyes. She had been dozing on her feet. She blinked, clearing the frost from her lashes. She rumbled low in her throat, a sound that woke the others. The calves shook themselves, their woolly coats trembling. They moved closer to their mothers, seeking the morning milk. The herd began to shift, turning their bodies towards the east, towards the promise of the sun. They did not move out yet. They stood and waited, letting the light return to their world. At the human shelter, the fire was nearly out. Only a faint warmth radiated from the stones. The air inside the cave was cooling. The sleeper who had moved earlier shifted again. This time the eyes opened. They were dark eyes, clear and calm. The human lay still for a moment, listening to the wind, listening to the silence. There was no alarm, the morning was safe. The human sat up slowly, the furs sliding down to the waist. The air was biting. The human shivered once, a violent shudder that ran through the body, then reached for the stack of wood near the wall. The movements were practiced and efficient. A small handful of dried moss, a few twigs. The human blew gently on the embers. The ash flew up in a small gray cloud. The red glow brightened. The moss caught, smoking first, then bursting into a tiny yellow flame. The twigs were added. The fire grew. The light flickered against the cave walls, dancing and warm. The smell of fresh smoke filled the small space, mixing with the cold air. It was the scent of a new day. The other sleepers stirred. The sound of the crackling fire woke them. They sat up, rubbing their faces, stretching their stiff limbs. There were no words spoken yet. It was too early for speech. There was only the shared acknowledgement of the morning, a nod, a touch on the shoulder. They gathered around the growing fire, holding their hands out to the flames. The palms were calloused and dark, the fingers thick and strong. The heat felt good. It thawed the stiffness of the night. Outside, the sun finally broke the horizon. It was not a sudden burst, but a slow, majestic rise. A rim of gold appeared, then a slice, then the full, round disk. It was a winter sun, pale and distant, but its light transformed the world. The gray snow turned to blinding white. The shadows stretched out long and blue, distinct and sharp. The ice crystals on the rocks glittered like scattered diamonds. The sky turned a pale, washed-out blue. The transition was complete. The night was gone. The humans moved with the slow, deliberate speed of the cold morning. One stood and went to the entrance of the shelter. He pushed aside the hanging skin and looked out. He squinted against the glare. He scanned the valley floor. He saw the mammoth herd now moving slowly towards a patch of willow scrub. He saw the tracks of the lion on the ridge, distant and unthreatening. He saw the vast, open emptiness of the steppe. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the sharp, clean air. He turned back to the others. The day had begun. The daily tasks awaited. The checking of snares, the gathering of fuel, the scraping of hides, but there was no rush. The sun was low and the day would be short. They would work with the rhythm of the light. They ate a small meal of the dried meat, chewing slowly, savoring the energy. They drank water from a skin bag that had been kept warm under the furs. The water tasted of leather and earth. The landscape was fully revealed now. It was a world of immense scale. The mountains in the west were jagged teeth against the sky, covered in eternal snow. The glaciers that fed the rivers were frozen solid, suspended in their slow slide. The plains rolled on forever, a sea of grass buried under snow. It was a harsh world, but it was also a world of great beauty and abundance for those who knew how to live in it. The family began to prepare to leave the shelter. They wrapped their furs tight around them. They tied the thongs of their boots. The boots were made of reindeer skin with the fur on the inside, stuffed with dried grass for insulation. They were soft and silent. They gathered their tools, the spear, the basket, and antler pick. They extinguished the fire, covering the embers with ash to save them for the return. They stepped out into the snow. The cold hit them instantly, but they were ready for it. They walked in a single file, stepping in each other's footprints to save energy. They moved down the slope away from the rocks, heading towards the frozen riverbed in the valley floor. They were small specks in the vast whiteness. Tiny, upright figures moving through a world of giants, but they walked with purpose. They belonged here. The wind picked up again, blowing the snow in low drifts across their path. They lowered their heads and kept walking. The sound of their footsteps was a soft crunch, crunch, crunch. It was a rhythm that joined the other rhythms of the steppe, the wind, the mammoths, the shifting ice. As they reached the valley floor, they passed a stand of dwarf birch trees. The trees were gnarled and twisted, barely rising above the snow. Their bark was peeling in paper-thin curls. A hair white as the snow itself froze at the base of a tree. Its nose twitched. The humans walked past, not seeing it or perhaps choosing to ignore it for larger game. The hare watched them go, then returned to gnawing on the frozen bark. The sun climbed higher, though it would never reach the zenith. It hugged the southern sky, casting long, dramatic shadows even at midday. The light was golden and heavy. It gave the snow a texture like velvet. The air was dry and static. If one were to touch a piece of metal, it would shock the finger. But there was no metal here, only stone, bone, wood, and skin. The humans reached the river. The ice was thick, blue, and opaque. They walked out onto it. The wind was stronger here, channeling down the river valley. It whipped their hair and stung their cheeks. They pulled their fur hoods tighter. They were looking for a place where the ice might be thin or where the water flowed fast enough to remain open. They needed fresh water. They found a spot near a bend where the current was strong. A small circle of dark water swirled amidst the ice. Steam rose from it. They knelt on the ice. They used a hollowed-out birch burl as a cup. They dipped it into the freezing water and drank. The water was shockingly cold, but it was life. They drank their fill. They wiped their mouths with the backs of their hands. They looked at each other and shared a quiet moment of satisfaction. A simple need met. They stood up and looked around. The valley stretched out before them, a white highway leading into the unknown. They adjusted their packs. They picked up their spears. They began to walk again, following the river. The journey was the life. The movement was the home. The mammoth herd was far ahead now, dark shapes in the distance. The lion was gone, vanished into the rocks. The birds were silent. There was only the sound of the wind and the crunch of boots on snow. The footsteps were not crowded yet. They were few and far between. They left a trail that would be erased by the next wind. But for now, the trail was there. A line of connection between the shelter and the river, between the night and the day. The world was vast and cold and beautiful. And in the middle of it all, life persisted. Quietly, stubbornly, gently. The day continued its slow arc across the sky, watching over the ice and the creatures that walked upon it. The river of ice wound its way through the landscape like a pale scar on the earth. It was a wide, meandering path that cut through the rolling hills and the flat plains. The surface of the river was not uniform. In some places, the wind had swept it clear of snow, revealing the deep, dark ice beneath. This ice was a window into the frozen depths. Looking down, one could see trapped bubbles of air suspended in the blue glass. They were like pearls strung on invisible threads, frozen in the moment of rising. There were cracks that ran deep into the structure of the frozen water, intersecting in geometric patterns. These cracks caught the light and refracted it, creating faint rainbows that shifted as the angle of the sun moved. In other places, the snow had drifted across the river in long, dune-like ridges. These drifts were hard and compacted. Walking over them required a steady rhythm, up and over, up and over. The small group of humans continued their journey along this frozen highway. The river was the easiest path. It was flat and open. It allowed them to see for miles in either direction. The banks of the river rose up on either side, sometimes gentle slopes covered in dry grass, sometimes steep bluffs of eroded soil. The soil was frozen hard, stripped of its summer softness. Roots of ancient willows poked out from the eroded banks, twisted and gray, clutching at the empty air. The willows themselves grew in thickets along the edges of the watercourse. Their branches were bright red and orange against the white snow. They were the only splash of warm color in the landscape. The twigs were slender and flexible, bending with the wind but not breaking. From within the willow thickets, a sound emerged. It was a dry, clicking sound, click, click, click. It was a rhythmic noise, continuous and overlapping. It sounded like 1,000 dry sticks breaking gently. It was the sound of a reindeer herd. They were moving through the scrub, their tendons snapping softly over the bones of their ankles as they walked. It was a signature sound of the north. The humans slowed their pace. They did not hide, but they moved more quietly. They watched the scrub. The reindeer emerged onto the open ice a few hundred yards ahead. They poured out of the willows like a gray tide. There were dozens of them, perhaps 100. Their coats were thick and mottled, ranging from dark brown to a creamy white around the neck. The fur was dense, filled with hollow hairs that trapped the air and provided immense insulation. They looked soft, almost plush, but their bodies were wiry and strong. They moved with a hurried, trotting gait, heads held low. The antlers of the reindeer were magnificent. Unlike the deer of the south, both the males and the females carried antlers here. They were branched and sweeping, towering over their heads. Some of the animals had already shed their antlers for the winter, leaving small, rough patches on their foreheads. Others still carried them. The antlers were bone white or stained brown from rubbing against the trees. They looked like the branches of the dry trees themselves, moving through the air. The herd spread out on the river ice. They were not crossing, they were searching. The wind had blown the snow thin here, and the reindeer could smell the moss beneath. They stopped and began to dig. Their hooves were broad and scooped, perfect shovels for the snow. They pawed at the ground. Scrape, scrape. The sound echoed off the river banks. Clouds of snow flew up behind them. They dug down until they reached the ice, then nosed around the edges of the river bank where the lichen grew on the stones. They grazed with a singular focus. The herd was a collection of moving backs and bowed heads. Steam rose from the herd in a massive cloud. The heat of 100 bodies warmed the air directly above them. The steam swirled and drifted downwind, carrying the scent of musk and damp fur. It was a warm animal smell. The humans watched them. There was no tension. The reindeer knew the humans were there. They lifted their heads occasionally, dark eyes scanning the figures on the ice. They saw no rapid movement. They saw no raised spears. They returned to their digging. The distance between the two groups was respected. It was a truce of the winter day. One of the humans walking near the edge of the river bank stopped. Half buried in a drift of snow was an object. He reached down and pulled it free. It was a shed antler dropped by a large male weeks ago. It was heavy and cold to the touch. The surface was smooth and hard, polished by the animal's life. The tines were sharp. The human ran a gloved thumb over the rough burr at the base. It was a good piece of bone. It could be made into a handle for a tool or a toggle for a coat or a needle. He tapped it against his leg. It made a solid, dull sound. He strapped it to the outside of his pack. It was a gift from the land. Nothing was wasted here. The group moved on, passing the grazing herd. The clicking of the tendons faded behind them, replaced again by the sound of the wind. The river began to widen. The banks became lower. Ahead, the dark line of the forest approached. It was the edge of the taiga, the great northern forest that wrapped around the globe. The trees were sparse here at the limit of their range. They were survivors. The trees were mostly larch and spruce. The larches had lost their needles for the winter. They stood bare and skeletal, their branches forming fine lace-like patterns against the sky. The spruces were dark pyramids of green, almost black in the contrast with the snow. Their branches were weighed down by heavy pillows of snow. They looked like hooded figures standing in groups. The air under the trees was different. It was stiller. The wind was broken by the trunks. The smell of pine resin and old wood was faint but present. It was a scent of shelter. The snow beneath the trees was softer. It had not been packed hard by the wind. It lay deep and powdery. The humans had to lift their knees higher. Their boots sank in with a soft whump. They stepped carefully, avoiding the hidden roots and fallen logs that lay beneath the white blanket. The light in the forest was dappled. The sun filtered through the branches, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. The shadows were intricate, a web of blue lines crossing the white. A red squirrel sat on a low branch of a spruce tree. It held a cone in its paws. It peeled the scales off with rapid, precise movements of its teeth. The discarded scales rained down onto the snow like brown confetti. The squirrel watched the humans pass with bright, curious beads of eyes. It did not chatter. It was too cold for unnecessary noise. It simply watched, a small spark of life in the quiet woods. The group found a fallen log that was free of snow on one side. It was a massive trunk, perhaps centuries old, gray and weathered. It offered a dry place to sit. They decided to rest. The sun was at its highest point, though that was not very high. It was the middle of the day. They slipped their packs off their shoulders. The relief was immediate. They sat in a row on the log. They did not speak much. Words were energy. They simply sat and breathed. One of the women leaned forward. She adjusted the lacing on her boot. The leather thong had become loose. She untied the knot with stiff fingers. She pulled the leather tight, wrapping it around her ankle. She tied it again, double knotting it securely. She tucked the ends into the top of the boot. She checked the other boot. It was fine. She sat back and placed her hands in her lap, tucking them into the opposite sleeves of her fur tunic to keep them warm. The forest was full of small textures. The bark of the spruce tree was rough and scaly, covered in drops of frozen sap that looked like amber beads. The needles on the ground were brown and brittle, visible where the snow was thin near the trunk. A patch of green moss grew on the sheltered side of the log. It was frozen solid, hard to the touch, but it retained its color. It was a memory of summer preserved in ice. A movement in the brush caught their attention. It was slow and heavy. A large shape pushed through the saplings. Branches snapped and swayed. A woolly rhinoceros stepped into the small clearing. It was a tank of an animal. It was shorter than the mammoth but heavily built. Its body was covered in thick reddish-brown hair. It had 2 horns on its snout. The front horn was immense, a long, curved sword of keratin that swept backward. It was worn smooth from pushing aside snow and brush. The rear horn was smaller, a nub of protection. The rhino's head hung low. It was nearsighted and relied on smell and hearing. It swung its heavy head from side to side. It was grazing on the twigs of dwarf birch that grew between the trees. It wrapped its prehensile lip around a branch and stripped it clean. Crunch, crunch. The sound was loud in the quiet forest. The rhino stopped. It lifted its nose. It sniffed the air. It smelled the humans on the log. It turned its small eyes towards them. It stared for a long moment. It did not charge. It did not run. It assessed the threat and found it lacking. The humans were still. The rhino was massive. There was no quarrel between them. The rhino returned to its browsing. It took a step forward, its heavy feet sinking into the snow. It moved with a slow, lumbering dignity. The humans watched the rhino until it moved further into the trees, its dark shape blending with the shadows. The encounter was ordinary. In this world, humans were not the masters of the wild. They were just another species living alongside the giants. They shared the same space, the same cold, the same struggle. There was a respect in this distance, a recognition of the power of the other. The sun began its slow descent towards the west. The light changed again. The white gold of midday deepened into a warmer honey color. The shadows of the trees lengthened. They stretched out across the snow, reaching for the east. The temperature, which had risen slightly, began to drop again. The brief window of relative warmth was closing. The cold of the evening was approaching. The group stood up. They shouldered their packs. The weight was familiar. They adjusted the straps until they settled into the grooves on their shoulders. They picked up their spears. They began to walk again. They left the clearing and the log behind. Their footprints remained a testament to their paws. The squirrel dropped the core of the pine cone and scampered up the trunk to a higher branch. They moved deeper into the forest edge. The trees became slightly denser. The wind died down completely here. The air was absolutely still. It was a hush so deep it felt like being underwater. The only sound was the squeak of the snow under their boots. Squeak, squeak. It was a high-pitched sound, a sign of the low temperature. The colder the snow, the sharper the sound. They came to a small frozen stream that fed into the larger river. It was a narrow ribbon of ice winding through the trees. They followed it. It led them uphill slightly. The exertion warmed their blood. Their breath came in steady clouds. They did not sweat. To sweat was dangerous. Damp clothes meant freezing. They paced themselves perfectly, moving fast enough to stay warm, slow enough to stay dry. On the bank of the stream, a flock of ptarmigan exploded out of the snow. They were white birds, invisible until they moved. They whirred into the air on short, rounded wings. They flew only a short distance before landing again and vanishing against the background. The humans did not startle. They were used to the sudden movements of the game birds. They noted the location, perhaps for another day. The afternoon wore on. The sky began to develop a thin veil of high clouds. They were cirrus clouds, wisps of ice crystals high in the atmosphere. They caught the sunlight and created a halo around the sun. It was a ring of light with 2 bright spots on either side, sundogs. They shone with spectral colors, faint reds and blues. It was a beautiful, ghostly phenomenon. The humans looked up and saw the sign. It often meant a change in the weather. Perhaps snow was coming. They noted this without fear. Weather was a fact, it was not an enemy. The terrain began to open up again. The trees thinned out. They were approaching a large clearing, a meadow that had been formed by a long-dead fire or a storm. In the center of the meadow stood a single, massive boulder. It was a stranger stone dropped by the ice. It was taller than a man. The group headed towards it. It would be a landmark, a waypoint in the journey. As they walked, the silence was broken by a distant sound. It was the howl of a wolf. It was a long, mournful note that rose and fell. It came from far away, perhaps from the other side of the ridge. It was followed by another howl and then a chorus of yips and barks. The pack had woken up. They were greeting the coming evening. The sound was not threatening from this distance. It was simply a part of the soundscape, the voice of the taiga. The humans listened, their ears attuned to the pitch and direction. The wolves were moving away, heading north. The group reached the boulder. They stopped to rest for a moment against its leeward side. The stone was cold, but it blocked the slight draft that had picked up. They leaned against the rough granite. They looked back the way they had come. They could see the line of the river, the dark patch of the willow scrub, and the faint gray smudge of the reindeer herd in the distance. They had covered good ground. The day had been productive. The light was fading now. The golden hour was ending. The blue hour was beginning. The snow turned a deep, rich indigo in the shadows. The sky overhead was a piercing cobalt blue. The first star of the evening appeared, faint and trembling. It was the same star as the morning Venus, now appearing in the west as the evening star. It was a faithful companion. The leader of the small group motioned. It was time to find the knight's camp. They would not reach another cave tonight. They would have to build a shelter. They needed a place with good snow for digging and trees for cover. They moved towards the edge of the clearing where the spruce trees grew thick and low. The snow here was deep. The leader tested it with his spear shaft. It was firm but packable. It was good snow. He nodded. The group set down their packs. The walking was done. The work of the night began. It was a different kind of work. It was stationary and focused. One of the men began to clear a space at the base of a large spruce. The branches of the tree swept down to the ground, creating a natural tent. He used a broad shoulder blade of a bison, which he carried for this purpose, to shovel the snow away. He piled it up around the edges, creating a wall. The wall would block the wind and reflect the heat. The women gathered boughs. They broke off the lower, dead branches of the surrounding trees. Snap, snap. The wood was dry and brittle. It would burn well. They also gathered green boughs, thick with needles, for the floor. They laid them down in a thick carpet inside the cleared space. The smell of crushed pine needles filled the air. It was a sharp, clean perfume. The shelter took shape quickly. It was simple, effective, and temporary. It was a nest made of snow and wood. It was small, just big enough for the group to huddle together. Small spaces were easier to warm. They worked in silence, each knowing their role. There was no need for instruction. They had done this hundreds of times. The fire was started. A small flame flickered to life in the center of the clearing, just outside the shelter's entrance. The smoke rose straight up in the still air. It was a thin gray line connecting the earth to the sky. The light of the fire pushed back the gathering darkness. It created a circle of orange warmth in the blue world. The group settled in. They sat on the boughs, their furs wrapped tight. They cooked a simple meal. Dried meat warmed over the fire, a handful of nuts they ate slowly. The heat of the fire reflected off the snow wall and warmed their faces. Their backs were cold, but their fronts were warm. They turned occasionally to even out the heat. The night arrived fully. The sky turned black. The stars returned in their millions. The Milky Way arched overhead, a bridge of light. The cold settled in with a renewed intensity. The temperature dropped rapidly. The trees popped and cracked in the frost. The world was locking down for the night. The humans were safe. They had their fire. They had their shelter. They had each other. The vastness of the Ice Age world surrounded them, miles of snow and ice in every direction. But in this tiny circle of light there was life and warmth. They watched the firelight dance on the snow. They watched the sparks fly up and vanish. They waited for the sleep to come. The day was over. The night belonged to the wolf and the wind. The humans would sleep and wait for the sun to return. The woolly rhino, miles away now, found a thicket of dense brush. It pushed its way inside. It stood still, its massive body retaining the heat of the day. It closed its small eyes. It too settled into the waiting game of the winter night. The reindeer herd on the river stopped grazing. They bedded down on the open ice. They curled up, tucking their noses into their tails to breathe warm air. They became a field of gray mounds on the white river. They were a community of warmth. The silence returned, deep and heavy. The only sound was the breathing of the living things and the slow, rhythmic beating of the earth's own heart, buried deep beneath the ice. The night had settled into its deepest rhythm. The darkness was not a void, but a canvas for the subtle interplay of light and shadow. High above the sleeping world, the sky began to change. A faint, pale ribbon unfurled across the zenith. It started as a whisper of light, barely visible against the backdrop of the stars. It was a soft, milky green, like the color of new leaves seen through ice. The ribbon grew slowly, stretching from the eastern horizon to the west. It widened and brightened, pulsing with a silent energy. The northern lights had arrived. They did not burst forth, they emerged as if they had always been there, waiting for the eyes to adjust. The bands of light began to move. They rippled like curtains caught in a slow draft. The green deepened to a vibrant emerald. At the lower edges, where the light touched the atmosphere's deeper layers, a fringe of violet appeared. The colors were cold and pure. They cast a spectral glow over the snow-covered land. The white plains absorbed the light and reflected it back, turning the entire landscape into a dreamscape of shifting greens and purples. The shadows of the trees, once black, now held a tint of indigo. The world looked fluid, as if the solid earth had dissolved into the shifting light of the sky. Beneath this celestial display, the pack of wolves moved. They were traveling along the edge of the forest, using the shadow of the trees for cover. There were 7 of them. They moved in a single file, stepping into the footprints of the leader to conserve energy. Their movement was liquid. Their gray and white coats blended perfectly with the dappled light of the forest floor. They did not run. They trotted with a tireless, loping gait that could cover miles without pause. The leader, a large male with a coat the color of storm clouds, stopped. He lowered his head and sniffed a patch of disturbed snow. He read the story of the mouse that had scurried there an hour ago. He lifted his head and looked at the green sky. His eyes were amber, glowing faintly in the dim light. He gave a low chuff, a sound barely audible, and the pack resumed its journey. There was no aggression in them tonight. They were simply moving through their territory, patrolling the boundaries of their world. The wolves passed near the human shelter, but they did not approach. The scent of the smoke was a barrier they understood. It was a marker of another predator, one they respected and avoided. They swung wide, circling around the clearing where the fire glowed like a red ember. To the wolves, the humans were just another part of the complex web of the steppe. They belonged to the fire, and the wolves belonged to the snow. The two worlds touched but did not intersect this night. The pack vanished into the deep woods, ghosting away into the silence. Out on the open plain, away from the shelter of the trees, a herd of steppe bison stood facing the wind. They were massive creatures, larger than their modern descendants. Their heads were immense, carried low on humped shoulders. Their horns were long and curved, spanning wide to sweep away the snow. They stood like boulders, immovable and solid. Their coats were dark brown and shaggy, thick with wool that trapped their body heat. The frost had settled on their backs, turning them white. They did not shake it off. The snow acted as an extra layer of insulation. The bison were resting. Some stood, locking their legs to sleep. Others lay on the ground, their legs tucked beneath them. They chewed their cud in a slow, rhythmic motion. The grinding of their teeth was a low, comforting sound in the quiet. Steam rose from their nostrils in steady jets. Under the green light of the aurora, they looked like ancient statues carved from the earth itself. They were the masters of endurance. They did not seek to escape the cold, they outlasted it. Their bodies were furnaces, burning the dry grass of the summer to fuel the warmth of the winter. One large bull shifted his weight. The snow crunched loudly under his hoof. He let out a deep, resonant grunt. It was not a warning, but a note of presence. "I am here." A female nearby answered with a soft snort. The herd was connected by these small sounds. They were a single organism, a collective warmth against the freezing night. The calf in the center of the herd pressed closer to its mother's flank. The heat radiating from her was a wall of safety. The calf watched the moving lights in the sky with wide, dark eyes. It did not know what they were, but it felt no fear. The lights were just another part of the world, like the snow and the wind. The aurora intensified. Great pillars of light shot up towards the zenith, converging in a corona of shimmering rays. It looked as if a great flower of light was blooming directly overhead. The movement was hypnotic. The lights danced and swirled, folding over themselves in intricate patterns. It was a silent performance played out for an audience of rocks and ice. There was no sound associated with the lights. The silence of the night remained unbroken. This disconnect between the visual spectacle and the auditory stillness made the scene feel unreal, suspended in time. The wind began to sigh through the dry grasses that poked through the snow on the windswept ridges. The grass blades traced semicircles in the snow as they swung back and forth. The sound was a soft hiss hiss hiss. It was the voice of the plain. The wind carried the cold from the north, refreshing the freeze. The temperature continued its slow descent. The air was so cold it felt thick. It carried sound for miles. The snap of a twig in the forest could be heard by the bison on the plain. Deep within the earth, beneath the layers of snow and frozen soil, the ground was silent. The roots of the plants were dormant, waiting in the dark. The seeds lay sleeping, encased in hard shells, dreaming of a warmth that was months away. But even in this deep freeze there was life, microscopic movements, the slow shifting of water molecules into ice crystals, the gradual expansion of the frost heaves. The earth was active in its own slow geologic time. Back at the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The intense orange light had softened to a dull red pulse. The heat was less intense but still sufficient. Inside the shelter, the breathing of the sleepers was steady. The man who had built the wall woke. He did not open his eyes immediately. He lay still, sensing the state of the shelter. He felt the cold air pressing against the entrance. He felt the warmth of the furs. He opened his eyes and looked at the fire. It needed food. He sat up slowly, disturbing the furs as little as possible. He reached for a piece of wood from the pile they had gathered. It was a thick branch of spruce, dry and seasoned. He placed it gently on the coals. He did not blow on it. He let the heat of the embers do the work. The wood began to smoke, then a small flame licked up the side. The light flared briefly, casting long, dancing shadows on the snow wall. The man watched the flame for a moment. He looked up through the branches of the shelter and saw the green glow of the sky. He watched the aurora drift. He did not marvel at it as a novelty. He knew it well. It was the sky fire. It was the companion of the long nights. He watched it with a quiet appreciation, then lay back down. He pulled the furs up to his chin. The fire crackled softly. The cycle of tending and resting continued. The river ice groaned, a deep booming sound that echoed down the valley. The ice was expanding as the temperature dropped. The pressure built up until the ice sheet shifted, cracking with a sonic report. It was the sound of the river adjusting its armor. Underneath the ice, the water flowed black and silent. It was liquid and alive, moving towards the distant sea. Fish swam in the slow current, sluggish and cold. They hovered near the bottom where the water was slightly warmer. They faced the current, their fins moving gently to hold their position. They were safe from the world above, sealed under a roof of crystal. A snowy owl, the same species that had watched the day begin, sat on a limestone outcrop overlooking the river. Its white feathers were fluffed up against the cold. It looked like a rounded stone. Its head swiveled, scanning the white expanse of the river. It saw the movement of a lemming near the bank. The lemming was a dark speck on the snow. The owl launched itself. Its wings made no sound. It was a silent strike. It glided down, talons extended. It struck the snow. A brief struggle, a flurry of white powder. Then the owl rose again, the prey in its talons. It flew back to the perch. The cycle of life continued, efficient and necessary. There was no cruelty in it, only survival. The aurora began to fade. The intense greens softened to a pale wash. The violet fringe vanished. The curtains of light became thin and transparent, revealing the stars behind them once more. The show was ending. The sky returned to its deep, starry blackness. The Milky Way reasserted its dominance. The constellations resumed their slow wheeling motion around the pole star. The Great Bear was higher now, standing on its tail in the northern sky. The bison herd settled deeper into their rest. The large bull lowered his head to the snow. He closed his eyes. The frost on his eyelashes was thick. He was a mountain of peace. The herd was a collection of slow heartbeats in the night. They were the anchors of the steppe. As long as they stood, the world was stable. The landscape seemed to stretch out, expanding in the dark. The horizon was a concept, not a line. The snow went on forever. To the north, the ice sheet glowed faintly with its own internal light, or perhaps the reflection of the starlight. It was a presence that could be felt, a massive weight of cold that defined the climate of the entire hemisphere. The wind that blew from it was the breath of the ice age. In the forest, a pine marten woke in the hollow of a tree. It was a slender, lithe creature with dark fur and a creamy throat patch. It stretched, extending its long body. It peeked out of its den. The air was sharp. It hesitated. It was not hungry enough to brave the open cold. It turned around and curled back up in the dried moss of its nest. It wrapped its bushy tail over its nose. It went back to sleep. The night was too cold for casual wandering. The silence of the forest was different from the silence of the plain. It was a vertical silence. The trees stood like pillars in a great hall. The snow clung to their branches in heavy clumps. Occasionally, a branch would relieve its burden, whoosh. A pile of snow would fall to the ground, creating a small crater. The branch would spring back up, oscillating for a moment before becoming still again. It was a self-cleaning mechanism of the forest. The humans in the shelter slept on. They were dreaming of the summer. In their dreams, the grass was green and tall. The sun was warm on their backs. The river flowed blue and open. There were berries on the bushes. The children laughed and ran. These dreams were the fuel for the spirit, just as the fat of the animals was fuel for the body. They carried the summer in their minds to survive the winter. The fire burned steadily now. The log the man had added was consumed slowly. It gave off a steady heat that kept the interior of the shelter just above freezing. It was a microclimate, a tiny bubble of habitation in the wilderness. The smoke drifted up through the branches, filtering out into the night. It left a faint trail of scent that marked the spot. The moon began to rise. It was a waning crescent, a sliver of silver light. It rose in the east, following the path of the sun, but far behind it. It was not bright enough to dim the stars, but it added a new quality to the light. The shadows on the snow became sharper. The edges of the drifts were highlighted in silver. The world looked etched in metal. The cold was at its peak. The hours before dawn were always the hardest. The air was so dry it felt brittle. The moisture in the breath of the sleeping animals froze instantly, forming ice masks on their faces. The bison, the wolves, the reindeer, the humans all wore the mask of the frost. It was the uniform of the night. The stars seemed to vibrate in the cold air. The atmosphere was unstable, causing the light to refract. Sirius, the dog star, flashed with colors blue, red, white. It was a diamond flickering in the dark. The sky was alive with this cold fire. It was a display of immense power and distance. A hare moved across the clearing near the boulder. It hopped awkwardly, its long hind legs pushing off the snow. It stopped to nibble on the bark of a willow shrub. Its ears swiveled constantly. It was nervous energy in a still world. It heard the owl earlier. It knew the dangers. It ate quickly, stripping the bark with sharp teeth, then moved on. It vanished into a tunnel under a fallen log. The night wore on. The passage of time was marked only by the movement of the stars and the slow burning of the wood. There was no hurry. The night had to be endured. It was a test of patience. The creatures of the Ice Age were masters of patience. They did not fight the time, they flowed with it. The large limestone cliff that sheltered the empty cave from earlier stood silent. The wind whistled through the cracks in the rock. It played a lonely tune. The cave was empty now, but it held the memory of the fire. The blackened stones were cold, the ash was cold, but the shelter remained ready for the next traveler. It was a permanent refuge in a transient world. Far to the south, the first hint of the morning was still hours away. The world was firmly in the grip of the night, but the night was not malevolent. It was simply the other half of the day. It was the time for rest, the time for the earth to cool, the time for the ice to grow. The mammoth herd miles from the bison was also resting. They stood in a loose circle. The young calf was buried deep in the center. The matriarch was awake. She was always the last to sleep and the first to wake. She chewed slowly on a mouthful of dry grass she had saved in her cheek. She watched the moon rise. She remembered many moons. She remembered the seasons of her long life. She was the library of the herd. Her memory held the map of the entire region. She knew where the water springs were that never froze. She knew where the salt licks were hidden. She stood guard over her family, a silent mountain of wisdom. The wind shifted again, dropping to a mere whisper. The silence returned deeper than before. It was a profound, ringing silence. It felt as if the whole world was holding its breath. The snow lay heavy and still. The trees stood rigid. The stars stared down. In this stillness, the heartbeat of the mouse under the snow was a drum. The flow of sap in the pine tree was a river. The crack of the ice was a thunderclap. The senses were heightened. The world was magnified. The northern lights gave one last faint pulse. A wash of pale green that ghosted across the sky and then vanished completely. The show was over. The stage was empty. The night reclaimed its darkness. The humans turned in their sleep. They were getting closer to the morning, though they did not know it. Their bodies sensed the rhythm of the night. They slept the deep, restorative sleep of those who have worked hard. They were at peace. The bison bull lowered himself to the ground. He had stood long enough. He folded his legs and settled his massive bulk into the snow. He let out a long sigh. The steam clouded his face. He closed his eyes. The herd was all down now, a field of dark mounds under the stars. The world waited, the ice waited, the stars waited. The slow, majestic progression of the night continued, unhurried and eternal. The great wheel of the sky continued its slow revolution. The stars, which had been bright and piercing in the early night, now seemed to soften. They were not fading, but the air between the earth and the heavens was thickening with an invisible change. The temperature had reached its lowest point. This was the depth of the winter night, the time when the cold was not just a condition of the air, but a solid presence that occupied every inch of space. It was a stillness that felt eternal, as if the sun had never shone and would never shine again. The earth was locked in a vault of ice and silence. The only movement was the microscopic growth of frost crystals. They bloomed on the tips of the dry grass blades, adding layer upon layer of delicate ice lattice. They grew on the rough bark of the trees, turning the dark trunks into pillars of silver. They grew on the stones, sealing the pores of the rock. In a sheltered draw, a low valley protected by steep banks, a herd of horses stood sleeping. They were the wild horses of the steppe, the ancestors of all horses to come. They were small and stocky, built for the harsh climate. Their coats were a sandy dun color, a shade that blended perfectly with the dry grass and the earth. Their legs were dark, almost black, and a dark stripe ran down the length of their backs, from the stiff, upright mane to the tail. Their heads were large and heavy, with strong jaws for grinding the tough vegetation. They stood close together but not touching. They formed a loose circle, heads facing outward, ears swiveling independently to catch the slightest sound. The horses were motionless. Their eyes were closed or half-closed. Their lower lips drooped slightly in relaxation. One horse rested a hind leg, the hoof tipped up on its edge. After a while it would shift, placing the weight back on that leg and resting the other. It was a slow dance of balance. Their breathing was a soft, rhythmic snorting. The steam from their nostrils did not rise far before it cooled and sank. It formed a low mist around their knees. The frost gathered on their eyelashes, making them look white and heavy. They were statues of patience. They did not dream of running, they dreamed of standing. Endurance was their strength. A foal, born late in the season, stood nestled between two mares. Its coat was fuzzier, a thick wool that made it look round and soft. It was asleep, its head resting near the flank of the mare. The heat from the adults created a pocket of slightly warmer air. The foal was safe here. It did not know the dangers of the world yet. It only knew the smell of the herd, a scent of dust, milk, and musk. The wind blew over the top of the draw, whistling softly, but it did not reach down to disturb them. The horses were masters of finding these small pockets of shelter. They knew the land's shape better than any map. Far to the north, beyond the horizon of the plain, the great ice sheet lay heavy on the continent. It was a massive plateau of ice, miles thick. It was a world of white and blue. There was no life on top of the ice sheet, it was a desert of frozen water. The wind there was constant and fierce, scouring the surface, polishing the ice until it shone like glass. But down here on the steppe, the ice was just a neighbor. The cold that rolled off the glacier was a river of air. It flowed down the valleys and settled in the low places. It was this cold that kept the trees small and the grass tough. It was the architect of the landscape. On a rocky outcrop that overlooked the Horses Valley, a different shape moved. It was a cave hyena. It was larger than the hyenas of the south, with longer legs and a thicker, shaggy coat. Its fur was spotted with dark rosettes that were fading with age. The animal walked with a distinctive sloping gait, its shoulders higher than its hips. It carried its head low, sniffing the ground constantly. It was not hunting the horses. The horses were too alert and the hyena was alone. It was scavenging. It was looking for what the cold had claimed or what the wolves had left behind. Hyena stopped at the base of a large boulder. It found an old bone, the femur of a bison, half buried in the snow. It had been there for weeks. The meat was gone, but the marrow remained inside, sealed by the cold. The hyena picked up the bone. Its jaws were incredibly powerful, designed to crush rock-hard calcium. It carried the bone to a flat spot on the rock. It lay down, tucking its paws under its chest. It began to gnaw. The sound was a rhythmic scraping, grind, crack. The hyena worked methodically. It was not in a hurry. It was a solitary diner in a vast, empty restaurant. The moon, now higher in the sky, cast a pale light on the scene. The hyena paused, looked up at the moon, and then returned to its bone. It was content. The silence of the night was so deep that the sound of the hyena's chewing could be heard for a long distance, had there been anyone to hear it. But the horses were asleep and the humans were miles away. The sound was just a texture in the quiet. The hyena finished its meal. It licked the splinters of bone from the rock. It stood up, shook its coat to fluff the fur, and moved on. It trotted into the shadows, a gray phantom disappearing into the gray world. Back at the human shelter, the fire had burned low again. The man who had tended it earlier had fallen back asleep. Now a woman woke. She was older, her hair streaked with gray. She sat up quietly. She did not add wood immediately. She looked at the embers. They were a bed of deep, pulsing red. They looked like the heart of the earth. She held her hands out to them. Her palms were rough, the skin thick and mapped with lines. She rubbed them together. The sound of skin on skin was dry and soft. She reached for a small pouch at her belt. She opened it and took out a piece of dried fungus. It was tinder. She crumbled a small amount onto the coals. It smoked instantly, a fragrant, earthy smoke. Then she added small twigs. The fire accepted the offering. Tiny flames licked up, blue at the base and yellow at the tip. The light grew, pushing back the shadows that had crept close to the sleepers. The woman watched the flames dance. She saw shapes in them, perhaps memories of other fires, other winters. She did not speak. Her thoughts were her own, silent as the snow. She looked at the sleeping forms of her family. The chest of the man rose and fell steadily. The child, buried deep in the furs, let out a soft sigh. They were safe. The shelter was holding. The wall of snow they had built was solid. The boughs of the spruce tree overhead were a roof that kept the heat in. It was a simple home, but it was enough. It was a womb of warmth in the winter night. The woman picked up a tool that lay near the fire. It was a scraper made of flint. The edge was dull. She picked up a small hammerstone. She began to retouch the edge. Click, click, click. The sound was tiny and precise. She struck the flint with gentle, practiced blows. Tiny flakes of stone fell into the ash. She was preparing for the work of the coming day. There were hides to be cleaned. There was clothing to be mended. The work never ended. It was the rhythm of survival. The click, click of the stone was a human sound, distinct from the sounds of the wind and the animals. It was the sound of intention. Outside, the weather began to turn. The high, thin clouds that had brought the halo to the sun earlier had thickened. They lowered, blanketing the sky. The stars were blotted out one by one. The moon became a fuzzy patch of light, then disappeared altogether. The darkness became absolute. There was no light from the heavens now. There was only the faint, gray luminescence of the snow itself, which seemed to hold a memory of the day's light. Then the snow began to fall. It did not storm. It simply began. Large, soft flakes drifted down from the black sky. They fell straight down. There was no wind to drive them. They landed on the branches of the trees. They landed on the roof of the shelter. They landed on the backs of the sleeping horses. Hiss, hiss. The sound of snow falling on snow was a whisper. It smoothed the world. It filled in the tracks of the hyena. It covered the old bone. It softened the edges of the rocks. The snow fell with a relentless gentleness. It was adding a new layer to the history of the winter. Each flake was unique, a hexagon of ice formed in the upper atmosphere, traveling miles to find its resting place. They piled up, locking together. The air grew even quieter. The falling snow absorbed sound. The world felt padded, muffled. Deep in a limestone cave, high on the side of a cliff, a giant slept. It was a cave bear. It was immense, larger than the grizzly bears of the future. It lay curled in a depression in the cave floor, a bed it had dug out of the clay centuries ago. This bear had used this cave for 20 winters. It knew every curve of the rock. Its breathing was incredibly slow. One breath, then a long, long pause, then another breath. Its heart beat only a few times a minute. It was in a state of suspended animation. It was not dead, but it was not fully alive in the way the wolves were. It was waiting. Its body was living off the thick layer of fat it had stored during the autumn. The cave was pitch black. There was no light at all. The bear did not need light. It existed in a world of touch and smell and internal rhythm. The temperature in the cave was constant, hovering just above freezing. It was a stable environment protected from the storms outside. The bear shifted slightly. A low grunt echoed in the darkness. It was a sound of comfort. The bear was the king of the sleep. It would not wake until the meltwater began to drip from the stalactites in the spring. The snow outside continued to fall. It accumulated on the ledge outside the bear's cave. It built up a drift that partially blocked the entrance. This was good. It sealed the cave further, keeping the warmth in. The bear slept on, oblivious to the white world building up outside its door. Down on the river, the ice was being covered by the fresh snow. The clear blue ice was hidden under a pristine white carpet. The tracks of the reindeer herd were erased. The river became a blank page. The willows along the bank were coated in white. They looked like coral in a dry sea. The water beneath the ice flowed on, dark and secret. The matriarch of the mammoth herd felt the snow on her back. She did not mind it. The fresh snow was clean. It would be good for eating. She reached out with her trunk and caught a few flakes. They melted on the tip of her sensitive skin. She tasted the moisture. It was fresh. She rumbled a low note to the herd. All is well. The herd remained standing, dark mountains turning white. They were part of the landscape. They did not seek shelter from the snow. They were the shelter. The woman in the human shelter stopped her work. The edge of the scraper was sharp again. She ran her thumb carefully along the flint. It caught the ridges of her fingerprint. It was good. She placed the tool back on the stone. She put the hammerstone away. She looked at the fire one last time. It was burning steadily. She lay back down. She pulled the furs over her shoulder. The sound of the falling snow was a lullaby. It was a sound of enclosure, of being hidden and safe. She closed her eyes. The sleep took her quickly. The hours passed. The snow piled up. An inch, 2 inches. The world was being reset. The sharp angles of the evening were gone. Everything was round and soft. The silence was heavy and sweet. A snowy owl, perhaps the same one, sat in the depths of a spruce tree. It was tucked against the trunk, shielded by the branches above. It fluffed its feathers until it was a round ball. It closed its eyes. It would wait out the snow. There would be no hunting while the flakes fell. The prey would be hidden. The owl was patient. It had no concept of time passing. It only knew the present moment. The landscape was now a study in texture. The roughness of the bark against the smoothness of the snow, the hardness of the rock against the softness of the drift, the dark of the night against the white of the ground. It was a monochrome world, but it was rich in detail. The wind began to pick up slightly, just enough to tilt the falling flakes. They fell at an angle now. They plastered against the windward side of the tree trunks. This created a new pattern, white on one side, dark on the other. The trees became compasses pointing the way of the wind. The horses in the draw shifted. The snow was getting deep around their hooves. They lifted their feet, shaking them slightly. They pressed closer together. The foal woke up. It felt the cold flakes on its nose. It shook its head, sneezing, snort. The mare nudged it gently, stay close. The foal buried its nose back into the mare's fur. It went back to sleep. The vastness of the steppe was overwhelming. Mile after mile of falling snow. From the mountains in the west to the forest in the east, the snow fell. It covered the tracks of the lion. It covered the droppings of the bison. It covered the ashes of old fires. It was a cleansing, a renewal. Under the snow, the small animals were active. The lemmings and voles moved through their tunnels. The snow was an insulator for them. It kept the ground temperature stable. They scurried along their beaten paths, searching for seeds and roots. They could hear the muffled thud of heavy footsteps above, but they were safe in their subnivean world. It was a busy city beneath the white surface. The dawn was still far off. This was the time of the wolf hour, the time when the night is slowly beginning to lose its grip, but the day has not yet arrived. It is the time of deepest cold and deepest quiet. The biological clock of the earth slows down. The hyena found shelter in a small cave near the river. It shook the snow from its coat. A spray of water flew across the dry cave floor. It circled once, twice, then lay down. It licked its paws. It watched the snow falling past the entrance. It was dry and warm. It let out a huff of air and rested its chin on its paws. The world seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the snow to stop, waiting for the light to return. But there was no urgency in the waiting. The snow would stop when it stopped. The sun would rise when it rose. Until then, there was only the peace of the falling snow. The fire in the human shelter crackled. A pocket of sap in the wood burst. Pop, a shower of sparks flew up. They swirled in the heat, bright stars in the small universe of the shelter. Then they faded and turned to ash. The fire settled back into its steady burn. The smoke rose, twisting and turning until it met the snow and dissipated into the night. The mammoth matriarch shifted her weight. She was covered in a thick layer of white. She looked like a hill of snow. Her breath melted a small tunnel in the air in front of her. She was a monument to the Ice Age. She stood firm, a dark heart beating in a white world. The earth turned, the snow fell, the silence held. The long, deep night continued its journey, carrying the sleeping world along with it, safe in the cold embrace of the winter. The last flake of snow drifted down from the heavens. It spiraled slowly, catching a faint updraft before settling gently onto the surface of the new world. It was a tiny, intricate star of ice joining billions of others. The clouds, having emptied their burden, began to break apart. They tore open in slow motion, revealing the deep, infinite darkness of the space beyond. The veil was lifted. The heavy blanket of the overcast sky dissolved into tatters of mist that clung to the horizon. The stars returned, sharper and more brilliant than before. The air had been scrubbed clean. There was no dust, no moisture, no haze. There was only clarity. The silence that followed the snow was different from the silence of the snowfall. The soft hiss of landing flakes was gone. Now the silence was total. It was a vacuum of sound. The fresh snow absorbed every vibration. It lay thick and soft over the land, rounding every edge, softening every contour. The world looked as if it had been dipped in sugar. The trees were no longer dark shapes. They were white sculptures, their branches bowed low under the immense weight. The spruce trees looked like narrow pyramids of white. The deciduous trees were etched in crystal, every twig outlined in frost. On a high, windswept plateau, a group of musk oxen stood firm. They were the true survivors of the ice. They were built like boulders, massive and low to the ground. Their coats were a marvel of adaptation. The outer hair was dark and incredibly long, hanging down to their hooves like a skirt. It was coarse and water-resistant. Underneath lay the kiviot, the softest wool in the world, a layer of insulation so dense that the cold simply could not penetrate it. They stood in a defensive formation, not against predators but against the elements. They faced the direction of the wind, though the air was still now. The musk oxen were motionless. They looked like mounds of earth that had been left behind by a receding glacier. Their heads were capped with heavy bosses of horn. The horns grew across their foreheads, forming a solid helmet before curving down and then up at the tips. The horns were the color of old bone. Frost had formed on the tips of the guard hairs. The animals were dusted with the fresh snow, blending them into the landscape. Only their eyes, dark and liquid, betrayed the life within. They watched the clearing sky without reaction. They were creatures of minimal energy. They did not move unless necessary. To stand was to survive. The temperature began to drop rapidly as the cloud cover vanished. The insulation of the clouds was gone, and the heat of the earth radiated out into space. The air grew sharp and biting. It was a dry cold, the kind that tightened the skin and made the nostrils stick together. The snow surface began to firm up. The top layer, fluffy and light, started to settle under its own weight. Tiny bonds of ice formed between the crystals. The snow was becoming a part of the permanent landscape. Down in the valley, the river was a smooth, white ribbon. The fresh snow had covered the imperfections of the ice. It hid the cracks and the pressure ridges. It was a flawless path. A small white shape moved across this white canvas. It was an Arctic fox. It was small, no bigger than a house cat, but its fur was thick and plush. It was pure white except for the black tip of its nose and its dark eyes. It moved with a light, bouncing gait. Its paws were covered in fur, acting like snowshoes. It barely left a mark on the fresh powder. The fox stopped. It cocked its head to the side. Its large, rounded ears swiveled. It was listening to the world beneath the snow. It heard the faint scratching of a lemming in a tunnel 2 feet down. The fox stood statue still. It focused entirely on the sound. It did not pounce. The snow was too deep and the energy cost too high. It simply noted the location and moved on. It was patrolling its range, checking the scent marks, seeing what the new snow had changed. It moved like a piece of drift smoke, silent and ephemeral. The sky in the east began to lighten. The deep black turned to a dark, bruising purple. The stars in that quadrant began to fade. The transition was slow and subtle. The light did not rush. It seeped into the sky. It outlined the jagged profile of the distant mountains. They looked like cardboard cutouts against the brightening background. The peaks were sharp and white, catching the very first rays of the sun that were still hidden from the valley floor. The tips of the mountains turned a soft, pastel pink. It was the alpenglow. The color slid down the mountain faces inch by inch, a slow tide of light. At the human shelter, the world was dark and quiet. The snow had piled up against the entrance, blocking the small opening they had left. The air inside was still warm, smelling of pine needles and wood smoke, but it was growing stale. The fire had burned down to white ash with a core of red heat. The man woke first. He sensed the change in the light filtering through the snow block. It was a diffuse blue glow. He knew the heavy snow had fallen. He sat up and stretched his stiff muscles. He reached for the bison's scapula shovel. He moved to the entrance. He did not push the snow out that would cause it to fall inside. He carefully carved a block of the packed snow and pulled it inwards, placing it to the side of the fire pit to melt. He cut another block. A shaft of cold, fresh air pierced the shelter. It smelled of ozone and ice. It was shocking and invigorating. The man took a deep breath. The air tasted clean. He continued to work, widening the hole until he could squeeze through. He emerged into the new morning. The brightness was blinding. The snow reflected the gathering light from every direction. The world was dazzlingly white. He squinted, his eyes watering against the glare. He pulled his fur hood up to shield his face. He looked around. The familiar landmarks were changed. The fallen log was a smooth mound. The bushes were buried. The trees were heavy curtains of white. It was a new land waiting to be walked upon. The rest of the family began to stir. The draft of cold air woke them. They sat up, rubbing their eyes. The woman added fresh wood to the fire. The flames leaped up, eager for the fuel. The smoke rose and drifted out of the new opening, blew against the white snow. They moved slowly, conserving warmth. They put on their outer furs. They checked their boots. They ate a handful of dried berries, the tart sweetness waking their senses. The mammoth herd was also waking. The matriarch was the first to move. She had been standing still for hours. A thick layer of snow covered her back and head. She looked like a hill. She took a deep breath, her trunk expanding. She shook her head. The movement started at her ears and rippled down her body. The snow flew off in heavy sheets. Whump, whump. It landed on the ground around her. She emerged from her white cocoon, dark and shaggy. She rumbled to the others. The sound was a low vibration that traveled through the ground. The other mammoths began to shake themselves. Clouds of snow filled the air around the herd. They were hungry. The snow covered the grass. The matriarch used her massive tusks. She swept them sideways, clearing a wide swath of snow. The sound was a rhythmic swish-scrape. She revealed the frozen earth and the brown grass pressed flat against it. She used the tip of her trunk to tear up the grass. It was tough and dry, but it was food. The herd fell into a rhythm. Clear the snow, tear the grass, chew, step forward, clear the snow. It was the work of the winter. The sun finally breached the horizon. It was a sphere of pale gold. It sat low in the sky, casting long blue shadows that stretched for miles. The shadows of the trees were like dark stripes on the white ground. The light sparkled on the snow crystals. The world glittered as if it were paved with diamonds. The beauty was stark and overwhelming. It was a cold, indifferent beauty, perfect in its stillness. A raven flew over the valley. Its black feathers shone with an iridescent blue sheen in the sunlight. It called out a harsh croak-croak that echoed off the hills. The sound was startlingly loud. It broke the spell of the silence. The raven was looking for the wolf pack. It knew that where the wolves were, there would be food. It circled high, riding a thermal of air that rose from a sun-warmed rock face. It saw the tracks of the wolves leading into the deep forest. It dipped a wing and followed them, a black arrow in the blue sky. The wolf pack was resting in a dense thicket of spruce. They had not hunted in the storm. They were curled up in balls, noses tucked under tails. The snow had covered them while they slept, so they looked like bumps in the ground. The leader lifted his head as the raven called. He shook the snow from his ears. He stood up and stretched, arching his back, extending his front legs. He yawned, his tongue curling. He looked at the pack. It was time to move. The storm was over. The hunting would be good. The fresh snow would slow down the prey. The humans stepped out of their shelter. They stood together, looking at the transformed world. The snow came up to their knees. Walking would be hard work today. They would need to make snowshoes. The leader pointed to a stand of willow. The branches were flexible and strong. They would bend them into frames and lash them with sinew. It was a task for the morning. They did not rush. They had nowhere to be but here. The air was filled with tiny diamond dust. These were ice crystals precipitating directly from the clear air. They floated and sparkled, creating a shimmering haze around the sun. This phenomenon, known as sun dogs, appeared again, bright spots of light on either side of the sun, connected by a halo. It was a sign of the deep cold. The humans looked at it and knew the day would remain frozen. Near the riverbank, the snow was disturbed. A river otter had slid down the bank and plunged into a hole in the ice. The slide mark was smooth and playful. The otter was fishing in the dark water below. It swam with fluid grace, its body streamlined. It caught a slow-moving fish and brought it to the surface. It climbed out onto the ice, shaking the water from its oily fur. The water droplets froze instantly on the snow. The otter ate its meal quickly, alert for the fox or the wolf. Then it slid back into the water, vanishing into the safety of the river. The landscape was vast. The white plain rolled onto the horizon, unbroken and pure. The sky was a dome of deepening blue. The sun offered light but no warmth. The heat had to come from within, from the digestion of grass, from the burning of fat, from the metabolism of the body. Every living thing was a furnace fighting against the entropy of the ice. The musk oxen on the ridge began to graze. The wind had blown some of the snow away up there, leaving the ground only thinly covered. They used their hooves to break the crust. They ate the lichen and the moss. They moved slowly, shoulder to shoulder. They were a wall of fur and horn. A young calf stood in the center of the group. It watched a piece of dry grass blow past. It took a tentative step towards it. The mother nudged it back. The formation must be held. The forest was waking up. A chickadee, a tiny ball of gray and black feathers, flitted among the branches. It hung upside down from a pine cone, pecking at the seeds. Chickadee-dee-dee. Its call was bright and cheerful. It was a busy, energetic spark in the frozen woods. It needed to eat constantly to fuel its tiny body. It did not stop moving. To stop was to freeze. The humans gathered the willow branches. They worked with bare hands for short periods, then tucked them back into their furs to warm them. They bent the wood into teardrop shapes. They used strips of rawhide to create a web in the center. The work was quiet and focused. The snowshoes would distribute their weight, allowing them to walk on top of the deep snow. It was a technology born of necessity. The sun rose higher, though it stayed in the southern sky. The shadows shortened slightly but remained long. The light revealed the texture of the snow drifts. The wind had sculpted them into waves and ridges during the night before the calm settled. They looked like a frozen ocean. The crests were sharp, the troughs smooth. A hare, white as a ghost, sat perfectly still near a bush. It was banking on its camouflage. It was invisible against the snow. Only its movement would betray it. It held its breath. The fox was gone. The coast was clear. It twitched its nose and took a hop, then another. It began to browse on the tips of the bush that stuck out of the snow. The day settled into a routine. The initial brilliance of the sunrise faded into the steady, hard light of the winter day. The world was static. The only changes were the slow movement of the shadows and the creeping cold. The silence was the backdrop for everything. It was a canvas upon which the small sounds of life were painted. The snap of a twig, the crunch of a step, the call of a bird. The mammoth herd moved slowly towards the river. They knew where the ice was thin. They needed water. The snow provided some moisture, but they needed to drink. They walked in single file, the large ones breaking the trail for the smaller ones. They left deep, round post holes in the snow. The trail they made would freeze hard, creating a path for other animals to use. They were the road builders of the steppe. As they reached the river, the matriarch tested the ice with her foot. She pressed down carefully. The ice held. She moved further out. She found the place where the otter had been. The hole was small, but the ice around it was thin. She used her tusk to smash the ice. Crash. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Shards of ice flew. Dark water welled up. She dipped her trunk in and drank. The water was freezing, but it was life. She drank gallons. Then she stepped back to let the others drink. The humans finished their snowshoes. They tied them to their boots. They stood up and tested them. They took awkward, wide-legged steps at first. The snowshoes held. They sank only a few inches instead of to their hips. They smiled. Mobility was restored. They gathered their spears and their packs. It was time to check the snares they had set before the storm. They hoped the snow had not buried them too deep. They walked away from the shelter, leaving a strange, wide track behind them. They moved across the meadow, heading towards the tree line. They were small figures in a landscape of giants, but they were persistent. They were adaptable. They walked into the white silence, part of the flow of the day. The sun watched over them. The ice watched over them. The ancient, frozen world continued its slow, majestic breath. In and out, cold and clear, the day was young and the winter was long. The sun hung at the apex of its low arc across the southern sky. It was a brilliant, unblinking eye that watched over the white expanse. The air was filled with a shimmering haze, a suspension of microscopic ice crystals that drifted like diamond dust. These crystals caught the sunlight and fractured it, creating a phenomenon of light that seemed to multiply the sun. The sky was not just blue, it was a canvas of halos and arcs, faint rainbows that circled the central star. It was a display of cold optics, a geometry of ice and light that existed only in the deepest freeze. The world below was illuminated with a clarity that was almost sharp to the eyes. Every detail was etched in high contrast. The shadow of a single dry grass stem was as dark and precise as a line drawn with ink. On the open steppe, a herd of saiga antelope moved across the snow. They were strange, ancient-looking creatures. Their bodies were boxy and sturdy, built for the harsh winds. Their coats were a pale, sandy color that had turned white for the winter, blending them into the drifts. But it was their noses that marked them. Their snouts were large, bulbous, and fleshy, hanging down over their mouths. This oversized nose was a marvel of adaptation. Inside, the complex chambers warmed the freezing air before it reached their lungs and filtered out the dust in summer. Now, in the winter, it was a heater. The saiga walked with their heads low. They were constantly searching. The snow here on the windswept plain was hard-packed. The wind had hammered it into a surface like concrete. The saiga's hooves clicked against the crust. They did not sink in. They found a patch where the wind had scoured the snow away entirely, revealing the brown earth and the dry tussocks of grass. They crowded around this island of food. They grazed quickly, their strange noses wiggling as they selected the best stems. There was no competition, just a shared urgency to eat while the ground was bare. The herd moved as a fluid unit, shifting and flowing over the contours of the land. In the distance, the line of the forest stood dark against the white. The humans were moving along the edge of the trees. They were walking with a new rhythm. The snowshoes they had crafted were working. Step, slide, settle, step, slide, settle. The wide frames of willow and rawhide distributed their weight. They walked on top of the deep snow, sinking only a few inches. It was a feeling of lightness, of conquering the obstacle of the drifts. They moved in a single file, leaving a wide, flat trail behind them. The sound of their movement was a soft, hissing crunch, distinct from the heavy thud of boots. They were checking their snare line. The traps had been set days ago before the snow fell. Many were buried, hidden under the fresh blanket. The leader of the group stopped at a familiar mark, a twisted birch tree with a scar on its trunk. He knelt down. He used his spear shaft to gently probe the snow. He felt the resistance of the snare pole. He dug down with his gloved hands. The snow was light and powdery. He cleared a small space. The snare was empty, the loop of sinew still open, buried but untriggered. He carefully reset it, lifting it higher to sit on the new surface level. He smoothed the snow around it, making it look natural. He stood up and nodded. The patience of the trapper was endless. They moved to the next mark. Here the snow was disturbed. A small drift had been kicked apart. The leader dug again. This time he pulled up a white shape. It was a ptarmigan frozen solid. The bird was perfectly camouflaged, its feathers pure white except for the black outer tail feathers. It was a small prize but a welcome one. The leader brushed the snow from the feathers. He smoothed the wings against the body. He placed the bird in his pack. He reset the snare. The group continued. The rhythm of the walk resumed. Step, slide, settle. Deeper in the forest, where the trees grew tall and the snow lay in soft, undisturbed pillows, a giant stirred. It was a megaloceros, the giant deer. He was a magnificent stag standing tall at the shoulder, but it was his antlers that defined him. They were immense, spanning 12 feet from tip to tip. They were like great palms of bone, heavy and wide. They were a burden in the dense forest. The stag had to move his head constantly, tilting and turning to maneuver the rack between the trunks of the trees. He carried the weight with a practiced grace. His neck muscles were thick and powerful, a ridge of strength along his spine. The stag was browsing on the lower branches of a pine tree. He reached up, his long neck extending. He used his lips to pull the needles into his mouth. He chewed slowly, his breath rising in plumes that got caught in the tines of his antlers. The frost had coated the bone, turning the dark antlers white. He looked like a creature made of the forest itself. He paused and looked towards the open glade. His ears, large and furry, swiveled. He heard the distant hiss of the human snowshoes. He stood statue still, blending perfectly with the vertical lines of the trees. He waited. The sound passed. He returned to his browsing. The forest was his fortress. A small stream tumbled down a rocky embankment nearby. The water had frozen in motion. It was a waterfall of ice. The ice was not just white, it was translucent blue, pale green, and amber where the minerals from the rock had stained it. It looked like a sculpture of glass. Large icicles hung from the ledges, thick as tree trunks. Water still flowed somewhere deep inside the frozen column, a faint, musical trickling sound that could only be heard if one pressed an ear against the ice. It was the hidden pulse of the stream, protected by its frozen armor. On a ledge above the frozen falls, facing the southern sun, a cave lion lay resting. The lion had found a spot where the rock face reflected the sun's heat. It was a microclimate significantly warmer than the surrounding air. The lion was sprawled out on its side, its legs stretched. Its creamy, thick coat soaked up the solar energy. The lion was the picture of contentment. It groomed a paw, licking the fur with a rough tongue. It stopped and looked out over the valley. Its golden eyes were half closed. It saw the herd of saiga in the distance. It saw the dark line of the humans. It saw the heavy shape of the giant deer moving in the shadows. It was not hungry. It had eaten well 2 days ago. For now, it was simply enjoying the sensation of warmth in a cold world. The lion rolled onto its back, exposing its belly to the sun. It stretched its paws in the air, claws extending and retracting. It was a moment of vulnerability that only an apex predator could afford. There was no fear in this creature. It owned the ledge. It owned the view. After a moment, it rolled back over and rested its chin on its paws, drifting into a light doze. The humans reached the end of their snare line. They had found 2 ptarmigan and a snowshoe hare. It was a modest haul but sufficient. They turned back towards their camp. The return journey was easier. They followed their own broken trail. The path was already firming up. The sun had moved further west, beginning its slow descent. The light was changing from the harsh brilliance of midday to a warmer, softer gold. The shadows of the trees began to lengthen again, stretching out across the snow like the hands of a clock. As they walked, they passed a large clearing. In the center stood a solitary musk ox. It was an old bull separated from the main herd. He stood immobile, a dark fortress against the white. His long hair swayed slightly in the breeze that was beginning to pick up. He watched the humans pass. His eyes were dark and unreadable. He did not retreat. He simply stood his ground, radiating a silent, stubborn strength. The humans gave him a wide berth. They respected the solitude of the old survivor. They walked around the perimeter of the clearing, leaving the bull to his vigil. The air grew colder as the afternoon progressed. The diamond dust in the air began to settle. The halos around the sun faded. The sky deepened to a rich, saturated blue. The clarity of the vision remained. One could see for miles. The distant mountains seemed to have moved closer, their snowy peaks looming large and detailed. One could see the blue shadows in the crevasses of the glaciers miles away. Down at the river level, the mammoth herd had finished drinking. They were moving back up the bank, heading for a sheltered hollow for the night. The calves were energized by the cold air and the water. One young calf, feeling playful, ran ahead. It slipped on a patch of smooth snow and slid onto its belly. It let out a high-pitched trumpet of surprise, then scrambled back to its feet. It shook itself, looking around as if to see if anyone had noticed. The mother reached out with her trunk and touched the calf's shoulder, a gentle reassurance. The herd moved on, a slow parade of dark shapes against the snow. The weasel, the small ermine in its winter coat of pure white, emerged from a hole near the riverbank. It had black eyes and a black tip on its tail. It stood on its hind legs, scanning the area. It was invisible against the snow except for those 3 black dots. It was a ferocious hunter in a tiny package. It dove back into the snow, swimming through the powder as easily as a fish swims in water. It was hunting the voles that lived in the tunnels between the snow and the earth. It moved through the subnivean world, a maze of crystal corridors. It found a scent trail and followed it, a silent white shadow in the dark tunnels. The sun touched the tops of the trees. The light turned amber. The snow took on a peach-colored hue. It was the golden hour of the steppe. The beauty was breathtaking. The harshness of the landscape was softened by the warm light. Every texture was exaggerated. The bark of the birch trees peeled in golden curls. The dry grasses glowed like copper wires. The world looked like a painting. The humans arrived back at their shelter. The fire was still smoking gently. The snow block they had placed near it had melted into a pool of water in the hollowed birch log. They placed their catch on the snow. They removed their snowshoes, untying the leather thongs. Their feet felt light and strange without the extra weight. They ducked into the shelter. The air inside was warm compared to the outside. It was a relief. They sat down on the fir boughs. They began the work of preparing the food. The feathers were plucked. The skins were removed. The meat was prepared for the fire. It was a quiet, domestic scene. Outside, the temperature plummeted. As soon as the sun dropped behind the trees, the cold returned with a vengeance. The moisture in the air froze instantly. The trees popped and cracked. The river ice groaned. The world was tightening up for the night. The sky began to turn purple in the east, the shadow of the earth rising up to meet the stars. The giant deer found a place to bed down. He chose a spot under the dense canopy of a spruce tree where the snow was thin. He knelt carefully, folding his long legs. He kept his head high, resting the weight of his antlers against the trunk of the tree. This way he could sleep without the heavy rack pulling his head down. He chewed his cud, his jaw moving in a slow, rhythmic circle. He was safe for now. The wolves were far away. The lion was sleeping. The night was his. High overhead, a lone bird of prey, a rough-legged hawk, circled one last time. It was looking for a roost. It spotted a dead snag on the edge of the cliff. It folded its wings and dove, pulling up at the last second to land lightly on the branch. It fluffed its feathers, trapping the air against its body. It tucked its head into its wing. It became a part of the tree. The colors of the sunset began to play out across the sky. Bands of orange, pink, and violet stretched across the horizon. They reflected on the snow, turning the white world into a mirror of the sky. The light lingered, refusing to give way to the dark just yet. It was a long, slow fade. The silence deepened. The wind died down completely. The humans inside the shelter ate their meal. The meat was tough but hot and nourishing. They shared the water. They spoke in low murmurs. They were content. The day had been good. The snowshoes had worked. The snares had provided. The shelter was warm. They were masters of their environment, not by force but by understanding. They knew how to bend the wood, how to tie the knot, how to read the snow. The first stars appeared. The familiar patterns returned. The great bear, the hunter, the sisters, they were the calendar and the compass of the ancient world. They wheeled overhead, silent witnesses to the life below. The moon, now a little fuller than the night before, rose over the eastern hills. It was a cold, white disk. It cast a silver light that replaced the gold of the sun. The shadows turned from blue to black. The snow sparkled with a different, colder fire. The night shift had begun. The cave lion on the ledge woke up. It stretched, extending its claws one last time. It stood up and looked at the moon. It let out a low, coughing roar. It was not a sound of aggression, but of claiming, "This is my valley." The sound echoed off the cliff face and rolled across the snow. The saiga heard it and lifted their heads. The giant deer heard it and paused his chewing. The humans heard it and stopped talking. They listened. Then the silence returned. The lion turned and walked into the darkness, heading for the high trails. The earth settled, the frost grew, the ice thickened. The cycle continued, unbroken and serene. The stillness was a blanket that covered everything, preserving the life within the cold until the sun would return again. The moon climbed higher into the velvet sky, a solitary lantern casting a cold, silver net over the sleeping world. It was a gibbous moon, more than half full, its face scarred with the craters of ancient impacts, visible even from this great distance. The light it offered was not the warm, living gold of the sun, but a stark, monochromatic illumination that stripped the color from the landscape. The snow, which had been a soft peach color at sunset, was now a landscape of brilliant white and deepest black. The shadows of the trees lay across the ground like bars of iron, solid and unmoving. The air was clearer than crystal, devoid of any humidity that might soften the view. The stars that were not washed out by the moonlight burned with a steady, fierce intensity. They were the same stars that had watched the night before, and the night before that, fixed in their patterns, wheeling slowly around the celestial pole. On the edge of the dense forest, where the spruce trees gave way to the open tundra, a creature moved through the shadows. It was a scimitar-toothed cat, a homotherium. It was different from the cave lion that claimed the high ridges. This cat was built for the long haul. It had a sloping back with powerful front shoulders and shorter hind legs, giving it a hyena-like silhouette, though it was far more graceful. Its coat was a pale gray, marked with faint, ghostly stripes that blended perfectly with the vertical trunks of the trees. It moved with a silent, rolling gait. Its paws were broad, acting as snowshoes, keeping it on top of the crust that was beginning to form on the snow. The cat stopped near the base of a gnarled pine. It lifted its head, testing the wind. The air was still, carrying only the scent of pine resin and the dry metallic tang of the frost. The cat was not hunting, it was traveling. It had a territory that spanned many miles, and it walked the boundaries with a tireless, plodding rhythm. Its mouth was closed, but the tips of its serrated canine teeth were just visible, protruding slightly over the lower lip. They were precision instruments designed for a specific purpose, but tonight they were at rest. The cat rubbed its cheek against the rough bark of the pine. It left a scent mark, a chemical signature that said, "I was here." Then it continued on its way, stepping out of the shadow and into a pool of moonlight. The light caught its coat, turning it to silver for a moment before it vanished back into the next shadow. The silence of the forest was deep and heavy. It was a silence that felt compressed by the cold. The trees stood like sentinels, their branches weighed down by the heavy mantles of snow. Occasionally, the wood of a tree would contract in the freezing air, letting out a sharp crack that sounded like a stone striking stone. The sound would travel for a mile, echoing off the trunks before being swallowed by the snow. Then the silence would return, seeming even deeper than before. A great gray owl sat on a low branch, its feathers fluffed up to twice its normal size. It did not hoot. It sat motionless, its yellow eyes wide, watching the snow for the slightest movement of a shrew. It was a part of the forest, as still and silent as the wood itself. Down in the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The heat was gentle and constant. The shelter was a small dome of warmth in the vast ocean of cold. The walls, woven from willow and packed with snow, were thick enough to block the wind completely. Inside, the air was still and smelled of wood smoke, damp fur, and pine needles. The family slept in a huddle, their bodies fitting together like puzzle pieces. The furs of reindeer and bear were pulled up over their heads, leaving only small breathing holes. One of the men shifted in his sleep. He turned onto his side, pulling the fur tighter around his shoulder. His breathing was slow and deep. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. It was the rhythm of hibernation. His dreams were likely simple images of the hunt, the taste of fat, the warmth of the sun. In this deep sleep, the body repaired itself. Muscles that had walked miles in the snowshoes knitted back together. Skin that had been chafed by the wind healed. The mind processed the map of the land, storing the location of the snares, the bend of the river, the track of the herd. The woman who had tended the fire earlier was now asleep as well. Her hand rested near the face of a child. The child was buried deep in the furs, a small bundle of warmth. The child's breath made a tiny, rhythmic wheezing sound, a soft note of life in the quiet dark. The fire popped softly. A small ember jumped out of the ring of stones and landed on the packed earth floor. It glowed brightly for a few seconds, pulsing with orange light before fading to gray ash. The darkness inside the shelter was not total. The embers cast a faint, red glow that illuminated the curved ceiling of the shelter, revealing the texture of the interwoven branches. Outside, far out on the open plain, a solitary bull mammoth walked. He was a giant, larger than the females of the herd. He stood over 11 feet tall at the shoulder. His tusks were massive, curved, and twisted, crossing in front of his trunk. They were scarred from years of use fighting other males, breaking ice, clearing snow. He was alone. Adult males often lived solitary lives or in small bachelor groups. He preferred the solitude. He moved with a slow, swaying gait that covered ground deceptively fast. His head bobbed with each step. The bull mammoth was old. His skin, hidden under the thick wool and long guard hairs, was tough and wrinkled. His ears were tattered at the edges. He had seen 60 winters. He remembered the landscape when the ice sheet was further north. He remembered summers when the grass grew tall and sweet. He walked with the confidence of a king. He stopped at a lone larch tree that stood in the middle of the plain. It was a meager thing, stunted by the wind, but it offered something different to eat. He reached out with his trunk. The tip was as sensitive as a human finger. He felt the rough bark. He wrapped his trunk around a lower branch and pulled. The branch snapped with a dry crack. He stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed slowly, grinding the wood and needles with his massive molars. The sound of his chewing was loud in the stillness. Crunch, grind. He ate the branch, then stripped a strip of bark from the trunk. He did not destroy the tree completely. He took what he wanted and moved on. He was a gardener of the steppe, pruning and shaping the vegetation as he went. The cold was intensifying. The temperature was dropping towards its nightly nadir. The air was so cold that moisture from the mammoth's breath froze instantly upon leaving his trunk, falling as a fine dust of ice crystals. These crystals glittered in the moonlight, creating a temporary halo around the giant's head. He did not feel the cold. His coat was inches thick, and beneath it lay a layer of fat that insulated his core. He was a self-contained furnace. He walked on, his shadow stretching long and dark across the blue-white snow. Near the frozen river, a small drama was playing out in the subnivean zone, the space between the snow and the ground. A tunneling vole was busy. It moved through a network of tunnels that it had chewed through the dense grass layer. The snow above acted as a blanket, trapping the heat of the earth. Down here it was dark and relatively warm, safe from the biting wind. The vole scurried along a well-worn path. It found a stash of seeds it had gathered in the autumn. It sat on its haunches and began to eat. It held a seed in its tiny paws, nibbling quickly. Its heart beat hundreds of times a minute. It was a creature of high energy, burning fuel rapidly to stay alive. Above the vole, on the surface of the snow, a stoat was hunting. It was the same species as the ermine seen earlier, perhaps even the same individual. It bounded across the snow in high, arching leaps. It would dive into the snow, disappearing completely, then pop up a few feet away, scanning the horizon. It looked like a sea serpent moving through white water. It paused, sniffing the air. It could smell the vole down below. It began to dig. Its front paws were a blur of motion. Snow flew backward between its hind legs. It was digging a vertical shaft. The vole heard the scratching sound and froze. Then it turned and scurried down a side tunnel. The stoat broke through into the runway, but the vole was gone. The stoat hissed softly, then climbed back out to the surface. It shook the snow from its face and continued its patrol. The river ice groaned again. The sound was deep and resonant, like the plucking of a giant bass string. The ice was settling, thickening as the night wore on. Under the ice, the water was black and silent. A large pike, a predatory fish, hung suspended in the water column. It was motionless, its fins barely rippling. It was in a state of winter lethargy. Its metabolism had slowed down. It did not need to eat often. It simply existed, waiting for the spring thaw that would bring warmth and movement back to the water. The moonlight penetrated the ice in places where the snow was blown clear, casting faint, ghostly beams into the depths. The pike's eye caught a glint of this light, shining like a dull coin. On the windswept ridge, the herd of musk oxen remained in their defensive formation. They had not moved for hours. They were a single, solid mass of dark fur and horn. The frost had built up heavily on their backs, turning them into white mounds. They looked like a range of miniature mountains. The steam from their breath rose in a steady column above the center of the circle. They were sleeping standing up, their legs locked, their heads lowered. They were the ultimate expression of endurance. They did not fight the winter, they simply outlasted it. The wind began to shift. It had been blowing from the north, but now it turned to the west. It brought a slightly different scent to the air, a smell of distant moisture and perhaps the faint odor of the sea hundreds of miles away. The change was subtle, but the animals sensed it. The leader of the musk oxen shifted his weight. He snorted, clearing his nostrils of ice. He did not break the circle. The time for moving was not yet. The moon passed its zenith and began its descent towards the western horizon. The shadows on the snow began to lengthen in the opposite direction. The light remained harsh and silver. The landscape was a study in stillness. Nothing moved but the slow progression of the stars and the shadow of the earth. In the human shelter, the fire was almost out. The coals were covered in a layer of gray ash. The temperature inside began to drop slowly. The sleepers instinctively huddled closer together. The man at the edge of the group woke partially. He felt the chill on his face. He reached out with a hand, not opening his eyes, and pulled a loose fur over his exposed cheek. He settled back into the warmth. The shelter was doing its job. It held the body heat of the occupants, creating a bubble of survival. High in the sky, a meteor streaked across the darkness. It was a grain of dust from the early solar system burning up as it hit the atmosphere. It drew a bright, brief line of green fire among the stars. It lasted for a second, then vanished. There was no sound, no one saw it. It was a private event between the sky and the snow. The stars remained indifferent and eternal. Solitary bull mammoth reached a frozen stream bed. The banks were steep. He navigated them with care. He placed his front feet down, testing the slope, then slid his back feet down after them. He reached the bottom. The ice here was rough, broken by rocks. He walked along the frozen watercourse. The high banks protected him from the slight breeze. It was quieter here. He found a patch of dried willows sticking out of the ice. He stopped to browse. He wrapped his trunk around a clump of stems and pulled. They tore free. He ate them, twigs and all. As he ate, he rumbled. It was a low-frequency sound below the range of human hearing. It traveled through the ground and the air. Miles away, the matriarch of the herd felt the vibration in her feet. She stopped her own chewing and listened. She recognized the signature of the bull. She rumbled back a polite acknowledgement. "We are here, you are there." The communication was simple and ancient. It connected the scattered giants across the vast distances of the night. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, tree after tree, mile after mile. The taiga was the largest forest in the world, a ring of green around the top of the planet. Even in the Ice Age, it was vast. Deep inside the woods, where the snow was deepest, a wolverine was on the move. It was a stocky, bear-like weasel, dark brown with a lighter stripe along its sides. It moved with a loping, tireless run. It was a scavenger and a hunter. It sniffed the air, smelling the carcass of a deer that had died weeks ago. It was heading towards it. The wolverine had a nose that could smell meat through feet of snow. It was a relentless force. It did not care about the cold or the dark. It only cared about food. The wolverine reached the site. It was a mound of snow under a pine tree. It began to dig. Its claws were long and curved like iron hooks. It tore through the hard-packed snow. It reached the frozen hide of the deer. It used its powerful jaws to tear at the meat. It ate voraciously. It was fueling its internal fire. When it was full, it would cache the rest, burying it deep to save for later. It was a survivor of the highest order. The night deepened further. This was the time before the wolf hour, the dead of night. The world seemed to stop spinning. The silence was absolute. Even the trees stopped cracking. The wind died completely. The air hung suspended, frozen in place. The stars seemed to be frozen in the sky. It was a moment of perfect equilibrium. Back at the human camp, the silence was broken by the soft sound of the woman coughing. It was a dry, light cough. She shifted, turning over. The movement rustled the dry spruce boughs underneath the firs. The sound was loud in the quiet shelter. Then she settled and the silence returned. The rhythmic breathing resumed. The shelter was a vessel of life drifting on a sea of ice. The landscape was beautiful in its severity. The rolling hills were smooth curves of white. The rocky outcrops were dark sculptures. The river was a silver road. The forest was a black wall. It was a world of elemental simplicity. Ice, rock, wood, sky. The scimitar cat had reached the edge of its patrol loop. It stood on a high bluff overlooking the valley. It looked down at the world below. It saw the dark shape of the bull mammoth in the stream bed. It saw the faint wisp of smoke rising from the snow mound where the humans slept. It watched with detached interest. It sat down, wrapping its tail around its paws. It licked its chest fur. It was the master of the night shift. It had no enemies here. It was the top of the food chain in the forest. The moon began to set. It dipped below the western horizon, taking its silver light with it. The world grew darker. The stars shone even brighter now, their light unpolluted by the moon. The Milky Way was a river of diamond dust spanning the sky. The darkness was not empty, it was full of presence. The presence of the cold, the presence of the sleeping earth. A herd of reindeer bedded down on a windswept hill began to stir. They were restless. They stood up one by one, shaking the frost from their coats. They began to move, drifting slowly towards the east. They were following an ancient urge to keep moving. They walked with their heads low, their antlers swaying. The clicking of their tendons was a soft, rhythmic percussion. Click, 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 click. They moved like ghosts in the starlight. The solitary bull mammoth finished his meal of willow. He climbed out of the stream bed. He stood on the bank and looked around. He lifted his trunk and sniffed the air. He smelled the reindeer. He smelled the coming dawn, though it was still hours away. He turned his massive body and began to walk again. He was heading for a place he remembered, a valley where the wind blew the snow away from the sweet grass. He had all the time in the world. The darkness held, the cold held, the ice held. The night continued its slow, measured pace, wrapping the world in a blanket of quiet. There was no hurry, there was no noise. There was only the long, peaceful wait for the return of the sun. The earth breathed in slow and deep and held the breath suspended in the frost. The fire in the shelter gave one last pop, a final spark that lived for a second and died. The humans slept on, warm and safe, while the Ice Age night stood guard outside their door. The moon had vanished beyond the western rim of the world, taking its pale silver light with it. The darkness that remained was total, a heavy velvet curtain drawn across the sky. It was the deepest hour of the night, the time when the sun is furthest away on the other side of the earth. The stars, freed from the competition of the moonlight, burned with a renewed, fierce intensity. They did not twinkle in the way they do in a warm summer sky. Here, in the dry, frozen air of the Ice Age, they stared down like hard, unblinking eyes. The constellations were sharp, geometric patterns pinned against the obsidian void. The Milky Way was no longer just a band of light. It was a textured river of diamond dust, showing the dark rifts and the bright clusters of the galaxy's core. The light from these billions of distant suns was the only illumination on the steppe. It was faint, but against the white snow, it was enough to see shapes, shadows, and the vast, emptying horizon. The temperature had fallen to its absolute minimum. The cold was a physical force, a pressure that squeezed the landscape. It turned the air into a solid medium. Sound traveled differently in this density. The snap of a frozen branch echoed like a gunshot. The crunch of a hoof on the snow was sharp and brittle, but mostly there was no sound. The wind had died completely, leaving a silence so profound that it felt like a ringing in the ears. It was a silence that had weight. It pressed down on the snow, holding the world in a state of suspended animation. On the open plain, the darkness obscured the distant features. The mountains were gone, swallowed by the black sky. The horizon was lost. There was only the immediate circle of the snow, glowing faintly with a ghostly gray luminescence reflecting the starlight. In this circle, a herd of bison stood. They were the dark anchors of the night. They had not moved for hours. They stood in a tight formation, their massive bodies pressing against the cold. Their breathing was the only motion, deep, slow inhales. Long, cloudy exhales. The steam from their nostrils rose straight up in the still air, freezing into tiny ice crystals that drifted back down onto their faces. Their coats were thick with frost. They looked like creatures made of stone and ice, enduring the long wait for the dawn. One of the bison, a young calf tucked into the center of the herd, woke briefly. It felt the warmth of its mother on one side and the warmth of another female on the other. It was a pocket of safety. The calf blinked its large, dark eyes. It saw the steam rising. It saw the stars above. It felt the reassuring rumble of its mother's stomach. It closed its eyes again. The cold outside the circle was absolute, but inside, life persisted. The calf drifted back into the simple, warm darkness of sleep. Miles away in the shelter of the forest edge, the wolf pack was on the move again. They had rested and now they were patrolling. They moved through the darkness like liquid shadows. Their gray and black coats made them invisible against the dark trees. They did not need to see with their eyes, they saw with their noses. The air was a map of scents. They smelled the bison herd 3 miles upwind. They smelled the hare that had passed this way an hour ago. They smelled the metallic tang of the ice on the river. The alpha female led the way. She placed her paws with deliberate care. She avoided the dry twigs that might snap. She stepped on the soft snow between the trees. Her movement was silent. The pack followed in her footsteps, a single file of ghosts. They did not pant. Their mouths were closed to conserve moisture and heat. Their eyes, amber and intelligent, caught the starlight and reflected it with a faint green glow. They were not hunting with urgency. They were simply asserting their presence. This was their forest. This was their night. They came to a small clearing where the snow lay deep and undisturbed. The alpha stopped. She sniffed a tree trunk. A bear had scratched here in the autumn, leaving deep gouges in the bark. The scent was old and faint, covered by the smell of resin and ice. The wolf sneezed, a soft chuff sound. She moved on. The pack flowed around the tree like water around a stone. They were a single entity bound by blood and instinct. In the deep winter, the pack was everything. A lone wolf was a dead wolf. Together, they were the masters of the night. The human shelter lay quiet under the weight of the snow. The new layer that had fallen earlier in the night acted as extra insulation. It sealed the cracks and thickened the walls. Inside, the air was still and close. It smelled of the earth floor, the pine boughs, and the faint, sweet scent of sleeping bodies. The fire was a pile of gray ash with a heart of deep, pulsing red. It gave off very little light, just a faint glow that painted the underside of the roof branches in shades of charcoal and rust. The old woman who had tended the fire in the early evening was deep in a dream. In her dream, the world was green. The sun was hot on her face. She was standing by a river that flowed blue and fast. There were berries on the bushes, bright yellow cloudberries, sweet and juicy. She was gathering them into a basket. Her hands were stained with the juice. She could taste the sweetness. It was a memory of summer stored in the mind to help survive the winter. Her body lay still in the furs, but her mind was wandering in the warmth. Beside her, the man woke. He did not move his body, only his eyes opened. He stared up into the darkness of the shelter roof. He listened. He heard the breathing of his family. He heard the settle of the wood in the fire. He heard the silence outside. He knew by the feel of the air that it was the dead of night. He knew that the cold was at its peak. He felt a draft of cold air near his shoulder where the furs had slipped. He moved his hand slowly, pulling the cover back up. He tucked it under his chin. He was warm. He was safe. He let his eyes close again. There was no need to get up. The fire would hold for a while longer. The night was for resting. Far to the north, at the edge of the great ice sheet, the world was a chaotic sculpture of frozen water. The glacier front was a wall of ice that rose hundreds of feet into the air. It was jagged and cracked, with deep crevasses that went down into the blue heart of the ice. In the darkness, the glacier was a looming presence, a mountain range that moved. It was alive in its own geologic way. The pressure of the ice building up behind it caused the front to shift. Deep inside the glacier, a crack formed. It started as a microscopic fracture in a single crystal of ice. Under the immense weight of the miles of ice above, the fracture spread. It raced through the block, a lightning bolt of stress relief. Crack. The sound was muffled by the depth of the ice, a low, grinding groan that vibrated through the mass. It was the sound of the earth reshaping itself. On the surface, nothing changed. The stars shone down on the white indifference. But deep below, the ice was marching, inch by inch, grinding the bedrock into flour. In the valley below the glacier, where the wind was channeled by the ice walls, the snow was scoured away. The ground was bare rock, polished smooth by centuries of wind and ice. A lone Arctic hare sat in the lee of a boulder. It was a ball of white fur, almost spherical in its attempt to reduce surface area. Its ears were pressed flat against its back. It was wide awake. Its nose twitched constantly. It was waiting out the dark. It knew that the darkness held teeth. It did not move. To move was to be seen. To be seen was to end. It was a statue of patience, perfectly adapted to a world where patience was the primary survival skill. The river that flowed through the human's valley was covered in a thick armor of ice. The snow on top of the ice cushioned it, insulating the water below. Underneath, in the liquid dark, the current was slow and steady. The water was black and cold, hovering just above the freezing point. In the depths of a pool where the current was weakest, a school of whitefish hovered. They faced upstream, their fins moving with lazy, rhythmic strokes to hold their position. They were in a state of torpor. Their metabolism had slowed to a crawl. They did not need to eat. They just needed to exist. Above the ice on the snowy bank, a wolverine trotted. It was a creature of boundless energy. It did not seem to feel the cold. Its fur was hydrophobic. It repelled water and frost. It moved with a distinctive humping gait. It was following a scent trail that was days old. It was a scavenger, the cleanup crew of the steppe. It stopped at a patch of disturbed snow. It dug down with long, curved claws. It found the remains of a ptarmigan, just a few feathers and a foot. It sniffed them, then moved on. The wolverine was not disappointed. It knew that the land always provided eventually. It was relentless. It continued its patrol, a dark shadow moving with purpose through the aimless night. The sky began to turn imperceptibly. The constellation of the Great Bear rotated around the pole star. The hunter Orion dipped his feet towards the western horizon. The passage of time was marked by these celestial mechanics. The earth turned on its axis, carrying the sleeping animals and the waking hunters towards the dawn that was still hours away. The darkness seemed to stretch out, becoming infinite. It felt as if the sun had forgotten the world, but the animals knew better. They knew the cycle. The sun always returned. In the forest, the trees stood silent. Their sap was frozen or thickened to a syrup that would not crystallize. They were dormant giants. The needles of the spruce and pine were coated in a waxy cuticle that prevented moisture loss. They held onto their water, guarding it against the dry air. A pine cone, high on a branch, finally gave way to gravity. The resin holding it had become too brittle. It fell, thwump. It hit the soft snow below and buried itself. The sound was swallowed instantly. The forest returned to silence. Near the base of that tree, a small tunnel opening was visible in the snow. It was surrounded by tiny, delicate footprints. A shrew emerged. It was a frantic, tiny creature with a long, pointed nose. It had to eat every few hours or it would starve. Its metabolism was a furnace that burned fuel rapidly. It scurried across the snow, a blur of motion. It was looking for a frozen insect, a seed, anything. It found a dormant beetle larva in a crevice of the bark. It attacked it with sharp teeth, eating quickly. Then it darted back into its tunnel. The surface was too dangerous. The Subnivean world was its home. The landscape was vast and varied, even in the dark. There were the flat, endless plains where the wind usually howled but was now silent. There were the rolling hills like frozen waves. There were the deep, shadowed valleys where the cold air pooled like water. There were the rocky escarpments, sharp and jagged against the stars. Each terrain held its own life, its own sleepers, its own watchers. On a high ridge, the wind began to pick up again. It was a gentle breeze at first, barely enough to lift the loose snow. It whispered across the drifts. SSSHHHH, it moved the dry grasses that poked through the white blanket. They drew circles in the snow. The sound was the voice of the steppe. It was a lonely, hollow sound. It spoke of distance and emptiness. A solitary mammoth, a young male who had recently left his maternal herd, stood on this ridge. He was experiencing his first winter alone. He felt the breeze. He turned his back to it. He was large enough to withstand the cold, but he was still learning the ways of the solitary life. He missed the warmth of the herd, the touch of his mother's trunk, but he was strong. He had the thick coat, the heavy tusks, the layer of fat. He stood and watched the stars. He did not know what they were, but they were a constant in his life. He rumbled a low sound, a question to the empty night. There was no answer. He lowered his head and used his tusks to sweep the snow away from a patch of grass. He began to eat. The rhythm of chewing comforted him. Grind, pause, grind, pause. The darkness felt as if it had texture. It was not just the absence of light, it was a physical substance. It was smooth and cool like polished stone. It filled the spaces between the trees. It filled the valleys. It filled the sky. It was a protective blanket, hiding the prey from the predator, hiding the world from itself. Back at the human shelter, the fire popped again. A small piece of charcoal broke apart. The red glow intensified for a moment. The warmth radiated out, touching the face of the sleeping child. The child smiled in its sleep, a reflex of comfort. The human family was a tiny island of heat in a sea of cold. They were fragile, without claws or fur or fangs, but they had the fire, and they had the shelter, and they had each other. That was enough. The cave lion, the one who had roared at the moon earlier, was now miles away. It had descended from the high ridges into the valley floor. It walked along the frozen river. The ice was a good road. The lion moved with a confident, rolling stride. It stopped to drink at a place where the water remained open due to a thermal spring. The steam from the warm water rose into the cold air, creating a fog bank. The lion walked into the fog. It vanished, becoming a gray ghost in the mist. It drank its fill of the mineral-rich water, then merged back into the darkness of the riverbank. The night wore on. The wolf hour arrived. It is the time of night when the body's temperature is lowest, when the mind is most vulnerable to dreams and fears. It is the time when the barrier between life and death seems thinnest. But on the steppe, it was just another hour. The animals did not fear the time, they simply endured it. The biology of the ice age was built for this. The thick fur, the slow metabolism, the hibernation, the huddling. It was all a response to the cold and the dark. A herd of wild horses stood in a canyon out of the wind. They were asleep on their feet, their heads hung low. Their manes were frosted white. They looked like rock paintings come to life, frozen in time. A mare shifted, stamping a foot to keep the circulation going. The sound was dull and heavy. The foal beside her did not wake. It was pressed into her flank, absorbing her heat. The bond between them was the difference between life and death. The stars began to lose some of their brilliance in the eastern sky. It was not dawn yet, not even the false dawn. It was just a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The air was becoming charged with the anticipation of the morning. The deep, heavy feel of the midnight hour was lifting slightly. The world was preparing to wake up, though the waking was still far off. In the depths of a limestone cave, a colony of bats hung from the ceiling. They were wrapped in their leathery wings. They were in deep hibernation. Their bodies were cold to the touch. Their hearts beat only a few times a minute. They were suspended in time, waiting for the insects of spring. They would not wake for months. They were part of the stone, part of the dark. The silence of the pre-dawn was different from the silence of midnight. It was an expectant silence. It felt like a held breath before a word is spoken. The animals sensed it. The wolves stopped their patrol and began to head back towards their den site. The owl returned to its roost. The night shift was ending its work. The day shift was still asleep. It was the transition time. The snow lay perfect and white, a clean slate. The tracks of the night, the wolf, the wolverine, the shrew were etched into it. They told the story of the darkness. A story of movement, of survival, of the quiet persistence of life. The old man in the shelter woke again. This time he sat up. He knew the rhythm of the fire. It was time. He reached for a larger log, a piece of seasoned birch. He placed it on the coals. He blew gently. The ash flew up. The red heart of the fire glowed. The wood smoked, then caught. A yellow flame danced up, illuminating the shelter with a warm, flickering light. The man watched the flame. He warmed his hands. He looked at his family. They were safe. The night had been passed. He lay back down, but he did not sleep. He watched the fire, the keeper of the flame, waiting for the sun to relieve him of his watch. Outside, the darkness held its ground, but the grip was loosening. The Ice Age night was long, but it was not endless. The wheel of the sky turned on. The earth rolled forward. And in the quiet, cold vastness, the heartbeat of the world continued, slow and strong and steady. The transition from night to day began not with a burst of light, but with a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness. The absolute black of the zenith softened, dissolving into a deep, bruised indigo. The stars, which had reigned supreme for hours, began to retreat. They did not vanish instantly, they simply stepped back, their brilliance dimmed by the rising tide of the atmosphere. The horizon to the east, previously indistinguishable from the earth, sharpened into a distinct line. It was a razor's edge of cold purple separating the sleeping land from the waking sky. The air, settled and still during the long night, seemed to tighten. This was the coldest moment of the 24-hour cycle. The heat of the previous day had entirely escaped into the void. The frost that coated every surface, the rocks, the branches, the fur of the sleeping animals, thickened one last time. It was a world encrusted in crystal. Inside the human shelter, the change was felt rather than seen. The air growing cooler signaled the dawn. The man who had tended the fire lay back down, pulling the furs up to his chin. The fire was now burning steadily, a small pyramid of yellow flame that cast dancing shadows against the woven ceiling. The wood popped occasionally, a friendly domestic sound. The smoke rose in a thin, gray column, finding its way out through the small vent hole at the top. Outside, that smoke would be a white plume against the dark sky, a signal of life in the emptiness. Inside, it was the smell of home. It smelled of birch and pine, of resin and warmth. The sleepers began to stir. It was a slow, collective waking. There were no alarms, only the internal clock set by the light. The woman opened her eyes. She lay still for a moment, listening to the windless silence outside. She stretched her legs, feeling the warmth of the furs against her skin. She sat up, rubbing her face with her palms. The friction generated a small amount of heat. She looked at the fire. It was good. She reached for the water skin that hung near the warmth. She took a sip. The water was cool but not frozen. She passed it to the man. It was a quiet ritual of the morning. Outside, the indigo sky began to lighten to a steel gray. The landscape revealed itself in monochrome. The shapes of the trees emerged from the shadows. They were white ghosts, heavy with the snow of the previous day. The open plains stretched out, a vast sea of white waves frozen in place. The mountains in the distance were the first to catch the true light. Their highest peaks, jagged and covered in eternal ice, turned a soft, glowing pink. It was the alpenglow, the kiss of the sun before the sun itself appeared. The color slid down the mountain faces, chasing the shadows into the valleys. On a rocky ledge overlooking the river, a clan of cave hyenas was returning from their night patrol. They moved with a loping, tired gait. Their bellies were full. They had scavenged well in the dark. They approached the entrance of their den, a deep fissure in the limestone cliff. The ground around the entrance was worn bare of snow by their passing. They did not linger. One by one, they slipped into the darkness of the earth. The night shift was over. They would sleep while the sun walked the sky. The last one, a large female, paused at the entrance. She looked out over the valley. She sniffed the cold morning air. Then she turned and vanished. The cliff face was silent again. The sun broke the horizon. It was a spark of intense gold that quickly widened into a blinding arc. The light flooded the steppe. It hit the snow and exploded. Millions of ice crystals acted as tiny prisms, scattering the light in every direction. The world sparkled. It was as if the ground were paved with crushed diamonds. The glare was intense. To look at the snow was to look at a mirror of the sun. The long, blue shadows stretched out towards the west, sharp and defined. Every hummock, every drift, every footprint cast a shadow that revealed the texture of the surface. The humans in the shelter sensed the brightness. The light filtering through the snow blocks at the entrance turned from blue to a brilliant white. They knew the day had begun. They moved with the slow, deliberate speed of the morning. They ate a handful of dried meat and fat. They needed the energy to keep warm. They checked their boots, ensuring the dried grass insulation was dry and fluffy. Damp insulation meant frostbite. They tied the leather thongs securely. They put on their outer parkas, heavy coats of reindeer skin with the fur facing out. They pulled up their hoods. They were ready. The man pushed the snow block aside. He crawled out into the light. He stood up and squinted against the glare. He took a deep breath. The air was sharp and clean. It tasted of nothing but ice. He looked around. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, deepening to azure at the zenith. There were no clouds. It would be a clear, cold day. He motioned to the others. They emerged one by one, small dark figures against the immense white backdrop. They stood together for a moment, orienting themselves. They checked the wind. It was light coming from the north. Today their task was water. The snow could be melted, but it took a lot of fuel and time. River water was better. They picked up their tools, an antler pick, a stone adze, and several water skins made from the stomachs of bison. They also carried the willow baskets lined with pitch. They began to walk towards the river. They did not need the snowshoes today. The wind had packed the snow hard enough to walk on in most places. When they hit a soft drift, they simply waded through it. Down in the valley, the mammoth herd was already active. The sunlight warmed their dark fur. They stood facing the sun broadside, soaking up the thermal energy. Steam rose from their flanks. The matriarch was using her tusk to break the crust on a snowdrift. She leveraged the heavy ivory under the hard layer and lifted. A slab of snow broke off and slid down. She accessed the grass beneath. The sound of the herd eating was a steady rich ratch of tearing grass. They were calm. The young calves played in the snow, pushing each other with their foreheads, their trunks entwined. It was a mock battle, a practice for the years to come. The humans reached the river. The ice was thick, a solid highway of blue and white. They walked out to the center, where the current kept the ice slightly thinner. They found a spot where the wind had swept the snow away, leaving the bare ice exposed. It was dark and translucent. Looking down, they could see deep cracks and bubbles suspended in the frozen water. The man knelt. He raised the antler pick. He struck the ice, chink. A chip of white ice flew up, chink, chink. The sound rang out, sharp and rhythmic. It was slow work. The ice was hard as stone. The man found a rhythm. Lift, strike, pause, lift, strike, pause. The pile of ice chips grew around his knees. He rotated around the hole, widening it. The others waited or used the stone adze to clear the debris. They did not speak. There was no need. The sound of the work was the only conversation. A raven flew over, attracted by the noise. It circled once, its shadow racing across the ice, then landed a safe distance away. It watched with a tilted head, a black observer in the white world. As the hole got deeper, the sound changed. It became hollower, thunk, thunk. They were getting close to the water. The man struck carefully now. He did not want to lose the tool. Suddenly, water welled up. It was dark and slushy. It filled the hole rapidly. The man stepped back. He used the adze to clear the last jagged edges. The water swirled dark against the white ice. It was a window into the river. They lowered the skins and the baskets. The water was freezing, but it flowed. They filled the containers. The weight was heavy. They capped the skins and lifted the baskets carefully. They did not spill a drop. Spilled water meant ice on the clothes. They worked efficiently. When they were done, they placed a large slab of snow over the hole to slow the refreezing. They would return tomorrow. On the far bank of the river, a woolly rhinoceros emerged from the willow scrub. It was a solitary giant, its coat a rusty brown. It had a massive prehistoric presence. Its head hung low, swaying side to side. Its long, curved horn swept the snow before it. It was not interested in the humans. It was interested in the frozen twigs of the bushes. It browsed with a loud snapping sound. The humans watched it for a moment. They respected its space. The rhino was unpredictable and nearsighted. It was best left alone. They picked up their loads and began the walk back up the slope. The sun climbed higher, though never very high. It moved along the southern horizon, casting a flat, gold light. The landscape seemed to expand under this illumination. The distances were deceptive. A rock that looked close might be an hour's walk away. The air was so clear it lacked the depth cues of hazy air. The world was a high-definition panorama. A herd of steppe bison moved slowly across the plain. They were following an ancient migration path, a memory etched into the collective mind of the herd. They walked in a long line, breaking a trail through the deeper snow. The leader, a massive cow, plunged through a drift. Her chest pushed the snow aside like the bow of a ship. The others followed in her wake. They were heading for a valley where the wind often blew the ground bare. They moved with a steady, plodding determination. Their breath formed a long cloud that trailed behind the herd like a fog bank. High above, a steppe eagle soared. It rode a thermal of air rising from a sun-warmed cliff face. Its wings were broad and dark, spanning 7 feet. It looked down at the world with telescopic vision. It saw the bison, it saw the rhino, it saw the humans walking back to their shelter, it saw a hare freezing in its tracks. The eagle was the master of the air. It did not flap. It simply tilted its wings, adjusting its pitch and yaw with microscopic movements of its feathers. It drifted in circles, a silent sentinel of the sky. The humans reached the shelter. They set the water down. It was a successful morning. Now the work of the day could continue. The woman brought out a hide that had been soaking in a mixture of brains and water, a tanning solution. It was a reindeer hide. She draped it over a smooth log that was set up near the fire. She began to scrape it. She used a bone tool, pushing it against the skin in long, firm strokes. She was breaking the fibers, making the leather soft. Scrape, scrape. The sound was rhythmic and soothing. It was the sound of making warmth. The man sat near the entrance in the sun. He was working on a piece of flint. He held a hammerstone in one hand and the flint core in the other. He struck the core with a precise, glancing blow. A flake of stone detached. It was razor sharp. He examined it. It was good. He was making a knife. He worked with the patience of a craftsman who has nowhere to be. The sun warmed his face. The fur of his parka trapped the heat. He was comfortable. The children played nearby. They had found a slope where the snow was packed hard. They slid down it on a piece of raw hide. They laughed, their voices high and clear in the thin air. They climbed back up and slid down again. It was a game, but it was also practice. They were learning balance. They were learning how the snow behaved. They were hardening their bodies against the cold. The adults watched them occasionally, a quiet protectiveness in their eyes. The afternoon wore on. The light began to shift in color again. The bright white of midday softened to a pale yellow. The shadows, which had shortened slightly, began to grow again. The cycle was moving forward. The cold remained constant, a backdrop to all activity. In the forest, a lynx woke from its nap. It was perched high in a tree on a thick branch. It stretched, extending its long legs. Its ear tufts twitched. It looked down at the snow. It saw the tracks of a snowshoe hare. It decided to descend. It climbed down the trunk head first, its claws gripping the bark. It landed softly on the snow. It began to follow the tracks. It moved with infinite stealth. It placed each paw carefully. It was a ghost in the trees. The landscape was a tapestry of white textures. There was the smooth, wind-blown snow of the open plain. There was the soft, deep powder of the forest. There was the icy crust of the river. There was the rough, crystalline hoarfrost on the rocks. Each texture told a story of the wind and the weather. The animals knew these textures. They knew which snow would hold their weight and which would trap them. They read the surface of the earth like a book. A small herd of wild horses stood in a sunny draw. They were grooming each other. Two horses stood head to tail, nibbling at each other's withers. It was a social bonding, a moment of affection. Their coats were thick and shaggy. They looked content. They swished their tails lazily. The sun felt good on their backs. They were resting before the evening grazing began. The wind picked up slightly. It blew a fine spray of snow crystals off the tops of the drifts. The snow snakes slithered across the surface. The sound was a soft hiss. The wind was the voice of the empty places. It sang a song of distance and ice. It was not a lonely sound to those who lived there. It was just the sound of home. The woman finished scraping the hide. She stretched it out on a frame made of branches to dry. It would be a good, soft skin. She wiped her hands. She looked at the sun. It was getting lower. The day was short in these latitudes. The darkness would return soon. They needed to gather wood. The family moved to the edge of the forest. They looked for standing deadwood, trees that had died and dried out while still standing. This wood was dry and burned hot. They found a small spruce that was gray and brittle. The man pushed against it. It resisted. He pushed harder. The roots, rotted and weak, gave way. The tree fell with a muffled crash into the snow. They broke the branches off. They carried the wood back to the shelter in bundles. It was the fuel for the coming night. The sun touched the horizon. The world turned gold again. The snow reflected the sunset colors, orange, pink, violet. It was a fleeting moment of intense beauty. The sky was a masterpiece of color. The clouds, which had begun to form in the west, caught the light and burned like embers. The animals sensed the change. The diurnal animals like the eagle and the squirrel began to look for their roosts. The nocturnal animals like the wolf and the owl began to stir in their dens. The changing of the guard was approaching. The day shift was ending. The humans retreated into their shelter. They brought the fresh wood inside. They stoked the fire. The flames leaped up, chasing the shadows away. The warmth built up quickly. They took off their outer parkas. They sat by the fire, their faces glowing in the orange light. They cooked the meat they had prepared. The smell of roasting meat filled the small space. It was the smell of survival. Outside, the sun slipped below the rim of the earth. The light faded rapidly. The blue hour returned. The temperature dropped like a stone. The frost began to grow again. The silence deepened. The world was preparing for another long night. The mammoth matriarch stopped grazing. She stood still, watching the sunset. Her small eyes reflected the dying light. She let out a long, low rumble. It was a sound of satisfaction. The day had been good. The herd was safe. She turned slowly and began to lead them towards their sleeping ground. The other mammoths followed, a line of dark mountains moving into the dusk. The stars began to appear one by one. First Venus, the evening star, bright and steady, then Sirius, then the belt of Orion. The map of the night sky was being drawn again. The moon was nowhere to be seen yet. It would rise later. For now, the starlight was the only guide. The wind died down again. The air became still. The smoke from the human shelter rose straight up, a thin gray line connecting the earth to the stars. The cycle was complete. The day had passed. The night had arrived. And in the quiet, frozen world, life continued. A heart beat in the chest of the sleeping bird. A seed waited in the frozen ground. A fish swam in the dark water. The ice age was a time of cold, but it was also a time of life. Enduring, patient, and strong. The last of the twilight faded into black. The darkness was absolute, but it was not empty. It was filled with the potential of the next sunrise. The earth spun on, carrying its cargo of snow and life through the silent universe. The last embers of the sunset had long since faded from the western horizon. The band of deep purple that had marked the boundary between day and night was gone, replaced by the uniform heavy black of the deep sky. The world had turned its back on the sun. The darkness was not merely an absence of light, it was a presence in itself. It settled into the valleys and the hollows of the land like a physical weight. It wrapped around the trunks of the trees and filled the spaces between the rocks. It was a soft, enveloping blanket that signaled the time for rest and the time for the secret movements of the night. Inside the small, domed shelter, the atmosphere was thick with warmth and peace. The fire, which had been fed with the dry spruce wood gathered at dusk, had burned down to a stable, glowing heart. The flames were low, licking gently at the charred undersides of the logs. They cast a warm, orange light that flickered across the faces of the humans. The light softened their features, smoothing out the lines of wind and sun. It turned the fur of their clothing into a landscape of gold and shadow. The air inside smelled of the resinous wood, the rich scent of cured leather, and the faint, savory aroma of the evening meal that had passed. The woman sat cross-legged on the bed of pine boughs. In her hands she held a tunic made of soft reindeer skin. It was an old garment, worn thin in places, and a seam near the shoulder had begun to separate. She worked with a slow, practiced rhythm. In one hand she held a needle crafted from a splinter of bone, polished smooth by years of use. In the other she held a length of sinew, dried and then chewed until it was pliable and thread-like. She pushed the needle through the tough leather. Push. It required a firm, steady pressure. The needle slid through. She pulled the sinew tight. Pull. The two pieces of skin were drawn together. She repeated the motion. Push. Pull. The movement was hypnotic. She did not need to look closely. Her fingers knew the work. Beside her, the man was engaged in his own quiet task. He held a long, straight shaft of wood, a sapling he had cut days ago and allowed to season near the fire. He was smoothing it, preparing it to be a spear. He used a flake of flint, holding it at an angle against the wood. He drew it down the length of the shaft. Scrape. A thin curling shaving of wood peeled away, falling onto the earthen floor. Scrape. The sound was a soft, rhythmic rasping. He turned the shaft slightly and scraped again. He was removing the bark and the imperfections, making the wood perfectly round and smooth. His focus was absolute. There was no hurry. The winter night was long and there was time for everything. The children had already succumbed to the heavy eyelids of the evening. They lay huddled together in the deepest part of the firs, a tangle of limbs and dark hair. Their breathing was the steady, slow metronome of the shelter. Inhale, exhale, a soft sigh, a slight shift of a shoulder. They were warm. The cold outside was a concept, a memory, not a reality in this moment. The shelter, with its thick walls of snow and willow, held the heat like a cupped hand. Outside, the temperature continued its inexorable slide downward. The air was clearer than glass. Without the moisture of clouds to trap the heat, the earth radiated its warmth straight up into the void of space. The frost began to grow again. It formed on the tips of the spruce needles, turning them into delicate white brushes. It formed on the rocks, sealing the pores of the stone with ice. It formed on the surface of the snow, creating a new, brittle crust over the soft powder of the day. The silence of the forest was profound. The wind had died away completely with the setting of the sun. The trees stood motionless, their branches weighed down by the heavy mantles of snow. They looked like a gathering of hooded elders standing in silent judgment of the night. Occasionally, a branch would relieve its burden. The snow would slide off with a soft whoosh, falling to the ground in a cloud of white dust. The branch would spring up, vibrating for a moment before settling into a new position. Then the stillness would return. High in the canopy of an ancient pine, a pine marten woke from its nap. It was a creature of the dark, sleek and agile. Its fur was a rich, dark brown with a splash of creamy orange on its throat. It stretched its long body, arching its back and extending its claws into the bark of the branch. It yawned, revealing sharp, white teeth. Its eyes were large and dark, adapted to gather the faintest starlight. It looked down at the forest floor, a landscape of blue shadows and white patches. It began to move. It flowed along the branch, quiet as smoke. It leaped to the next tree, landing with a soft thud that was swallowed by the snow. It was patrolling its arboreal highway, searching for a squirrel's nest or a sleeping bird. On the open steppe, the vastness of the landscape was emphasized by the dark sky. The horizon was lost in the shadows. The ground and the sky merged into a single dark envelope. A herd of horses stood in the lee of a low ridge. They had finished their evening grazing and were now resting. They stood close together, sharing their warmth. Their heads hung low, their eyelashes heavy with frost. They were in a state of semi-sleep, a dozing alertness. Their ears swiveled independently, scanning the night for the sound of a wolf's paw on the crust or the snap of a twig. But there was nothing, only the silence. One of the mares shifted her weight. Her hoof crunched softly in the snow. She blew out a breath, a long plume of steam that drifted up and dissolved. The foal beside her pressed closer. The mare nudged it gently with her nose. It was a silent communication of comfort. I am here, we are safe. The herd was a solid unit, a fortress of muscle and instinct against the cold. The moon had not yet risen. The starlight was the only illumination. It was a cold, hard light that turned the snow to a dull gray. The constellations wheeled overhead, marking the passage of time. The Great Bear stood on its tail in the north. The Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, were a tight cluster of diamond dust high in the south. To the humans, they were the winter stars. To the animals, they were simply the lights of the night, as constant as the rocks and the river. Down at the river, the ice was singing. As the temperature dropped, the ice expanded and contracted, creating internal stresses. Pew, a sound like a laser shot echoed down the frozen canyon. Cr crack, a sharp report like a whip crack followed. It was the music of the winter. The ice was thickening, growing downwards into the water. Underneath the frozen ceiling, the river flowed on, black and secret. An otter swam in the dark water. It moved with fluid grace, its body undulating. It was hunting for a sleeping fish or a crayfish hidden in the mud. It was perfectly at home in the freezing water. Its dense fur trapped a layer of air against its skin, keeping it dry and warm. It found a resting trout and snatched it. It swam to an air pocket under the ice near the bank to eat. The sound of its chewing was magnified in the small, enclosed space. Back in the shelter, the woman finished her mending. She bit the sinew thread to cut it. She tied a small, tight knot. She smoothed the leather with her hand. The seam was strong again. She folded the tunic and placed it on a pile of furs. She looked at the man. He was still scraping the spear shaft. He was a perfectionist. He checked the straightness of the wood by looking down its length against the firelight. He nodded, satisfied with a section, and moved his hand down to the next. The woman reached for the basket of dried berries. She took a handful and put them in a wooden bowl. She poured a little water over them from a skin bag. She placed the bowl near the fire to warm. The berries would swell and soften, making a sweet, warm porridge for the morning meal. Preparation was a constant cycle. The work of the night made the work of the day possible. The fire popped, a spark landed on the man's hand. He brushed it away without flinching. His hands were toughened by work and weather. He placed the spear shaft down. It was done for tonight. He gathered the wood shavings and tossed them into the fire. They flared up brightly for a moment, consuming themselves in a burst of yellow flame. The extra light illuminated the corners of the shelter, revealing the baskets hanging from the roof poles and the dried herbs bundled near the smoke hole. The man and the woman sat together for a moment in the quiet. They did not speak. They simply shared the warmth. They watched the fire settle back down. The red coals pulsed like a slow heartbeat. This was the center of their world. This small circle of heat was what allowed them to exist in the Ice Age. It was a fragile victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. Outside, a snowy owl sat on the very top of a dead spruce tree. It was a white statue in the darkness. Its head swiveled slowly, scanning the snow below. It possessed hearing so acute it could hear a mouse walking under a foot of snow. It listened. It heard the faint scratching of a lemming tunneling through the grass layer. The owl leaned forward. It launched itself into the air. Its wings were fringed with soft feathers that muffled the sound of the air passing over them. It flew in absolute silence. It glided down, talons extended. It struck the snow. There was a brief flurry of white. The owl remained on the ground for a moment, mantling its wings. Then it flew back up to its perch. It settled its feathers. It resumed its watch. The night was its domain. The cold seeped into the ground. It froze the soil to a depth of many feet. This was the permafrost. In the summer, only the top few inches would thaw. The rest remained frozen, a relic of the deeper cold of the past. The roots of the trees had to spread out sideways, unable to penetrate the iron-hard earth below. This made the trees vulnerable to the wind, but tonight there was no wind. The trees stood firm, their shallow roots gripping the frozen crust. A large shape moved through the willows near the riverbank. It was a moose, a giant bull with antlers like broad, flat shovels. He was browsing on the tips of the willow branches. He stripped the bark with his teeth. He was dark and massive, a shadow moving among shadows. He walked with high steps, lifting his hooves clear of the snow. He stopped to listen. He heard the ice crack. He heard the distant howl of a wolf far away in the next valley. He swiveled his large ears. He determined the wolves were not a threat. He continued to eat. He needed immense amounts of food to fuel his large body. He ate steadily, methodically, filling his stomach against the cold. The sky began to brighten in the east, but it was not the sun. It was the moon rising. It breached the horizon, a distorted orange shape at first, flattened by the atmosphere. As it rose, it turned to a pale yellow, then to a brilliant, cold white. It was past full now, waning slightly, but still powerful. The light changed the world again. The gray darkness was replaced by a sharp, high-contrast landscape. The shadows of the trees stretched out long and black across the silver snow. The crystals on the surface sparkled with a cold fire. The moonlight filtered into the entrance of the badger's den. The badger was deep asleep, curled into a tight ball. It had blocked the entrance with grass and earth, but a small gap remained for air. The light touched its nose. It twitched, burrowing deeper into its bedding. It was safe underground. The winter was a time of sleep for the badger. It lived off its fat, dreaming of worms and roots. The man in the shelter stood up. He stretched, his hands brushing the roof of the lodge. He moved to the entrance. He pushed the skin flap aside just an inch. He peered out. He saw the moon. He saw the silver world. He felt the bite of the air. It was good. The weather was holding. No storm tonight. He let the flap fall back into place. He returned to the fire. He banked the coals, covering them with a layer of ash to slow their burning. He placed a large, knotty piece of hardwood on top. It would smolder all night, keeping the chill at bay. The family prepared for sleep. They rearranged the furs. The woman lay down next to the children. She pulled the covers up. The man lay down on the outside, nearest the entrance. It was the place of the protector. They lay close, sharing their body heat. The shelter became quiet. The only sound was the breathing of the sleepers and the occasional settling of the wood. Far away on the high ice of the glacier, the wind never really stopped. It blew across the flat, white desert of the ice sheet. It picked up snow and drove it along the surface. Hiss, hiss. The snow moved like sand in a desert. There was no life here, no birds, no beasts, only the ice and the wind. It was a desolate, beautiful place. The moonlight turned the glacier into a sea of milk. The crevasses were dark scars. The ice glowed from within with a blue light. Down in the valley, the wolf pack had woken. They were greeting each other with soft whines and nuzzles. They wagged their tails. They were a family. The alpha male stood and looked at the moon. He did not howl. He simply looked. Then he turned and started to trot along the game trail. The others fell in behind him. They were heading for the ridge where the reindeer had been seen. They moved with a tireless, loping gait. They were the endurance hunters. They would run for miles if needed. The hare that had been freezing in place earlier saw the wolves pass below its hiding spot. It remained motionless. Its white coat was its only defense. The wolves did not look up. They were focused on a different scent. The hare watched them disappear into the trees. It did not relax. In the wild, relaxation was a luxury. It waited. The night deepened. The moon climbed higher. The shadows shortened and moved as the earth turned. The cold intensified. It was the dead of winter cold, the kind that splits trees. Bang! A birch tree near the river split its bark with a loud report. The sap inside had frozen and expanded. The tree would survive, but it would bear the scar. A herd of saiga antelope slept on the open plain. They lay in the snow, their legs tucked under them. Their large noses warmed the air as they breathed. They were covered in frost. They looked like boulders. They were perfectly adapted to this harsh environment. They did not need shelter. They carried their shelter on their backs. The silence of the night was a canvas. On it, the small sounds of life were painted. The squeak of a mouse, the hoot of an owl, the crack of a tree, the breath of a sleeping child. These were the notes of the Ice Age symphony. It was a slow, quiet music. The man in the shelter shifted in his sleep. He dreamed of the hunt. In his dream, he was walking across the green steppe. The herds were vast, covering the land like a carpet. The sun was warm. He felt the weight of the spear in his hand. He felt the joy of the chase. It was a good dream. It connected him to the summer, to the time of plenty. The fire smoldered. The smoke rose. The heat stayed. The shelter was a capsule of life hurtling through the dark winter. On the riverbank, the wolverine found the remains of the fish the otter had eaten. It crunched the head and the tail. It licked the snow where the blood had fallen. It was not a lot, but it was something. The wolverine moved on, its nose to the ground. It was always hungry. It was the spirit of hunger. The stars rotated around the pole. The night was half over. The earth was turning towards the morning, but the morning was still far away. There was only the moon, the snow, and the cold. The landscape seemed to be holding its breath, waiting, enduring, living. The beauty of it was severe and indifferent, but in that indifference there was a kind of peace. A peace that came from the simple fact of existence. The snow lay on the ground, the stars shone in the sky, the heart beat in the chest. That was all there was, and that was enough. The mammoth calf woke up. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast its light on the scene. It illuminated the mammoth and the calf. It illuminated the shelter of the humans. It illuminated the sleeping wolves and the watching owl. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The moon had passed its highest point and was now drifting down the western slope of the sky. It was a cold, white presence that seemed to have polished the world with silver. The light was not the warm, enveloping light of the sun, but a distant, detached illumination that revealed the bones of the landscape. The shadows were long and sharp, stretching out from every tree and rock like pools of black ink spilled on the snow. The air was perfectly still. There was no wind to stir the branches or lift the snow dust. The silence was absolute. It was a silence that had density and weight, pressing down on the ears, muffling the mind. In the center of the vast, open plain, a large boulder sat alone. It was a glacial erratic, a massive stone dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. It was foreign to this place, a piece of granite sitting on a bed of limestone and soil. The wind had scoured the snow away from its base on one side, creating a small, sheltered pocket. Inside this pocket, a white hare sat motionless. It was a snowshoe hare fully turned to its winter color. It was invisible against the snow, save for the dark tips of its ears and its large, liquid eyes. It was not sleeping, it was waiting. It had eaten its fill of dwarf willow bark earlier in the night, now it was digesting. Its nose twitched constantly, reading the air for the scent of a fox or a wolf, but the air was clean. It smelled only of cold stone and ice. The hare felt the vibration of the ground before it heard the sound, a low, rhythmic thumping. It pressed itself flatter against the snow, becoming a bump in the landscape. The thumping grew louder. A herd of steppe bison was moving past. They were walking in a single file, trudging through the deep snow. They were massive, dark shapes in the moonlight. Their humps rose like hills on their backs. Their heads hung low, swinging with the rhythm of their stride. They passed the boulder without stopping. They were on a journey to a valley where the grass was known to be tall. They did not notice the hare. They were focused on the path ahead. The sound of their hooves crunching the snow faded slowly into the distance. The hare relaxed slightly, but it did not move. High above, the sky was a tapestry of ancient light. The constellations were different from the ones seen in the summer. They were sharp and brittle. The Milky Way was a bright gash across the heavens, a river of stars that seemed to flow into the horizon. The air was so dry and thin that the stars did not twinkle. They shone with a steady, piercing light. A faint band of green aurora appeared in the north, a ghost of the display from earlier in the night. It pulsed slowly, a breathing of light, then faded back into the black. In the shelter of the forest, the trees stood in silent communion. The spruce and pine were heavy with snow. The weight bent their branches down, creating conical shapes that shed the snow when it became too heavy. Under the trees, the snow was softer and deeper. It was not packed by the wind. A lynx moved through this soft world. It walked on top of the snow, its massive paws acting as snowshoes. It was a ghost of the forest. Its coat was thick and gray, blending with the shadows of the trunks. It stopped at the base of a tree. It looked up. It saw a squirrel's dray, a nest of leaves and twigs high in the branches. The lynx considered it, then moved on. It was not hungry enough to climb. The lynx moved with a fluid grace. It stepped over a fallen log, its belly fur brushing the snow. It stopped to sniff a mark left by another cat days ago. It gathered the information: who passed here, when, and in what condition. It added its own mark, rubbing its cheek against a protruding branch. It was leaving a message in the chemical language of the wild. Then it continued its patrol, a solitary hunter in a silent world. Down at the river, the ice was a landscape of its own. It was not a flat sheet. It was buckled and broken in places, pushed up by the pressure of the flowing water and the expanding ice. There were ridges of jagged ice blocks, translucent and blue in the moonlight. These ridges caught the light and glowed from within. In the flat areas, the wind had polished the snow into hard waves called sastrugi. They looked like dunes of sand frozen in time. Walking across them was difficult. One had to step over the ridges and into the troughs. A small family of river otters was asleep in a den dug into the riverbank. The entrance was underwater, safe from land predators. The den itself was dry, lined with dried grass and leaves. The otters lay in a pile, a tangle of long bodies and sleek fur. They were warm. Their metabolism was high, generating heat that filled the small chamber. One otter twitched in its sleep, dreaming of the chase. Its whiskers vibrated. Outside, the water flowed dark and cold, carrying the secrets of the mountains to the sea. The human shelter was a mound of snow on the outside. Inside, it was a world of warmth. The fire had burned down to a deep red bed of coals. The heat was gentle and radiating. The man who was sleeping nearest the entrance woke. He felt a chill draft. He sat up quietly. He reached for a bundle of grass he had placed nearby. He stuffed it into a small gap where the door flap had come loose. The draft stopped. He looked at the fire. He added a small piece of wood, careful not to make a noise. The wood caught slowly, adding a small flame to the red glow. He watched it for a moment, ensuring it was stable. Then he lay back down. The interruption was brief. The sleep reclaimed him. The woman dreamed of the summer gathering. In her dream, the sun was hot on her shoulders. She was walking through a meadow of yellow flowers. The air smelled of honey and dust. She could hear the hum of insects. It was a vivid, colorful world, a sharp contrast to the white and gray reality of the winter. Her mind was storing the warmth, keeping it safe for the waking hours. The earth itself seemed to be sleeping. The soil was frozen hard as iron. The roots of the plants were dormant, waiting in the cold dark, but life was there. In the center of the frozen trunks, sap waited to flow. In the seeds buried under the snow, the potential for green shoots remained. It was a suspended life, a pause in the great cycle. The cold was not death, it was a preservation. On the high ridges, the wind began to stir again. It was a lonely sound, a soft whistling through the rocks. A herd of reindeer stood facing the wind. They were resting but ready to move. Their coats were thick and hollow-haired, trapping the air. They were perfectly insulated. Frost covered their antlers, turning them into white branches. One reindeer shook its head. The frost flew off in a cloud of crystals. It lowered its head to the snow and sniffed. It smelled the lichen deep below. it began to dig. The sound of its hoof striking the hard snow was a sharp click. It scraped and pawed. Soon others joined in. The herd became a group of excavators digging for the hidden treasure of the earth. The moon moved lower. The angle of the light changed. The shadows lengthened and merged, creating large pools of darkness. The relief of the land became more pronounced. A small ravine looked like a black scar. A hill looked like a bright island. The contrast was stark. A pack of wolves was returning to their rendezvous site. They had traveled many miles in the night. They were tired but satisfied. Their bellies were full. They moved with a slow, easy trot. The alpha female led the way. She stopped on a rise and looked back the way they had come. She saw the vast emptiness of the steppe. She saw the distant line of the forest. She threw her head back and let out a howl. It was a long, mournful sound that rose and fell. It was not a hunting call. It was a song of location, of territory. The other wolves joined in. The chorus echoed across the valley. It was a wild, beautiful sound that belonged to the night. Then, as quickly as it started, it ended. The silence rushed back in to fill the void. The wolves turned and trotted down into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. The echo of the howl reached the human shelter. The man heard it in his sleep. It incorporated into his dream. He dreamed of the wolves as brothers, as fellow hunters. There was no fear, only a recognition of kinship. They shared the same world, the same cold, the same struggle. The night entered the wolf hour, the time before the first hint of dawn. The cold deepened. The temperature reached a point where the air felt solid. If water were thrown into the air, it would freeze before it hit the ground with a crackling sound. But there was no water here, only ice. The trees popped loudly, bang, crack. The sapwood was contracting. It was the sound of the forest shivering. A great gray owl sat on a low stump. It was a massive bird with a round head and a disc-like face that funneled sound to its ears. It was listening to the subnivean world. It heard the squeak of a vole. It heard the rustle of a shrew. It waited. It did not hunt every sound. It waited for the sure thing. It was a master of energy conservation. It fluffed its feathers, trapping more air. It closed its eyes halfway, dozing but aware. The landscape was a study in stillness. The snowdrifts were frozen waves. The rocks were frozen sentinels. The river was a frozen road. It was a world paused in time. There was no hurry. There was no schedule. There was only the slow rotation of the earth and the steady burning of the stars. Far to the north, the aurora flared up again. This time it was brighter. Curtains of green and violet light shimmered across the sky. They moved with a silent, fluid motion. They looked like spirits dancing. The light reflected on the snow, turning the white plains a ghostly green. The musk oxen standing on their high plateau watched the lights without reaction. They had seen them 1,000 times. They were part of the furniture of the night. The mammoth herd had found a sheltered valley. The wind did not reach here. The snow was deep but soft. They stood in a loose group. The calves were in the center, surrounded by the warm bodies of the adults. The matriarch was awake. She was chewing on a mouthful of dry grass. She watched the northern lights. She remembered the seasons of her youth. She remembered the long migrations. She was the memory of the herd. She stood solid and enduring, a pillar of the earth. A small meteor shower began. Tiny streaks of light zipped across the sky. They were grains of dust burning up in the atmosphere. They were fleeting scratches of light on the dark canvas. 1, 2, 3. They appeared and vanished in silence. It was a private show for the sleeping world. The man in the shelter turned over. The fire had settled. The warmth was constant. He felt the rhythmic breathing of his wife beside him. He felt the small form of his child against his back. He was content. The night was passing. The shelter was holding. They would see the sun again. The ice on the river groaned, a deep, resonant sound that traveled for miles under the ice. It was the river adjusting its weight. The sound was eerie, like the call of a whale, but deeper. It vibrated in the chest of the sleeping otter. It vibrated in the roots of the willows. It was the voice of the water. A wolverine, the solitary wanderer, crossed a frozen lake. It was a dark speck on a white expanse. It moved with a tireless, loping run. It was heading for a cache of food it had buried weeks ago. It knew exactly where it was. It had a map in its head, a map of smells and landmarks. It reached a specific rock on the shore. It began to dig. It dug through 3 feet of snow. It found the frozen leg of a caribou. It dragged it out. It began to eat. It was a machine of survival. The moon set. The darkness returned to its absolute state. The stars were the only light now. They were brilliant, hard points of light. The constellation of Orion was setting in the west. The Great Bear was high overhead. The sky was turning. The night was moving towards its end, but the end was still hours away. In the forest, a pine cone fell. Thump, it hit the snow. A mouse, startled, darted back into its hole. Then silence returned. The forest was a place of small events and great stillness. The cold was a sculptor. It shaped the snow. It shaped the ice. It shaped the lives of the animals. It forced them to adapt, to grow thick fur, to build warm nests, to huddle together. It was the driving force of the world. It was a harsh master, but it created a world of incredible beauty and resilience. The woman in the shelter woke briefly. She checked the child. The child was warm. She tucked the fur tighter. She looked at the embers. They were still glowing. She closed her eyes. The rhythm of the night continued. The landscape waited. The mountains waited. The trees waited. The ice waited. There was no impatience. There was only the enduring present. The snow lay on the ground, a white blanket covering the sleeping earth. The stars shone down, cold and distant. The world was at peace. A single snowflake fell from the clear sky. It was a diamond dust crystal formed directly from the vapor in the air. It drifted down, catching the starlight. It landed on the nose of the sleeping wolf. The wolf did not move. The crystal sat there, a tiny jewel, until the warmth of the wolf's breath melted it away. The moon had now completely withdrawn from the sky. It had sunk below the western horizon, taking with it the silver wash that had illuminated the earlier hours. The darkness that remained was total and profound. It was a darkness that felt old, as if it were the original state of the universe before the stars were born. But the stars were there. They crowded the black dome of the heavens in numbers that defied counting. Without the competition of the moon, the fainter stars emerged from the depths. The Milky Way was no longer a simple band. It was a complex river of light, knotted with dark clouds of interstellar dust and bright clusters of burning suns. It arched across the zenith, a bridge of diamond dust connecting the frozen north to the unseen south. The light from these stars was cold and hard. It did not warm the air, it only revealed the vastness of the space above the ice. The temperature on the steppe had reached a plateau of extreme cold. It was a stillness so deep that the air molecules themselves seemed to lack the energy to move. The wind had ceased entirely. There was not even a whisper of a breeze to disturb the perfect crystals of frost that grew on every surface. The frost was heavy and thick. It coated the dry stems of the grass, turning them into delicate wands of white lace. It covered the rocks with a fuzzy skin of ice. It lay on the surface of the snow, a second layer of sparkle that glittered only when the starlight hit it at the perfect angle. The world was locked in a crystal cabinet. In the center of the open plain, the silence was a physical presence. It pressed against the ears. It was not just the absence of noise, it was a heavy, insulating mute. A herd of steppe bison stood in this silence. They were dark, massive shapes against the lighter gray of the snow. They had formed a defensive circle, a formation born of instinct to protect against the wind and the wolves. But tonight there was no wind and the wolves were miles away. The formation served now to trap heat. The bison stood shoulder to shoulder. Their heavy coats, thick with wool and guard hairs, were matted with snow and frost. They looked like a range of small, dark hills. The breathing of the herd was the only rhythm in the quiet. It was a slow, collective respiration. 100 large lungs expanded and contracted. The steam from their nostrils rose straight up, forming a low-hanging fog bank above their heads. The fog did not disperse, it hovered, frozen in the still air, adding another layer of insulation. Inside the circle, the temperature was a few degrees warmer than the open plain. In the center, the calves were buried deep in the forest of legs and fur. They slept soundly, protected by the living wall of the adults. The heat of the herd was a shared resource. One large bull standing on the outer rim shifted his weight. The snow crunched loudly under his hoof. The sound was sharp, like a cracker breaking. He lowered his huge head. He used his nose to nudge the snow aside. He found a tuft of dry fescue grass. He tore it loose with a soft ripping sound. He chewed slowly. The grinding of his molars was a low, comforting vibration that traveled through the ground. He was a machine of survival, turning dry grass into warmth. His eyes were open, watching the dark horizon, but his gaze was soft. He was at peace. Miles away at the edge of the forest, the transition from the open tundra to the trees created a different kind of darkness. Here the shadows were absolute. The spruce trees blocked the starlight. Under the canopy it was pitch black. A creature navigated this darkness with ease. It was a wolverine. It moved with a rolling, tireless gait. It was a dense ball of muscle and fur built for the rigors of the north. It did not need light. It followed a map of scents. It smelled the resin of the pine trees. It smelled the decay of a fallen log. It smelled the faint, metallic scent of blood from a kill made days ago by another predator. The wolverine stopped at the base of a large tree. It sniffed the bark. A pine mart had climbed here. The wolverine was not interested in climbing tonight. It was patrolling its territory, marking its boundaries. It rubbed its gland against the wood, leaving a pungent message. I am here. This is mine. Then it moved on, sliding through the deep snow like a dark fish in water. Its paws were wide, spreading its weight. It did not sink. It flowed over the surface. It was a solitary spirit of the woods, wandering the endless night without loneliness. Inside the human shelter, the atmosphere was a small, warm universe separated from the cold outside by a wall of woven branches and packed snow. The fire had burned down to a bed of coals that pulsed with a deep ruby light. The heat was gentle, radiating outward to the sleeping figures. The air was thick and still, smelling of wood smoke, cured leather, and the earthy scent of the floor. The family lay in a pile of furs. They were motionless, deep in the restorative sleep of winter. The man who had been watching the fire earlier had fallen asleep. His head rested on his arm. His breathing was steady and deep. Beside him, the woman stirred. She felt the slight drop in temperature as the fire settled. She woke without opening her eyes fully. Her hand reached out instinctively. She found a piece of wood from the small pile they kept inside. She placed it on the coals. She did not need to see. She knew the position of the fire by the warmth. She pushed the wood into the heart of the embers. A small flame flickered to life, casting a sudden dancing shadow on the wall. The woman watched the flame for a moment, her eyes reflecting the orange light. Then she pulled the fur tighter around her shoulders and drifted back to sleep. The fire was the heartbeat of the home. As long as it beat, they were safe. Under the snow in the hidden world of the subnivean zone, life was busy. The snow acted as a thick blanket, trapping the geothermal heat of the earth. Down here in the space between the ground and the snowpack, the temperature was constant, just below freezing. It was a tropical paradise compared to the bitter cold of the surface. A network of tunnels crisscrossed the grass. A lemming scurried along one of these tunnels. It was a small, round ball of fur. It moved quickly, its whiskers twitching. It was searching for roots and seeds. It found a bulb of a plant dormant in the soil. It stopped to eat, holding the food in its front paws. Nibble, nibble. The sound was tiny, absorbed by the snow walls. The lemming was safe from the owl and the fox as long as it stayed in the tunnels. It was a secret city of small lives bustling beneath the sleeping giants. High above the earth, a band of high-altitude clouds began to drift in from the west. They were thin and wispy, invisible against the dark sky at first. But as they passed in front of the stars, they blotted them out, creating patches of emptiness in the star field. The clouds were made of ice crystals. They were the vanguard of a weather system that was days away. For now, they were just silent ghosts in the upper atmosphere. They did not trap heat yet. They were too thin. The cold remained absolute. The river that cut through the valley was a silent, frozen road. The ice was feet thick. It was a complex structure of clear blue ice, white snow ice, and trapped air bubbles. The pressure of the water below pushed against the ice cap. Groan. The river let out a deep, resonant sound. It was a low frequency that could be felt in the chest more than heard. It vibrated through the rocks on the bank. A sleeping otter in its den felt the vibration and twitched its nose but did not wake. It was a familiar lullaby. Beneath the ice, the water was a dark, liquid world. The current was slow. A large sturgeon, a fish as old as the dinosaurs, rested on the bottom of a deep pool. Its armored body was still. Its barbels dragged in the mud, sensing for food. It moved with infinite slowness, a shadow in the dark. It was in a state of winter torpor. Its heart beat only a few times a minute. It was waiting for the spring, for the ice to break, for the light to return to the depths. On the high ridge overlooking the valley, the air was even colder. The altitude stripped away any lingering warmth. A small herd of ibex stood on a rocky outcrop. They were masters of the high ground. Their hooves were designed to grip the stone and the ice. They stood perfectly still, blending in with the gray rock. Their curved horns were silhouetted against the stars. They were watching the valley below. Their vision was keen, adapted to the dark. They saw the faint glow of the human fire leaking through the smoke hole of the shelter. They saw the dark shapes of the bison herd on the plain. They saw the movement of the wolverine in the tree line. They were the sentinels of the peaks. The ibex did not fear the cold. Their coats were incredibly dense. They had a double layer of fur, a soft, woolly undercoat and a coarse, hollow outer coat. The wind could not penetrate it. They stood facing the direction where the wind would come from if it blew. But tonight the air was still. They took turns resting. One would stand watch while the others lay down on the cold stone, tucking their legs under them. It was a system of shared vigilance. The night wore on. The rotation of the earth shifted the constellations further west. Orion, the great hunter, was now diving towards the horizon. His belt stars were vertical. The Pleiades led the way, dipping out of sight. The passage of the stars was the only clock. The animals read it instinctively. They knew how much night was left. They knew how long they had to wait. In the forest, a great gray owl sat on a low branch. It had not moved for an hour. It was listening. Its facial disc, a saucer of feathers around its eyes, funneled the faintest sounds to its ears. It heard the lemming in the tunnel. It heard the shift of the snow on a branch. It heard the breathing of a sleeping squirrel. It turned its head slowly, 270 degrees, scanning the forest floor. It was not hungry. It had eaten a vole earlier. It was simply existing, a part of the forest's awareness. It ruffled its feathers, expanding its size to trap more air. It looked like a fluffy gray stump. A single pine cone, loosened by the frost, fell from the top of a tree. It hit the branches on the way down, thwack, thwack, plop. It landed in the soft snow, leaving a small crater. The sound was startlingly loud in the silence. A sleeping hare near the base of the tree jumped, its ears shooting up. It froze, heart pounding. It listened. Silence returned. The hair relaxed slowly, lowering its ears back along its spine. It did not move from its form, it trusted its camouflage. The landscape was vast and indifferent. It did not care for the creatures that lived upon it. It offered no mercy, but it offered stability. The rocks were eternal, the ice was constant, the cold was reliable. The animals adapted to this indifference. They found the niches where they could survive. They found the shelter of the rock, the warmth of the herd, the insulation of the snow. They were resilient because they had to be. The fire in the shelter popped. A pocket of sap in the wood exploded. A spray of sparks flew up the chimney hole, joining the stars for a brief second before extinguishing. The man woke again. He sat up and adjusted the logs. He pushed the unburnt ends into the center. The fire flared up, orange and bright. He warmed his hands over the flames. His palms were calloused and rough, stained with soot. He looked at his sleeping child. The child's face was smooth and peaceful. The man smiled, a small, hidden smile. He lay back down, pulling the furs up. He stared at the smoke hole, watching the few stars he could see. He wondered where the sun went when it hid for so long. Far to the south, the first hint of the dawn was still hours away. The night was in its deepest phase. This was the time when the world seemed to hold its breath. The biological rhythms of the animals slowed down, the heart rates dropped, the breathing became shallow. It was a time of conservation. Every calorie saved was a victory. A woolly rhinoceros stood alone in a thicket of dwarf birch. It was a massive prehistoric tank. Its coat was long and reddish-brown. Its two horns were swept back, worn smooth from use. It was asleep on its feet, its head hung low, almost touching the snow. It swayed slightly like a ship at anchor. It was dreaming of the summer grass, of the smell of the wet earth. In its dream, the air was warm and heavy with the scent of flowers. It twitched its ears. The dream was vivid. Then the cold air of reality touched its nose, and it shifted, settling back into the winter patience. The stars above seemed to vibrate with intensity. The air was so dry that the light passed through without distortion. Sirius, the dog star, flashed with colors blue, red, white. It was a diamond burning in the void. It was the brightest star in the sky, a beacon in the south. On the riverbank, a family of beavers was active inside their lodge. The lodge was a fortress of mud and sticks, frozen solid by the cold. It was impregnable to wolves and bears. The entrance was underwater. Inside, the chamber was warm, heated by the bodies of the beavers. They were awake, grooming each other. They made soft, murmuring sounds. They gnawed on sticks of willow they had stored in the mud at the bottom of the pond. They stripped the bark with sharp, orange teeth. It was a cozy, domestic scene, hidden away from the harsh night. The vast emptiness of the steppe stretched out in all directions. It was a sea of white. The rolling hills were frozen waves. The shadows were deep troughs. To walk across it would be to walk across a frozen ocean. There were no landmarks visible in the dark, only the stars to guide the way. A solitary fox trotted across this open expanse. It was a tiny speck of life in the immensity. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It urinated on it, leaving a mark. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of the survivor. Its tail floated behind it, a white banner. It stopped and looked up at the sky. It barked once, a sharp sound that was swallowed instantly by the vastness. Then it ran on. The cold seeped deeper into the ground. The frost heave pushed a stone upwards inch by inch. The earth was active in its own slow way. The physics of freezing water shaped the land. It cracked the rocks. It moved the soil. It created the patterns of the steppe. The mammoth herd remained in their circle. The large bull on the perimeter finished his patch of grass. He moved a few steps to the left. The snow crunched. The others shifted to accommodate him. The circle reformed. The heat was preserved. They were a single organism breathing together in the dark. The night seemed endless, but it was moving. The earth was turning. The sun was creeping closer to the eastern rim, though it was still far below the horizon. The promise of the dawn was there, written in the movement of the stars. The man in the shelter closed his eyes. The warmth of the fire was a blanket. The sound of the wind, which had begun to whisper softly around the smoke hole, was a lullaby. He drifted into sleep. The shelter stood firm. The snow walls held. The life inside was safe. The world waited. The ice waited. The stars watched. The slow, majestic progression of the night continued, carrying the sleeping earth towards the morning. It was a time of peace, a time of rest, a time of enduring the beautiful, terrible cold. The night had entered its deepest phase, a period of time where the concept of dawn seemed like a distant memory or a faint promise. The sky was a vaulted ceiling of infinite depth, blacker than the charcoal of a cooled fire. Without the moon to wash out the fainter lights, the stars multiplied in the darkness. They were not just points of light, they were a dusting of diamond powder scattered across a piece of black velvet. The constellations that marked the seasons of the Ice Age hung suspended in the void. The Great Bear was high, standing on its tail, watching over the frozen north. The smaller stars, usually invisible, formed a dense web of light that connected the major markers. The Milky Way was a bright structural spine of the sky, glowing with the collective light of billions of distant suns. The cold on the surface of the Earth was absolute. It was a physical weight that pressed down on the land. The heat of the previous day had long since radiated away into space, leaving the ground to freeze harder with each passing hour. The snow that covered the plains and the forest was dry and crystalline. It did not stick together. If a wind were to blow, it would flow like sand, but the air was still. The silence was a heavy blanket. It muffled the world, absorbing the small sounds of life before they could travel far. It was a silence that felt ancient, as if it had occupied this space for thousands of years. In the shelter of the dense forest, a giant deer, the megaloceros, stood beneath the canopy of an old spruce tree. He was awake, chewing his cud with a slow, rhythmic motion of his jaw. His antlers were immense, a spreading rack of bone that spanned 12 feet from tip to tip. They were heavy, a burden of strength that he carried with a practiced grace. To rest, he had positioned himself so that the weight of the antlers was supported by the lower branches of the tree. This allowed his neck muscles to relax while he remained standing. He was a statue of patience. His breath rose in a steady gray plume that drifted up into the needles of the spruce, frosting them with white. The forest floor around the giant deer was a landscape of blue shadows and white mounds. The snow here was deep and soft, protected from the wind that scoured the open plains. A small shrew waking from a short nap emerged from a hole near the deer's hoof. It was a tiny creature, frenetic and hungry. It sniffed the air, its nose twitching so fast it was a blur. It smelled a frozen beetle larva in the bark of a fallen log nearby. It darted across the snow, a dark streak of motion, leaving a delicate trail of tiny footprints. It found the food, ate quickly, and vanished back into the subnivean world beneath the snow. The giant deer did not notice. His world was the slow world of the trees and the cold. The fast world of the shrew was beneath his notice. On the open steppe, the wind began to whisper. It was a very faint breeze, barely enough to stir the fur of the sleeping animals. It came from the north, carrying the scent of the great ice sheet. It was a clean, sharp smell devoid of the odors of soil or vegetation. It smelled only of water and time. The herd of horses huddled in the canyon felt the shift in the air. The stallion on the perimeter lifted his head. He sniffed the breeze. He determined there was no danger in it, only the cold. He lowered his head again, his eyelashes heavy with ice. The herd remained still, a single organism of warmth in the vast, cold valley. The river ice was a complex landscape of its own. In the moonlight earlier, it had shone like silver. Now, under the starlight, it was a dull, leaden gray. The ice was thick, a solid roof over the flowing water, but it was not silent. As the temperature dropped further, the ice contracted. Crack. A sharp sound echoed down the river valley. It sounded like a stone striking a taut drum. The sound traveled for miles in the thin, cold air. It was the voice of the river adjusting its armor. Beneath the ice, the water flowed black and silent. A school of grayling fish hovered near the bottom of a deep pool. They faced the current, their fins moving just enough to hold their position. They were conserving energy, waiting for the light and the warmth of spring that was still months away. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a pile of ash with a glowing red core. The light in the shelter was dim, a soft, ruddy glow that barely illuminated the walls. The air was cooling. The man who lay nearest the entrance felt the change in temperature on his face. He did not wake fully, but his body registered the need for warmth. He shifted, pulling the heavy bison robe up over his ear. He turned towards the center of the sleeping group, seeking the body heat of his kin. The breathing of the family was a soft chorus. Inhale, exhale. It was the rhythm of survival. They were a small island of life in the ocean of the winter night. The woman lay awake for a moment. She listened to the silence outside. She heard the crack of the river ice muffled by the walls of the shelter. She knew the sound well. It was a reassuring sound. It meant the river was solid, a safe highway for travel. She closed her eyes again. Her mind drifted to the tasks of the coming day. There were hides to scrape, wood to gather, snares to check. But that was for the sun. For now, there was only the dark and the warmth of the furs. She drifted back into the deep, dreamless sleep of the weary. Far to the north, on the high plateau where the musk oxen stood, the environment was even harsher. Here there were no trees to break the wind or hold the snow. The ground was rocky and barren, swept clean in places by the gales. The herd of musk oxen stood in their defensive formation, rump to rump, heads facing out. They were immovable objects. Their long, shaggy hair hung down to the ground, forming a skirt that trapped a layer of warm air beneath them. They looked like hairy boulders. The frost had built up on their backs until they were white mounds. They did not move. To move was to lose heat. They stood and waited. They were the masters of endurance. A solitary wolf, separated from his pack during a hunt days ago, trotted across the frozen lake at the base of the plateau. He was a large male, gray and white, with a thick winter coat that made him look twice his actual size. He moved with a steady, loping gait that ate up the miles. He was not hunting, he was searching for his pack. He stopped in the middle of the lake. He raised his head and howled. It was a low, mournful sound that rose in pitch and carried far across the open ice. Ea-uo. He listened. The silence returned, empty and vast. There was no answer. He lowered his head and continued to trot, his paws leaving a straight line of tracks on the pristine snow. He was patient. He would find them. The sky began to turn, imperceptibly slowly. The constellations shifted their positions relative to the horizon. The passage of time was marked not by minutes but by the movement of the stars. The Earth was a spaceship spinning through the dark, carrying its cargo of sleeping life. The darkness seemed to stretch out, creating a sense of infinite space. The horizon was lost in the shadows, blurring the line between the Earth and the sky. In the limestone caves high on the cliffs, the bats were in deep hibernation. They hung from the ceiling in tight clusters, wrapped in their leathery wings. Their bodies were cold to the touch. Their heart rates had slowed to a few beats per minute. They were suspended between life and death, waiting out the famine of the winter. Moisture from their breath had frozen on their fur, giving them a coating of frost. They looked like strange, fuzzy fruits hanging in the dark. The silence of the cave was total. There was no wind, no sound of water, only the stillness of the rock. A large mammoth calf nestled in the center of the herd woke up. It felt the cold air on its trunk. It tucked its trunk between its front legs to keep it warm. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping, standing up, a massive wall of warmth. She did not wake, but she rumbled a low, subsonic sound of reassurance. The vibration traveled through her body and into the calf. The calf settled down. It felt safe. The herd was a fortress. The smell of the herd, musk, dry grass, and wool, was the smell of home. The landscape of the steppe was a study in minimalism. There were only a few elements: snow, rock, sky, and cold. But within these elements there was infinite variation. The snow was not just white, it was blue in the shadows, gray in the starlight, and sparkled with 1,000 colors where the frost crystals caught the light. The rocks were not just gray, they were covered in orange and yellow lichens, frozen and dormant. The sky was not just black. It was a deep, rich indigo that suggested depth and distance. A snowy owl sat on a low perch, a piece of driftwood sticking out of the riverbank. It was white with dark barring on its wings. Its yellow eyes were wide and unblinking. It watched the river ice. It saw the movement of a lemming that had ventured out of its tunnel. The owl did not move immediately. It calculated the distance. It calculated the speed. Then, with a silent push of its powerful legs, it launched into the air. It flew low over the ice, its wings making no sound. It was a ghost of the night. It struck, a flurry of white wings and snow. Then it rose again, the prey in its talons. It flew back to its perch to eat. The struggle was brief. The silence returned. Cold seeped into the trees of the forest. The sap in the center of the trunks was a thick syrup protected by layers of wood and bark, but the outer layers froze. The trees stood rigid. If a heavy animal were to bump into a sapling now, it might snap like glass, but the animals knew this. They moved carefully. The moose, browsing on the willows, moved with slow, deliberate steps. He did not rush. He stripped the bark with his teeth, chewing methodically. He was a dark shadow moving among the dark trees. The wind picked up slightly on the ridges. It began to move the loose snow. The snow snakes hissed across the surface, flowing over the hard pack. They piled up on the leeward side of the rocks, building new drifts. The landscape was constantly being reshaped by the wind. It was a slow sculpture worked on night after night. The man in the shelter rolled onto his back. He stared up at the smoke hole. A single star was visible through the opening. It was bright and steady. He watched it for a long time. It was a connection to the outside world, a reminder that the sky was still there. He wondered about the star. Was it a fire like his own? Was there someone else looking at it? His thoughts were slow and drifting. He was suspended in the peace of the night. The fire gave a small pop. A piece of charcoal broke apart, revealing a fresh face of glowing red embers. The light flared briefly, casting long, dancing shadows on the curved walls of the shelter. The shadows looked like animals, a running horse, a standing bear. Then the light faded and the shadows merged back into the gloom. On the edge of the plain, a fox stood on a small rise. It was listening. Its large ears swiveled like radar dishes. It heard the squeak of a mouse under the snow. It tilted its head. It pinpointed the location. It leaped high in the air, arching its back. It dove nose first into the snow. Its tail waved in the air for a moment. Then it emerged, snow on its nose but empty-mouthed. The mouse had been too deep. The fox shook the snow from its face. It did not dwell on the failure. It trotted on, looking for the next opportunity. It was a creature of optimism. The night seemed to have no end. It was a timeless state. The sun felt like a myth from another age. There was only the starlight and the snow, but deep in the earth the rhythm of the planet continued, the axis tilted, the orbit progressed, the spring was coming even if it was months away. The animals lived in the present, but their bodies knew the future. They stored fat, they grew thick fur, they prepared. A small stream fed by a thermal spring deep underground remained unfrozen for a few hundred yards before the cold claimed it. Vapor rose from the dark water, creating a tunnel of fog through the willows. The trees near the water were coated in rime ice, thick and heavy. They looked like coral in a deep sea. A water shrew swam in the stream. It was a tiny predator swimming with frantic energy. It caught an aquatic insect larva. It climbed onto a rock to eat. Its fur trapped air bubbles, making it look silver underwater. It was dry instantly upon leaving the water. It was a marvel of adaptation. The stillness of the air was such that the breath of the sleeping animals hung around them in a cloud. The bison herd was shrouded in its own mist. The horses in the canyon were hidden in fog. The shelter of the humans had a white plume rising from it. These were the signals of life, heat engines burning fuel to keep the cold at bay. The stars began to wheel towards the west. The constellation of Orion had set. The twins Gemini were now low in the sky. The procession of the heavens was orderly and precise. It was a clock face written in fire. The animals read the position of the stars to know the time of night. The wolf knew it was time to rest. The owl knew the hunting was good. The human knew the fire needed to last a few more hours. In the forest, a branch finally gave way under the weight of the snow. Crash. It fell to the ground, bringing a cascade of snow with it. The sound was loud and jarring. A sleeping lynx jumped, its claws extending instinctively. It looked around, eyes wide. It saw the fallen branch. It relaxed. It licked a paw and rubbed its face. It settled back down. The forest returned to silence. The cold was a preserving force. It stopped decay. A flower from the summer trapped in the ice retained its color. A leaf frozen in the mud kept its shape. The Ice Age was a time of suspended history. The layers of snow built up, year after year, trapping the dust and the pollen, writing the story of the climate in the ice. The man in the shelter reached out and touched the wall of the lodge. It was cool to the touch, but not freezing. The insulation was working. He felt a sense of gratitude for the willow and the snow. They were simple materials, but they were the difference between life and death. He pulled his hand back into the warmth of the furs. He was comfortable. The landscape was vast, empty, and beautiful. It was a world reduced to its essence. There was no clutter, there was no noise, there was only the pure elemental reality of the earth and the sky. The snow smoothed over the imperfections. The darkness hid the details. It was a world of broad strokes and deep shadows. A herd of reindeer moved slowly across a high ridge. Their silhouettes were dark against the star-filled sky. Their antlers looked like a moving forest. They walked with a steady, clicking rhythm. They were travelers, always moving, always searching. They were the nomads of the steppe. They did not have a home, the journey was their home. The night held its breath. The cold deepened one last degree. This was the absolute bottom of the thermometer. The world was as cold as it could get. The air was brittle. The ice was hard as steel. The life within the cold held on, burning the slow fire of existence, waiting for the turning of the tide, waiting for the first gray light of the distant morning. The turning of the earth was a motion so smooth and vast that it could only be measured by the slow procession of the stars. The constellation of the Great Bear had rotated around the fixed point of the North Star, marking the passage of the deep night. The sky remained a dome of absolute black, studded with the cold, hard light of distant suns. There was no moon to soften the darkness. The starlight fell upon the snow-covered world, casting a faint, ghostly illumination that revealed only the outlines of the land. The shadows were not black, but a deep, velvet gray, merging with the darkness of the trees and the rocks. The silence was a physical presence, a heavy blanket that lay over the steppe, dampening sound and stilling the air. In a shallow valley protected from the prevailing winds by a ridge of limestone, a herd of saiga antelope rested. They were strange, ancient creatures, survivors of a harsh world. Their bodies were compact and sturdy, covered in a thick coat of pale, woolly fur that blended perfectly with the snow. Their most distinctive feature was their nose, a large, bulbous structure that hung down over their mouths. It was a marvel of biological engineering. Inside, the complex chambers of the nose warmed the freezing air before it reached their lungs, saving precious body heat. The herd lay close together, a carpet of sandy-colored mounds on the white ground. They were asleep, their legs tucked beneath them to conserve warmth. The breathing of the saiga herd created a low, hovering mist above the valley floor. The moisture from their breath froze instantly in the bitter air, forming tiny ice crystals that drifted down like diamond dust. The animals were dusted with white. Frost clung to their eyelashes and the tips of their ears. They were perfectly adapted to this environment. They did not fight the cold, they endured it. They were patient, waiting for the light, waiting for the spring, waiting for the grass to grow tall again. One of the males, distinguished by his translucent, amber-colored horns that curved slightly backward, shifted in his sleep. He let out a soft snort, his nose flapping slightly. The sound was muffled by the snow. A female nearby twitched an ear but did not wake. The herd was a single entity of warmth and safety. They relied on each other. The heat generated by their bodies created a microclimate within the herd, a few degrees warmer than the surrounding air. It was a fragile island of life in the ocean of the night. Miles away at the edge of the great northern forest, the trees stood like silent sentinels. They were spruce and larch, their branches heavy with the accumulated snow of the winter. The weight of the snow bent the boughs downward, creating conical shapes that shed the excess weight when it became too great. In the darkness, the forest was a wall of black. Under the canopy, the snow was softer and deeper, protected from the wind. It lay in undulated pillows, covering the fallen logs and the roots of the trees. A lynx moved through this dark world. It was a solitary hunter, a ghost of the trees. Its paws were massive, covered in thick fur that acted as snowshoes. It walked on top of the snow, sinking only slightly. Its movement was fluid and silent. It did not make a sound. Its ear tufts twitched, catching the faintest rustle of a mouse under the snow. The lynx stopped. It sat down on its haunches, wrapping its tail around its paws. It looked up at the stars through a gap in the branches. Its eyes were large and reflective, glowing faintly in the starlight. It was not hungry. It had eaten well 2 days ago. It was simply patrolling its territory, marking the boundaries of its world. The cold in the forest was different from the cold on the plain. It was stiller, more settled. The trees trapped the cold air, creating pools of freezing temperature in the hollows. The sap in the trunks of the trees was frozen solid. Occasionally, a tree would crack with a loud report, the wood contracting in the extreme cold. The sound would echo through the forest, a sharp gunshot in the silence. The lynx did not flinch. It knew the sound. It was the voice of the forest in winter. Inside the human shelter, the fire had settled into a bed of glowing embers. The light was dim, a soft red glow that barely illuminated the woven walls of the lodge. The heat was gentle, a steady radiation that kept the interior temperature just above freezing. The family slept in a huddle of furs. The man lay on his back, one arm thrown over his eyes. His breathing was deep and rhythmic. Beside him, the woman lay curled on her side, her hand resting on the shoulder of the child. The child was buried deep in the reindeer skins, a small bundle of warmth. The air inside the shelter smelled of wood smoke, cured leather, and the earthy scent of the pine boughs that lined the floor. It was a smell of safety, of home. The shelter was a womb, protecting the fragile lives within from the harsh reality outside. The walls, made of branches and packed with snow, were thick and insulating. They blocked the wind and held the heat. The small smoke hole in the roof allowed the fumes to escape, carrying a thin wisp of smoke up into the night sky. The woman stirred in her sleep. She was dreaming of the summer. In her dream, the sun was hot on her face. She was walking by the river, the water flowing blue and clear. The banks were covered in wildflowers, yellow poppies and purple saxifrage. She could hear the buzzing of bees and the call of the plover. It was a vivid, colorful world, a stark contrast to the monochrome winter. Her mind held onto these images, storing them like fuel for the long nights. She sighed softly and settled deeper into the furs. Outside, the landscape was vast and empty. The open steppe rolled away in all directions, a sea of white waves frozen in time. The wind had sculpted the snow into hard ridges called sastrugi. They looked like dunes of sand, their edges sharp and defined. The starlight cast long, distorted shadows behind them. To walk across this landscape would be a struggle, a constant climbing over the ridges. But tonight, nothing moved on the plain. It was deserted, left to the wind and the stars. Far to the north, the great ice sheet loomed. It was a massive plateau of ice, miles thick, that covered the top of the world. In the darkness, it was a presence rather than a shape. It radiated a deep, intense cold that flowed down from its heights like a river. The air coming off the glacier was dry and pure. It carried no scent of life. It was the breath of the ice age. At the edge of the glacier, the ice was cracked and broken. Deep crevasses glowed with a faint blue light even in the dark. The ice groaned and shifted, grinding the rock beneath it into dust. It was a slow, unstoppable force, reshaping the continent inch by inch. In a rocky ravine near the glacier's edge, a wolverine was on the move. It was a small, powerful animal built for endurance. Its dark fur was thick and oily, shedding water and snow. It moved with a loping, tireless gait. It was a scavenger, always hungry, always searching. It sniffed the air, its nose twitching. It smelled the carcass of a musk ox that had died weeks ago, buried under the snow. The wolverine began to dig. Its claws were long and curved like iron hooks. It tore through the hard-packed snow with ease. It was relentless. It would dig for hours if necessary. It was the spirit of hunger in the north. Back in the valley, the river lay silent under its armor of ice. The ice was thick and clear, a window into the dark water below. The surface was swept clean of snow in places by the wind, revealing the deep cracks and bubbles trapped in the frozen water. Under the ice, the current was slow and steady. A large pike hung suspended in the water column. It was motionless, its fins barely rippling. It was waiting for the spring, for the warmth to return to the water. Its metabolism had slowed to a crawl. It was in a state of winter torpor, existing on the reserves of fat stored in its body. On the riverbank, a family of beavers was safe inside their lodge. The lodge was a fortress of mud and sticks, frozen solid by the cold. It was impregnable to wolves and bears. The entrance was underwater, below the ice. Inside, the chamber was dry and warm, heated by the bodies of the animals. They lay in a pile, grooming each other's fur with their paws. They made soft, murmuring sounds. They were a tight-knit family working together to survive. They had a cache of willow branches stored underwater near the lodge. When they were hungry, they would swim out and retrieve a branch, bringing it back to the lodge to eat the bark. It was a secure, comfortable life in the midst of the frozen wilderness. The sky began to shift again. The constellations moved westward. Orion the hunter had set long ago. The twins, Castor and Pollux, were now low on the horizon. The lion was rising in the east. The passage of the stars was the only clock in this timeless world. The animals read it instinctively. They knew how much night was left. They knew when the dawn would come. A snowy owl sat on a high perch, the top of a dead snag overlooking the river. It was a white statue, motionless and silent. Its feathers were fluffed up to trap air, insulating its body. Its yellow eyes were wide, scanning the white expanse below. It saw the movement of a hair near the willows. The hair was white, invisible to most, but the owl saw the shadow it cast. The owl did not move. It was not hunting time yet. It was resting, conserving energy. It closed its eyes slowly, then opened them again. It was the watcher of the night. The silence of the night was broken by a distant sound. It was the howl of a wolf. It started low and rose in pitch, a long, mournful note that carried for miles. It was a lonely sound, speaking of the vastness of the land. Then another wolf joined in, and another. The pack was singing. They were not hunting, they were communicating. They were asserting their presence, telling the other packs that this valley belonged to them. The sound echoed off the hills and faded into the silence. The man in the shelter heard the wolves in his sleep. He incorporated the sound into his dream. He dreamed he was running with the pack, moving swiftly over the snow. He felt the cold air in his lungs and the strength in his legs. It was a primal connection, a recognition of the bond between hunter and hunter. He turned over and pulled the furs tighter. The fire popped softly, a small spark flying up the smoke hole. The night wore on, the cold deepened. It was the time of the wolf hour, the deepest part of the night when life is at its lowest ebb, but on the steppe life continued. The heart of the sleeping mammoth beat slowly and strongly. The blood of the hibernation ground squirrel circulated sluggishly. The seed in the frozen ground waited. Life was resilient. It found a way to endure the dark and the cold. On a high ridge, a herd of musk oxen stood in their defensive circle. They were massive, shaggy beasts, their long hair hanging down to the ground like skirts. They looked like hairy boulders. They stood rump to rump, facing outward. They were a wall of muscle and horn. The frost had built up on their backs, turning them white. They did not move. To move was to lose heat. They stood and waited. They were the masters of standing. They had stood against the ice for thousands of years. The wind began to pick up slightly. It whispered through the dry grass that poked through the snow on the ridge. It made a soft, hissing sound, SSSHHH. It was the voice of the plain. The snow snakes began to move again, sliding across the hard pack. The landscape was constantly changing, reshaped by the wind and the snow. Drifts migrated like slow dunes, valleys filled up, ridges were scoured bare. It was a dynamic, living landscape. A solitary fox trotted across the open plain. It was a small red fox, its coat thick and vibrant against the snow. It moved with a bouncy, energetic gait. It stopped to sniff a mouse hole. It listened, head cocked to the side. It heard nothing. It moved on. It was an opportunist, always looking for a meal. It found a frozen berry on a bush and ate it. It was not much, but it was something. The fox was a survivor. It trotted on, its tail floating behind it like a banner. The stars above seemed to burn with a cold fire. They were sharp and clear. There was no twinkle in the dry air. They looked like holes in the fabric of the night, letting the light of heaven shine through. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing across the sky. It was beautiful and indifferent. It watched over the sleeping earth with a cold, distant gaze. In the forest, a pine cone fell from a tree. Plop! It landed in the soft snow. A squirrel sleeping in its nest high in the branches twitched its tail. The nest was made of leaves and twigs lined with moss and fur. It was a warm, cozy ball. The squirrel was curled up tight, its nose tucked into its tail. It was dreaming of nuts and seeds. It was safe from the owl and the marten. The earth turned, the night continued. The waiting continued. There was no hurry. The sun would rise when it was time. Until then, there was only the dark and the cold. Near the base of the limestone cliff, a small spring bubbled up from the ground. The water was warm, heated by the geothermal energy deep in the earth. It did not freeze. It created a small pool of open water surrounded by ice and snow. Steam rose from the pool, forming a cloud of fog. In the fog, the shapes of the rocks were distorted and strange. A dipper, a small dark bird, stood on a rock in the middle of the stream. It bobbed up and down. It dove into the water, swimming against the current to catch aquatic insects. It was perfectly at home in the freezing water. It flew out and landed on the ice, shaking the water from its feathers. It sang a short, bubbling song, a note of joy in the silent night. The mammoth calf woke again. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She rumbled softly and let it nurse. The warm milk filled its belly. It felt the warmth of her body. It was content. It leaned against her leg and went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, her tusks gleaming in the starlight. She was a mountain of love and protection. The landscape was a study in stillness. The trees were statues, the rocks were monuments. The snow was a blanket. It was a world paused in time, but underneath the stillness there was life. The roots were waiting, the seeds were waiting, the animals were waiting. The ice age was a time of patience. The man in the shelter woke. He needed to tend the fire. He sat up quietly. He placed a new log on the embers. He blew gently. The fire flared up. He warmed his hands. He looked at his family. They were safe. He lay back down. The cycle of the night continued. The fire burned. The smoke rose. The stars turned. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its long approach. But here on the steppe it was still deep night. The cold was absolute. The silence was total. The world slept on, wrapped in the white embrace of the winter. The wolverine finished digging. It found the musk ox carcass. It ate its fill. It was a feast. It dragged a piece of bone away to bury it for later. It was satisfied. It moved off into the darkness, a dark shadow on the white snow. The river ice cracked again. Boom! The sound echoed down the valley. It was the heartbeat of the river. The water flowed on, carrying the life of the land to the sea. The stars watched. The wind whispered. The snow lay still. The night was long, but it was peaceful. It was the peace of the wild, the peace of the earth. Vast wheel of the night sky continued its imperceptible rotation. The constellation of Cassiopeia, the seated queen, was now high in the northwest, a jagged W of bright stars pinned against the dark. The darkness was not a flat curtain. It had depth and texture. It stretched upwards forever, layer upon layer of empty space and cold silence. The air on the surface of the steppe was motionless. It had settled into the valleys and the hollows like a heavy fluid. It was a pool of absolute cold. The temperature had stabilized at its lowest point. The rocks, the trees, and the frozen earth had equalized with the air. There was no heat left to lose. The world was a monument to the freeze. In the deep recesses of a limestone cavern far below the reach of the frost, a clan of cave hyenas lay in a communal heap. They were deep in the sleep of the well-fed. The cave was dark, a darkness so complete that eyes were useless. The air here was still and smelled of dry earth, old bones, and the musk of the animals. The temperature was constant, cool but not freezing, maintained by the thermal mass of the mountain above. The hyenas lay intertwined, heads resting on flanks, paws draped over backs. They were a tangle of coarse fur and slow heartbeats. One large female shifted in her sleep. She let out a long, shuddering sigh. Her whiskers twitched as she dreamed. Perhaps she dreamed of the open plain and the scent of the wind. Beside her, a younger animal nuzzled closer, seeking the warmth of the group. The contact was comforting. The clan was a single unit of safety. In the waking world, they were formidable scavengers, but here in the dark, they were simply sleeping beasts, vulnerable and peaceful. The silence of the cave was broken only by the soft sounds of breathing and the occasional rustle of a body shifting on the dusty floor. Above ground, on the open expanse of the tundra, the silence was of a different quality. It was sharp and brittle. The snow surface had hardened under the cold. The intricate crystals that had fallen days ago were now locked together in a solid crust. A solitary woolly rhinoceros stood on a windswept rise. It was a creature of immense bulk and ancient design. Its coat was thick and shaggy, a dark reddish-brown color that looked black in the starlight. The hair hung long over its sides, fringed with icicles where the moisture from its body had traveled down and frozen. The rhino's head hung low. Its two horns, the front one sweeping back in a long curve, were coated in rime ice. They looked like sculptures of white stone. The animal was not moving. It was in a state of standing rest, a deep torpor that allowed it to conserve energy while remaining ready. Its ears, small and hairy, were swiveling slowly, independently of each other. One ear listened to the north, towards the ice sheet. The other listened to the south, towards the river. There was nothing to hear but the silence. The rhino was a solitary island in the sea of snow. It did not need a herd. Its size was its protection. Its coat was its shelter. The wind began to stir again, very faintly. It was a drift of air rather than a breeze. It moved the dry heads of the grasses that poked through the snow on the ridge. Hiss, click. The dry stems touched each other. It was a dry skeletal sound. The snow snake's loose drift snow began to slide across the hard crust again. They flowed like white sand, filling in the hoof prints of the rhino, smoothing the world back to perfection. Down in the valley near the human shelter, the scene was one of quiet domesticity. The fire inside the lodge had burned down to a deep, glowing bed of charcoal. The light was a faint, pulsing red that barely illuminated the soot-stained ceiling. The heat was soft and enveloping. The man who lay nearest the fire woke. He did not open his eyes immediately. He lay still, sensing the room. He felt the warmth on his face. He heard the steady, rhythmic breathing of his family. He smelled the wood smoke and the sweet scent of the dried grass bedding. He sat up slowly, the bison furs sliding off his shoulders. The air at shoulder height was cooler than the air near the floor. He shivered once, then reached for the wood pile. He selected a piece of dense birch, heavy and dry. He placed it carefully on the coals. He blew gently on the embers. Whoosh! A small flame licked up, blue at the base and yellow at the tip. It danced over the bark of the wood. The man watched the flame grow. He held his hands out to it, rubbing his palms together. The friction and the heat loosened his stiff joints. He looked at the sleeping forms of the others. They were safe. The night was passing. He lay back down, pulling the furs up to his chin. He watched the firelight flicker on the wall until his eyes closed again. The smoke from the shelter rose up through the vent hole. It emerged into the freezing night air as a thin, white column. It rose straight up for 100 feet before hitting an invisible layer of air and spreading out horizontally. It hung there, a flat cloud in the moonlight, a signal of life in the empty valley. In the forest, the trees stood in their silent ranks. The spruce and pine were heavy with snow. The weight bent the branches down, creating dark, sheltered spaces underneath. In one of these spaces, a porcupine was at work. It was perched on a high branch of a pine tree. It was a ball of quills and dark fur. It was gnawing on the bark of the tree. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound was loud in the quiet woods. The porcupine stripped a piece of bark, revealing the pale wood underneath. It ate the inner cambium layer, the living part of the tree. It chewed methodically. It was in no hurry. It had the whole tree to itself. It stopped to scratch its nose with a front paw, then resumed eating. The debris from its meal, small chips of bark, rained down onto the snow below, peppering the white surface with brown specks. A snowshoe hare sitting in its form at the base of the tree heard the falling bark. It twitched its nose but did not move. It knew the sound. It was not the sound of a predator. It was the sound of a neighbor. The hare was nearly invisible, its white coat blending perfectly with the snow. Only its dark eyes were visible. It sat with its paws tucked under its chest, conserving heat. It was waiting for the dawn or for the owl to go to roost. The river ice groaned. It was a deep, resonant booming sound that seemed to come from the center of the earth. The ice was expanding as the temperature dropped further. The pressure built up until the sheet shifted, cracking along a stress line. The sound traveled for miles, echoing off the canyon walls. Under the ice, the water flowed on, indifferent to the frozen ceiling. The current was slow and black. Small pebbles rolled along the riverbed, pushed by the water. Clack, clack. They settled into new positions. The river was reshaping itself, grain of sand by grain of sand, even in the dark. A muskrat swam in the water under the ice. It was a small, streamlined shape. It held a clam in its mouth. It swam to a feeding shelf it had maintained near the bank, a place where the air was trapped between the water and the ice. It climbed out of the water onto the muddy shelf. It sat there in the dark, prying the clam open. It ate the meat, then discarded the shell. The shell fell into the water and drifted down to the bottom, joining a pile of other shells. It was a hidden midden, a record of winter meals. On the high plateau, the stars seemed to be closer to the earth. The altitude stripped away the last of the atmospheric haze. The Milky Way was so bright it cast a faint shadow. The Pleiades cluster glittered like a handful of crushed ice thrown against the sky. A herd of musk oxen stood on the windswept flat. They had not moved for hours. They were a fortress of fur. The frost on their backs was an inch thick. They looked like part of the landscape, like mounds of earth and stone. They were asleep on their feet, their legs locked, their heads lowered. Their breathing was slow and shallow. They were surviving on the reserves of fat they had built up during the short summer. The silence on the plateau was absolute. There were no trees to rustle. There were no birds to call. There was only the empty space and the cold stars. It was a place of extreme solitude, yet the herd was together. They touched each other flank to flank. The contact was a lifeline. It was a silent communication that said, "We are here, we endure." Far to the south, in a region of volcanic activity, a series of hot springs bubbled up from the ground. The heat from the earth prevented the water from freezing. Pools of dark, steaming water sat in the midst of the snow. The steam rose in thick, billowing clouds that drifted through the nearby trees. The moisture from the steam froze on the branches, coating them in heavy layers of rime ice. The trees looked like fantastic sculptures of white coral. A bison and old bull separated from his herd stood near the edge of one of these pools. The ground here was warm. The snow had melted back, revealing the dark, wet earth and patches of green moss. The bull grazed on the moss. It was a rare treat in the dead of winter. The warmth of the steam felt good on his face. He stood with his eyes half closed, soaking up the geothermal heat. He was a massive animal, his hump rising high above his shoulders. His coat was matted and thick. He chewed slowly, savoring the moss. Around the pool, the microclimate supported other life. A flock of waterfowl, ducks, and geese that had not migrated floated on the warm water. They paddled gently, keeping their place in the center of the pool. They slept with their heads tucked under their wings. They were safe here. The water kept the foxes away. The heat kept the ice away. It was an oasis in the frozen desert. The night sky began to turn again. The constellation of Leo, the lion, was rising in the east. It was a sign that the night was moving towards its end, though the dawn was still far off. The darkness was heavy and stable. The cold was a solid thing. In the forest, a great gray owl launched itself from a stump. It spread its wings wide. They were silent, fringed with soft down that dampened the sound of the air. It flew low over the snow, scanning the ground with its acute hearing. It heard the squeak of a vole under the snow. It adjusted its flight path. It hovered for a second, then plunged feet first into the snow. It disappeared in a puff of white. A moment later, it emerged, the vole in its talons. It flew back to a branch to eat. The forest remained silent. The event was over in seconds. The landscape was vast. It stretched from the ice sheet in the north to the forests in the south, from the mountains in the west to the rising sun in the east. It was a world of ice and snow, but it was not dead. It was sleeping. It was waiting. The man in the shelter turned over. The fire had caught well. The log was burning steadily. The heat radiated out, warming the air. He felt comfortable. He drifted back into sleep. He dreamed of the hunt. He dreamed of the herds moving across the green plains. He dreamed of the sun. Outside, the aurora borealis began to fade. The curtains of green light that had danced in the north grew pale and thin. They dissolved into the black sky, leaving only the stars. The show was over. The night returned to its stillness. A wolverine, moving through the rocky terrain near the glacier, stopped to sniff the air. It smelled nothing but ice. It continued its patrol. It moved with a rolling, determined gait. It was the master of the solitary life. It did not need a herd. It did not need a pack. It was enough unto itself. The river flowed on. The water was dark and cold. The fish slept. The ice cracked. The cycle continued. On the open plain, the solitary rhino shifted its weight. It lifted a foot and placed it down again. The snow crunched. It blew a breath of steam from its nostrils. It was waiting for the light. It knew the light would come. It had seen many winters. It had seen many nights. This was just one more. The stars shone down with a cold, indifferent beauty. They watched the sleeping world. They watched the ice grow. They watched the mountains stand. They were the eternal witnesses. The silence of the pre-dawn hours was deep. It was a silence that felt holy. It was the silence of a world at rest. There was no conflict, there was no noise, there was only the peace of the winter night. A small bird, a chickadee, slept in a hole in a tree. It was fluffed up into a ball. Its body temperature had dropped to conserve energy. It was in a state of controlled hypothermia. It would wake when the sun touched the tree. Until then, it was part of the wood. The earth turned, the shadows moved, the cold held its grip. The ice age night was a long, slow breath. Inhale, exhale, wait. The snow on the roof of the human shelter was thick. It insulated the lodge from the bitter cold. Inside, the family slept on. They were safe. They were warm. They were together. The landscape was a painting in white and gray. The lines were simple. The shapes were bold. The contrast was high. It was a world of clarity. The wolf pack miles away had settled down for the day. They were curled up in the snow under a dense thicket of spruce. They were a pile of fur. They slept touching each other. They were a family. The moon was gone, the sun was not yet here. It was the time of the stars. It was the time of the ice. It was the time of the silence. The wind whispered one last time across the ridge, moving a few grains of snow. Then it died away. The stillness returned, complete and absolute. The world was frozen in a moment of perfect peace. The night sky remained a vast, overarching dome of obsidian, polished to a high sheen by the dry, freezing air. The stars were not merely points of light, they were sharp, piercing needles of brilliance that seemed to hang just out of reach. The constellation of the Great Bear had wheeled further around the celestial pole, its tail pointing downwards towards the northern horizon. The silence of the world was a deep, resonant hum, a vibration of pure stillness that could be felt in the bones. The earth was locked in the deepest part of its slumber. The heat of the previous day was a forgotten memory, lost to the infinite cold of space. The ground was hard as iron, ringing like metal if struck. The snow was dry as dust, a desert of frozen water that stretched from the forest edge to the end of the world. In the shelter of a limestone overhang protected from the open sky, a solitary cave lion lay awake. It was a massive male, larger than any cat that would walk the earth in later ages. His coat was thick and pale, the color of dry grass and limestone dust. He lay on his side, his heavy head resting on his front paws. His eyes were open, glowing with a faint amber luminescence in the darkness. He was not hunting, he was not moving, he was simply watching the night. He saw the slow movement of the stars. He saw the faint drift of the snow snakes on the ridge below. He saw the dark, hulking shapes of the bison herd in the distance. He was the king of this silent domain, and he ruled with a quiet, observant presence. The lion shifted his weight. The dry leaves and grass of his bedding rustled softly. He let out a low, huffing breath. The steam rose from his nostrils and vanished into the cold air. He licked a paw, his rough tongue grooming the fur between his toes. He removed a small ball of ice that had formed there. He was meticulous. In this cold, a clean coat was the difference between warmth and freezing. He finished his grooming and lowered his head again. The silence returned, heavy and complete. Miles away on the open plain, the darkness was unbroken. There were no trees to cast shadows, only the undulating waves of the snow. A herd of horses stood in a depression in the ground, a natural bowl that shielded them from the drift. They were asleep on their feet. Their heads hung low, their noses almost touching the snow. Their manes were thick and shaggy, falling over their eyes to protect them from the frost. They stood close together, their bodies forming a warm, living island. The heat radiating from them created a small, invisible dome of warmer air that sat over the herd. A young foal born late in the season stood pressed against its mother's flank. It was small and woolly, a ball of soft fur. It was fast asleep, dreaming of the milk and the movement of the herd. Its legs twitched slightly in a dream gallop. The mother felt the movement and shifted her weight to lean closer to the foal. She did not wake. Her instincts guided her even in sleep. She was the protector, the source of heat, the anchor of the foal's world. The wind began to whisper across the high ridges. It was a sound so faint it was almost imaginary. SSSHHH. It moved the dry heads of the steppe grass. It lifted the top layer of snow crystals and rearranged them. It smoothed the edges of the tracks left by the wolf pack hours ago. The wind was the eraser of the steppe. It wiped the slate clean every night, preparing the canvas for the next day's story. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a deep, pulsing heart of embers. The light was dim and red, barely enough to see the curved walls of the lodge. The air was cooling slowly. The man who lay nearest the door woke. He felt the chill seeping through the woven branches. He did not open his eyes fully. He moved by touch and memory. He reached out a hand from under the warm furs. He found the stack of wood. He selected a piece of dense, slow-burning juniper. He placed it gently on the coals. He blew on the embers. Whoosh! A small flame curled around the wood. The light flared up, casting long, dancing shadows that flickered against the roof. The man watched the fire for a moment. He warmed his hands, turning them over in the heat. His palms were rough, scarred by flint and wood. He rubbed his face, feeling the stubble on his chin. He looked at his sleeping family. They were motionless mounds of fur. He listened to their breathing. It was steady. It was the sound of life persisting. He felt a deep sense of peace. The shelter was holding. The night was passing. He lay back down, pulling the bison robe up to his ear. He closed his eyes and let the warmth lull him back to sleep. The smoke from the fire rose up through the vent hole in the roof. It emerged into the freezing night as a thin, gray ribbon. It did not disperse immediately. It rose straight up in the still air, a vertical line connecting the earth to the sky. High above, it met a layer of moving air and drifted to the south, a silent signal of the human presence. In the deep forest, the trees stood silent and still. The spruce and pine were heavy with snow. The weight bent their branches down, creating dark, sheltered tents underneath. In one of these shelters, a capercaillie, a large forest grouse, was roosting. It had flown down from a tree at dusk and plunged into the soft snow. It had tunneled a few feet under the surface to create a snow cave. Inside, the temperature was just below freezing, much warmer than the bitter air outside. The bird sat in its white chamber, its feathers fluffed up. It was safe from the wind and the owl. It slept soundly, hidden from the world. A pine marten moved through the branches above. It was a sleek, dark hunter. It flowed along the limb of a pine tree, balancing with its long tail. It stopped to sniff a pine cone. It looked down at the snow. It saw the hole where the grouse had entered. It paused. It considered digging. But the snow was deep and the grouse could explode out and fly away in an instant. The marten decided against it. It moved on, leaping to the next tree. It was looking for a squirrel's nest, a stationary target. It vanished into the shadows of the canopy. The river ice cracked again. Boom! The sound was deep and hollow. It echoed up and down the river valley. The ice was thickening. The cold was driving the frost deeper into the water. Under the ice, a school of burbot was active. They were bottom-dwelling fish, lovers of the cold. They moved along the riverbed in the dark, their barbels tasting the mud. They were spawning. They swirled around each other in the slow current, indifferent to the frozen world above. They were creatures of the eternal night of the river bottom. On the high plateau, the herd of musk oxen remained in their defensive circle. They had not moved an inch in hours. They were a fortress of hair and horn. The frost on their backs was thick and white. They looked like a ring of snow-covered boulders. They were waiting out the night. They were the masters of patience. They did not waste energy on movement. They stood and endured. The sky began to change, though the change was subtle. To the east, a faint cone-shaped glow appeared on the horizon. It was not the dawn, not yet. It was the zodiacal light, a phenomenon caused by sunlight reflecting off dust particles in the solar system. It was a ghostly triangular pillar of light that pointed up towards the stars. It was a false dawn. It gave no light to see by, but it marked the path of the sun. The animals sensed it. The rhythm of the night shifted. The deep middle of the night failing began to fade, replaced by the anticipation of the morning. A solitary mammoth bull stood in a ravine where the willows grew thick. He was awake. He was stripping the bark from a willow branch, crunch, tear. The sound was loud in the quiet ravine. He chewed slowly. He was a mountain of a creature. His tusks were long and curved, stained with earth. His coat was a dark, shaggy mat of hair. He paused in his eating. He lifted his trunk to test the air. He smelled the false dawn. He smelled the cold. He rumbled a low sound, a vibration that traveled through the frozen ground. It was a note of existence. I am here. The mammoth turned slowly. He moved up the ravine, stepping carefully on the frozen stream bed. His feet were wide and padded, spreading his immense weight. He moved silently for such a large animal. He crested the bank and stood on the edge of the plain. He looked east towards the faint glow. He stood there, a silhouette against the stars, a monument to the Ice Age. Far to the north, near the edge of the ice sheet, the wind was stronger. It blew across the glacier, picking up ice crystals and driving them like sand. Hiss, hiss. The surface of the glacier was polished and hard. There was no snow here, only blue ice. In the lee of a rock nunatak, a peak of rock sticking up through the ice, a small bird crouched. It was a snow bunting. It had found a tiny crevice in the rock. It was fluffed up into a ball. It waited for the wind to die. It was a tiny spark of life in a world of ice. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It did not care for the creatures that walked upon it. It offered no shelter but what could be found or made, yet life thrived here. The animals were adapted to the cold. They had thick fur, layers of fat, efficient metabolisms. They knew how to find the wind shadows. They knew how to dig for grass. They knew how to huddle. A herd of reindeer moved across a high ridge. They were silhouetted against the star field. Their antlers looked like a moving forest of bare branches. They walked with a steady, clicking rhythm. Click, 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 click. The tendons in their feet snapped over the bones. It was the music of the migration. They were heading for a valley where the snow was thin. They moved with a singular purpose. They did not stop. They were the wanderers of the north. The silence of the pre-dawn hours was deep and expectant. The world was holding its breath. The stars seemed to burn with a final, intense brightness before the coming light would wash them away. The Milky Way was a river of silver fire. The Pleiades clustered high in the west, a diamond brooch pinned to the sky. In the forest, a great gray owl sat on a low stump. It had finished its hunting. It was full. It sat motionless, its feathers fluffed. It closed its eyes. It was ready to sleep. The day belonged to the hawk and the eagle. The owl belonged to the night. It settled down, blending perfectly with the gray wood of the stump. It became invisible. The man in the shelter woke again. The fire was burning steadily now. The heat had returned to the room. He sat up and adjusted his furs. He looked at the smoke hole. The star he had been watching was gone, moved out of the frame by the turning of the earth. He looked at the color of the sky through the hole. It was still black, but a different shade of black. A lighter, softer black. He knew the morning was approaching. He reached for a skin bag of water. He took a sip. The water was cool and refreshing. He offered it to the woman who had stirred. She drank and handed it back. They shared a quiet look. No words were needed. They were partners in survival. They lay back down, shoulder to shoulder. They waited for the light. The false dawn grew slightly brighter. The cone of light extended higher into the sky. It was a beautiful, ethereal sight. It looked like a stairway to the stars. The darkness around it seemed deeper by contrast. The shadows on the snow were long and distorted. A pack of wolves, returning to their den, stopped on a rise. They looked at the eastern sky. The alpha male sniffed the air. He smelled the morning. He smelled the change in the wind. He turned and led the pack down into the timber. They moved with a tired, easy trot. They vanished into the trees, gray ghosts returning to the underworld. The hare in the boulder field remained motionless. It knew the danger was not over. The dawn was a dangerous time. The predators were active, making one last attempt to feed before the light. The hare sat tight, its heart beat slowly. It was a master of stillness. The cold seeped into the rocks. It froze the lichen, it froze the moss, it cracked the stones. The freeze-thaw cycle was the slow sculptor of the landscape. It broke down the mountains grain by grain. It created the soil for the grass. It was a destructive force, but also a creative one. The river flowed on, the water was dark and secret, the fish slept, the ice held, the world was in balance. The mammoth bull on the ridge lowered his head. He used his tusks to sweep the snow away from a patch of grass. He began to eat, tear, crunch. The sound was rhythmic and steady. He was fueling his massive body. He needed hundreds of pounds of grass a day. He ate with a singular focus. He was a machine of biology, turning the meager energy of the steppe into muscle and bone. The stars in the east began to fade. The smallest ones vanished first, swallowed by the growing light of the false dawn. The major stars held on, burning defiantly. The sky was a gradient of light, from the pale glow on the horizon to the deep black at the zenith. A weasel in its white winter coat popped its head out of a hole in the snow. It looked around with bright black eyes. It saw the lightning sky. It decided the night's work was done. It ducked back down into the tunnel. It would sleep while the sun was up. It curled into a ball in its nest of dry grass and fur. It was warm and safe. The landscape waited, the trees waited, the rocks waited. The anticipation of the sunrise was a tangible feeling in the air. The birds began to stir in their roosts. A raven called out, a harsh croak that echoed in the silence. It was the first sound of the morning. The fire in the human shelter popped again. A spark flew up. The man watched it go. He thought of the sun. He thought of the warmth. He closed his eyes and drifted into a light doze. The stillness held. The wind died down again. The snow lay perfect and white. The world was a blank page waiting for the tracks of the new day. The cave lion in the overhang stood up. He stretched, extending his front legs and arching his back. He yawned, a wide pink cavern in the gray light. He looked out over his valley one last time, then he turned and walked to the back of the cave. He lay down in the dust. He closed his eyes. His watch was over. The earth turned, the light grew. The Ice Age morning was coming, slow and cold and inevitable. The atmosphere began to scatter the light more effectively. The cone of the zodiacal light widened and diffused. The horizon turned a deep, bruised purple. The line between earth and sky became sharp and distinct. The mountains in the distance were black silhouettes against the purple. A herd of saiga antelope stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to graze, moving slowly across the snow. Their noses wiggled as they selected the best grass. They were the first to greet the morning. The silence was broken by the sound of a ptarmigan calling. Go back, go back. It was a guttural, clicking sound. The bird flew up from the snow, its white wings flashing. It landed on a willow bush and began to eat the buds. It was a sign that the night was truly ending. The cold remained. It would not leave until the sun was high, and even then it would linger in the shadows. But the light was coming, and with the light the world would wake up. The man in the shelter opened his eyes. He saw the blue light filtering through the snow block at the entrance. He knew it was time. He sat up. He began the day. The cycle continued. The night gave way to the day. The cold gave way to the light. The life of the steppe went on, enduring, adapting, surviving. The band of violet light on the eastern horizon began to widen. It pushed upwards, compressing the deep indigo of the night sky into a retreating dome of darkness. The stars, which had stood as sharp sentinels for so long, began to fade. They did not disappear all at once. Rather, they seemed to step back into the depths of the heavens, their light washed out by the growing brilliance of the atmosphere. The morning star, Venus, held its ground the longest. It hung low in the southeast, a diamond of fierce intensity competing with the coming dawn. It was a beacon of the transition, suspended between the night that was ending and the day that was beginning. The air remained perfectly still. The temperature was at its absolute minimum for the cycle. The cold was a solid physical presence. It had frozen the moisture in the air into microscopic diamond dust. These tiny ice crystals floated in the atmosphere, catching the first rays of the hidden sun. They created faint vertical pillars of light above the horizon, a celestial colonnade heralding the sunrise. The world held its breath. The silence was not the heavy silence of the deep night, but a lighter, more expectant stillness. It was a silence waiting to be broken. On the high ground, the peaks of the distant mountains caught the first direct light. They turned a burning, incandescent pink. The color was shocking in its intensity against the blue-gray of the lower world. The light slid down the faces of the rock, chasing the shadows into the valleys. It highlighted the jagged ridges and the deep, snow-filled couloirs. It revealed the texture of the ice fields that clung to the high slopes. The mountains looked like floating islands of fire in a sea of shadow. In the human shelter, the blue light filtering through the snow block at the entrance grew stronger. It illuminated the interior with a soft aquatic glow. The man sat by the fire, which he had coaxed back into life. The flames were small and yellow, licking at the fresh wood. The smoke rose in a thin, lazy spiral, disappearing through the vent. The man watched the smoke. He was fully awake now. His mind was clearing, shedding the remnants of dreams. He reached for a piece of dried meat that hung from a rafter. It was hard and dark, smoked over many days. He broke off a small piece. He put it in his mouth, letting it soften before chewing. It was the taste of sustenance. The woman sat up. She arranged the furs around the sleeping children, tucking them in to preserve the warmth. She moved with quiet efficiency. She picked up her boots. She checked the grass insulation inside. It was dry. She slid her feet in and tied the thongs. She looked at the man. He nodded. It was a silent greeting. They were partners in the business of survival. The day had arrived, and with it the work of living. Outside, the snow surface began to change. As the ambient light increased, the gray monochrome of the night revealed its true colors. The snow was not just white. It was a tapestry of blues and violets in the shadows and creamy whites and pale golds on the ridges. The texture became visible. The wind-sculpted drifts looked like frozen waves, their crests sharp and fragile. The tracks of the animals that had passed in the night were etched into the surface. The deep post holes of the bison, the delicate prints of the fox, the wide, dragging trail of the porcupine. A raven perched high in a dead pine tree gave a low croak. It ruffled its black feathers, shaking off the frost that had accumulated during the night. The feathers shone with an iridescent sheen of blue and purple. The bird hopped to a higher branch. It looked east, watching the brightening sky. It was the herald of the morning. Its call echoed across the valley, a familiar, raspy sound that broke the spell of the silence. Down by the river, the mist that had formed over the open patches of water began to swirl. The rising sun warmed the air slightly, causing the fog to lift and dissipate. A river otter climbed out onto the ice. It shook itself vigorously. Water droplets flew from its fur, freezing in midair before hitting the snow. The otter groomed its coat, smoothing the sleek fur. It looked around with bright, intelligent eyes. It saw the raven. It saw the distant shape of an elk moving along the tree line. It was alert and alive, a spark of energy in the frozen landscape. The sun finally breached the horizon. It was not a sudden explosion, but a majestic, slow reveal. The rim of the solar disk appeared, a blinding arc of gold. The light flooded across the plain. It hit the snow and ignited it. Millions of ice crystals sparkled simultaneously. The world became a dazzle of light. To look at the snow was to be blinded. The long, blue shadows of the morning stretched out towards the west, reaching for miles. Every hummock, every rock, every tree cast a shadow that defined the shape of the land. A herd of wild horses stood on a ridge facing the sun. They soaked up the radiation. Their dark coats absorbed the heat. Steam rose from their flanks in thick clouds. They stood with their eyes half closed, enjoying the warmth. One stallion lowered his head and pawed at the snow. He broke through the crust and found the dry grass beneath. He began to graze. The sound of his chewing was a rhythmic grind. The others followed suit. The herd became a line of feeding animals, their tails swishing slowly. In the forest, the light penetrated the canopy. It dappled the forest floor with spots of gold. The shadows of the branches created intricate patterns on the snow. A red squirrel ran down the trunk of a spruce tree. It stopped on a lower branch and chattered, chir-chir. It was a bright scolding sound. It held a pine cone in its paws. It began to strip the scales, looking for the seeds. The scales fell to the snow like brown rain. The squirrel was busy. The day was short and there was much eating to be done. The humans stepped out of their shelter. The cold air hit them, sharp and invigorating. They squinted against the glare. The man pulled his fur hood forward to shield his eyes. He looked at the sky. It was a clear, pale blue, darkening to a deep azure at the zenith. There were no clouds. It would be a good day for travel or for work. The woman carried a basket. She moved towards the wood pile. They needed to restock the fuel. The children emerged, blinking in the light. They ran to a nearby drift and slid down it, their laughter ringing in the thin air. The landscape was vast. To the north, the ice sheet was a white line on the horizon, glowing with a reflected light. To the south, the forest stretched away, a dark green ocean of trees. To the west, the mountains rose up, their peaks now fully illuminated. It was a world of immense scale. The humans were tiny specks in this grandeur, but they belonged here. They were adapted, skilled, and resilient. A herd of reindeer moved across the frozen river. Their hooves clicked on the ice. They were moving from their night bedding ground to a day grazing area. Their antlers were a forest of bone moving through the valley. They walked with a steady, determined pace. They passed near the otter, who watched them go from the safety of the ice edge. The species ignored each other. They occupied different niches in the web of life. The sun climbed higher, though its path would keep it low in the southern sky. The light lost its rosy dawn tint and became a pure, hard white gold. The air began to warm slightly, though it remained well below freezing. The frost on the trees began to sublimate, turning directly from solid ice to vapor. The trees smoked in the sunlight. It was a magical sight, the forest appearing to breathe. A snowy owl, returning late to its roost, flew silently through the trees. It found a thick spruce and landed close to the trunk. It fluffed its feathers and settled down. It closed its eyes, shutting out the brightness of the day. It would sleep while the sun walked the sky. Its time would come again when the shadows lengthened. The mammoth herd was moving. The matriarch led them along a familiar trail that followed the contour of the hills. She walked with a slow, swaying gait. Her trunk swung gently from side to side, sniffing the ground, sniffing the air. She smelled the horses on the ridge. She smelled the water in the river. She stopped to tear up a clump of sedge grass. She shook the dirt from the roots before placing it in her mouth. The rest of the herd followed her lead. They were a peaceful procession of giants. The young calves walked close to their mothers, sometimes reaching out a trunk to touch a flank or a leg. It was a gesture of connection. The man and the woman worked together to strip the bark from the fallen tree they had dragged in the day before. The bark was tough and frozen. They used bone wedges and stone hammers. Thwack, crack, the bark peeled away in long strips. They would use the bark for flooring or for burning and the wood for the fire. The work warmed them. They removed their outer parkas, working in their tunics. Steam rose from their bodies. They spoke little, communicating with nods and gestures. The rhythm of the work was a language in itself. A fox trotted along the edge of the clearing where the humans worked. It stopped and watched them. Its red coat was vibrant against the snow. It was curious but cautious. It sat down, wrapping its tail around its paws. It watched the man swing the hammer. It watched the chips of wood fly. Then, deciding there was no food to be had, it stood up and trotted away, disappearing into the underbrush. The sun touched a patch of open ground on a south-facing slope. The snow here had melted and sublimated, revealing the dark soil and the rocks. A colony of ground squirrels lived here. They were hibernating deep underground, but the warmth of the sun on the soil began to penetrate downwards. It would not wake them yet, but it was a signal. The season was turning slowly, imperceptibly. The earth was remembering the spring. The vastness of the sky was overwhelming. It was a dome of blue that seemed to go on forever. A single eagle circled high above, a speck of dark in the blue. It was riding a thermal, soaring without effort. It looked down on the world with a god's eye view. It saw the mammoth herd. It saw the humans. It saw the winding ribbon of the river. It saw the patterns of the wind on the snow. The wind began to pick up again, a gentle breeze from the west. It carried the scent of pine and distant snow. It rustled the branches of the trees. It played with the smoke from the shelter. It was the breath of the land. The bison herd on the plain had broken their tight circle. They were spread out now, grazing. They used their massive heads to sweep the snow aside. They were powerful animals built for this landscape. They moved slowly, conserving energy. A young calf frolicked for a moment, kicking up its heels. Its mother watched it, chewing her cud. The calf ran back to her and butted her side gently. She nuzzled its neck. The day settled into a routine. The excitement of the sunrise faded into the steady light of the morning. The shadows moved slowly, shortening as noon approached. The world was fully awake. The business of the day was eating. Every animal, from the smallest vole to the largest mammoth, was focused on finding fuel. The cold was a constant drain on their energy reserves. They had to replenish it. The humans stopped their work to eat. They sat on the log facing the sun. They ate dried berries mixed with fat. It was rich, high-energy food. They drank water from a skin bag. They watched the children play. The boy was trying to throw a small spear at a mark in the snow. He missed. He ran to retrieve the spear and tried again. The man smiled. He remembered learning the same skill. It was the way of things. Knowledge was passed down from hand to hand, from generation to generation. A weasel in its ermine coat hunted along the stone wall of the riverbank. It flowed over the rocks like water. It poked its head into every crevice. It was looking for a pika or a lemming. Its black eyes shone with intensity. It was a fierce hunter in a tiny package. It found a scent trail and followed it, vanishing into a hole between two boulders. The light on the snow was blindingly bright. The crystals acted like mirrors. The world was a kingdom of light. It was beautiful and harsh. There was no softness here, only sharp edges and bright surfaces, but there was life. The woolly rhino on the ridge had moved down into a hollow where the dwarf birch grew. It was browsing on the twigs. It snapped them off with its prehensile lip. It chewed with a loud crunching sound. It was alone, but it was content. It had the sun on its back and food in its belly. The sun reached its zenith, low in the southern sky. It would hang there for a while before beginning its descent. This was the warmest part of the day. The temperature rose a few degrees. The icicles on the south-facing rocks began to drip, drip, drip. It was a slow metronome. The water froze again as soon as it hit the shadow, forming clear stalagmites of ice. The mammoth herd stopped to rest. The adults dozed on their feet, their trunks resting on the ground or draped over a tusk. The calves lay down in the snow, soaking up the sun. The herd was a peaceful island in the White Sea. They had nowhere to be. They were exactly where they needed to be. The silence of the steppe was not empty. It was full of the small sounds of life. The scratch of a claw, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird, the breath of a beast. These sounds were the music of the Ice Age. The man stood up, he stretched his back. He picked up his tools. The work was not done. There was always work, but he did not mind. It was good to work. It kept the blood moving. It kept the mind sharp. He looked at the sun. He judged the time. They had a few hours of good light left. He returned to the log. The river flowed on, dark and cold under the ice. It was the artery of the land. It carried the water from the melting glaciers to the sea. It was ancient and indifferent. It had carved this valley over thousands of years. It would continue to carve it long after the humans were gone. The sky was a perfect, flawless blue. There was not a cloud to be seen. It was the color of deep water. The sun was a golden coin. The snow was a white sheet. It was a world of primary colors. A small herd of musk oxen grazed on a windswept hill. They moved slowly like dark stones rolling uphill. Their long hair swayed in the breeze. They were the survivors of the deep cold. They were at home here. The day continued. The sun began to move towards the west. The shadows began to lengthen again. The cycle of the light was turning. The earth spun on. The life of the steppe continued its slow, steady dance with the cold. The sun, having completed the high arc of its short journey, began its slow descent towards the western horizon. The light, which had been a brilliant, blinding white at midday, now softened into a rich, golden amber. It bathed the landscape in a warm, horizontal glow that exaggerated every texture on the surface of the snow. The sastrugi, the wind-sculpted ridges of hard snow, cast long, sharp shadows that stretched out like blue fingers across the gold. The world appeared to be made of two colors, the warm honey of the sunlit snow and the cool indigo of the shadowed hollows. The air remained clear and still, a lens of crystal through which the dying day could be viewed in perfect detail. On the open steppe, the herd of bison continued their slow grazing. They were moving towards the west, squinting against the lowering sun. Their dark coats absorbed the last of the solar heat. They looked like ancient, moss-covered boulders that had decided to walk. The fur on their humps was thick and matted, bleached slightly by the sun and the wind. Dustings of snow clung to their backs, refusing to melt in the sub-zero air. The rhythmic sound of their chewing was a low, constant vibration. Grind, pause, grind. It was the sound of the prairie converting sunlight into muscle. A magpie, its feathers a striking contrast of black and white with flashes of iridescent blue, landed on the back of a large bull. The bull did not react. He was used to the bird. The magpie hopped along the spine of the animal, inspecting the fur. It pecked at a tick that had buried itself deep in the wool. It was a symbiotic moment. The bird got a meal, the bison got relief. The magpie flew up, chattering a short sequence of notes, then landed on the snow to pick at a seed head that the bison had uncovered. The bird was bright and alert, a spark of energy in the slow-moving herd. The edge of the forest began to darken as the sun dipped lower. The trees, which had been individual sculptures of light and shadow, merged into a single dark wall. Under the canopy, the light was fading fast. A great spotted woodpecker was finishing its day's work on a dead birch tree. It clung vertically to the trunk, its stiff tail feathers bracing it against the bark. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was hollow and rhythmic. It was searching for larvae hidden in the wood. It found one, extracted it with a sticky tongue, and swallowed. It looked around, its red cap bright in the gloom. Then it flew off towards its roost hole, a silent undulation through the trees. The humans near the shelter were wrapping up their outdoor tasks. The woman stood by the drying rack. The hide she had scraped was now pliable and soft. She ran her hand over the surface, checking for any rough spots. It felt like velvet. She unlashed it from the frame, folding it carefully. It would become a warm tunic or a sleeping cover. She gathered her tools, the bone scraper and the stone knife, and placed them in her leather pouch. She looked at the sun. It was touching the tops of the distant hills. The time of warmth was ending. The man was gathering the wood chips and bark strips they had peeled earlier. He piled them into a basket. Nothing was wasted. These small pieces would be the kindling for the morning fire. He worked with a calm, methodical efficiency. He did not rush, but he did not linger. The cold was already beginning to tighten its grip on the air. He could feel the temperature dropping on his cheeks. He called softly to the children. They came running from the snowbank, their faces flushed with cold and play. They followed the adults into the shelter, the skin flap dropping behind them, sealing out the coming night. Inside the shelter, the transition was immediate. The bright, expansive world of the steppe was replaced by the small, intimate world of the lodge. The fire was built up again, the fresh wood crackled and popped, the light was orange and dancing. The smell was of smoke and family, it was a sanctuary. The humans settled in, their day's labor done. They were ready for the long night. Outside, the sun finally touched the horizon. It did not sink quickly. It seemed to slide along the rim of the earth as if reluctant to leave. The light turned a deep, burning orange. The snow reflected this fire, turning the entire plain into a field of lava. The clouds that had formed in the west caught the light from below. They burned with violet and crimson. It was a sunset of spectacular, violent beauty. The colors were saturated and intense, a final burst of energy before the gray of twilight took over. A solitary cave lion stood on a high limestone outcrop watching the display. He had just woken from his day-long slumber. He stretched, extending his front legs and arching his back. His claws, sharp and curved, extended from their sheaths, scratching the rock. He opened his mouth in a wide yawn, his pink tongue curling. He shook his mane, a heavy ruff of fur that protected his neck. He looked out over the valley. His golden eyes reflected the sunset. He saw the bison herd, now just dark shapes in the orange light. He saw the smoke rising from the human shelter. He watched with a detached, regal interest. He was the apex of this world. He feared nothing. The lion turned and walked down the back of the outcrop. He moved with a heavy, fluid grace. His shoulder blades rose and fell with each step. He was heading towards the river. He would drink and then he would patrol. The night was his domain. Down at the river, the ice was beginning to turn blue as the direct sunlight left it. The water flowing in the open leads looked black and oily. A flock of golden-eyes, hardy diving ducks floated in a patch of open water. They were settling down for the night. They tucked their heads into their back feathers. They drifted in the slow eddy, paddling just enough to stay in the open water. The ice edge was sharp and dangerous. They stayed in the center. The air grew rapidly colder. The alpenglow that had lit the mountains faded. The pink turned to purple, then to a cold steel gray. The shadows engulfed the world. The blue hour had arrived. This was the time of the twilight, the suspension between the sun and the stars. The light was soft and diffuse, coming from the entire sky rather than a single point. It was a time of mystery. Shapes became indistinct. Distances became hard to judge. A giant deer, the megaloceros, emerged from the forest edge. He stepped out onto the open snow. His antlers were a magnificent silhouette against the fading sky. He held his head high, balancing the immense weight. He walked with a high-stepping gait, lifting his hooves clear of the snow. He was heading for a patch of willow scrub near the river. He needed to browse. He moved cautiously, his ears swiveling to catch the sound of the lion or the wolf. He was powerful, but he was also prey. The wind died down completely. The air became still as water in a cup. The silence returned, deeper than the day's silence. It was the silence of the waiting night. A single leaf clinging to a dwarf birch since the autumn finally gave up its hold. It fluttered down to the snow. It landed with no sound. It lay there, a brown curl on the blue-white surface. The mammoth herd had stopped for the evening. They found a depression in the ground that offered some protection from the draft. They stood in a loose group. The matriarch was the last to settle. She stood facing the direction of the sunset, watching the last color fade from the sky. Her long tusks gleamed in the twilight. She let out a low rumble, a signal to the herd, rest. The others responded with soft grunts. The calves leaned against the legs of their mothers. The heat of the herd began to build. Far to the north, the aurora borealis began to wake up. Faint green ribbons appeared in the high atmosphere. They were pale and ghostly against the twilight blue. They were not yet bright, but they were there. They were the curtain raiser for the night's performance. A small Arctic fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a white speck in the blue world. It was busy. It stopped to sniff a mound of snow. It peed on it, marking its territory. It continued on its way. It was full of energy. The night was its time. It was not afraid of the dark. It was a part of it. The temperature dropped past the freezing point of mercury. The cold was a hammer. It cracked the stones. It froze the sap. It tested every living thing. The animals tightened their defenses. They puffed up their fur. They slowed their breathing. They engaged the ancient biological mechanisms of survival. In the forest, a pine marten sat on a branch, watching the darkness gather. It held a vole it had just caught. It ate quickly, tearing the meat. It needed the fuel. The night would be long and cold. It finished the meal and wiped its face with a paw. It looked around with bright, button eyes. It decided to find a hole to sleep in for a few hours. It scrambled up the tree and disappeared into a cavity in the trunk. The last of the color drained from the west. The sky was now a deep, uniform indigo. The first stars began to appear. Sirius, the dog star, was the first, burning blue-white in the south. Then Jupiter, a steady cream-colored light. Then the familiar patterns of the constellations. The map of the night was being drawn. The landscape was now a study in shadows. The trees were black columns, the rocks were black lumps. The snow was a pale, luminous gray. It was a world of high contrast. The man inside the shelter added a log to the fire. He banked the coals around it. He wanted a slow burn. He looked at the smoke hole. He saw the first star. He knew the night had truly begun. He felt a sense of contentment. The day's work was done. The food was eaten. The family was safe. The river ice cracked loudly. Boom, the sound echoed in the silence. It was a reminder of the power of the cold. The ice was growing, thickening, sealing the water away from the sky. A herd of musk oxen on the high plateau stood firm. They had formed their defensive circle again. They were ready for the night. They were the immovable objects of the north. They stood and waited. The owl woke up. It opened its large yellow eyes. It stretched its wings. It looked down at the snow. It was ready. The night shift had begun. The silence held, the cold held, the earth turned. The great cycle of the Ice Age continued, indifferent to the small lives that played out on its surface, yet supporting them all in its frozen embrace. The peace of the twilight gave way to the peace of the night. The darkness of the night had settled into a profound and heavy stability. The last traces of the sunset were long gone, erased from the western horizon as if they had never existed. The sky was a vaulted ceiling of infinite depth, constructed of absolute blackness and pinned with the cold, hard light of the stars. Without the moon to wash out the fainter luminaries, the constellations appeared dense and crowded. The Milky Way was a bright structural spine that arched across the heavens, a river of diamond dust flowing from one horizon to the other. It was bright enough to cast a faint, ghostly shadow on the snow, a shadow that had no edge and no definition. The air was motionless. It had cooled to a point where it felt solid, a medium of crystal clarity that transmitted the starlight without distortion. In the center of the vast, open plain, a solitary woolly rhinoceros moved through the dark. It was a creature of immense bulk and ancient design. Its body was covered in a thick, shaggy coat of reddish-brown hair that hung in heavy curtains over its flanks. The hair was matted with ice and dust, forming a protective armor against the elements. Its head hung low, swinging slowly from side to side with the rhythm of its walk. The two horns on its snout were magnificent. The front horn was long and curved, sweeping back towards its forehead. It was worn smooth at the tip from years of sweeping snow aside to reach the grass. The rear horn was a smaller, blunt cone. In the starlight, the horns looked like polished stone. The rhino stopped at a patch of dwarf birch that poked through the snow. It used its prehensile upper lip to grasp the frozen twigs. Snap, crunch. The sound of the wood breaking was loud in the silent night. The rhino chewed methodically. It was a machine of digestion, converting the tough, woody material into heat. It stood alone in the emptiness, unbothered by the solitude. Its small eyes were weak, but its hearing and smell were acute. It swiveled its ears, listening to the windless night. It heard nothing but the silence. It was the tank of the steppe, secure in its size and strength. Miles away in the shelter of the dense forest, the darkness was even more complete. The canopy of the spruce and pine trees blocked out the starlight, creating a world of deep, velvety black. Here the snow was soft and powdery, protected from the wind. A northern flying squirrel woke in its nest high in a hollow tree. It was a small creature with large, dark eyes adapted for the night. It crawled out of its hole and perched on a branch. It looked into the darkness. It launched itself into the void. It spread its legs, extending the flaps of skin between its wrists and ankles. It became a living kite. It glided silently through the trees, steering with its flat tail. It landed softly on the trunk of another tree 50 feet away. Its claws gripped the bark. It scurried to the other side of the trunk, hiding from any watching owl. It was a master of the three-dimensional forest world. The cold seeped into the ground, freezing the soil to a depth of many feet. This was the permafrost, the frozen foundation of the north. In the summer, the surface would thaw, creating a boggy landscape, but now in the depth of winter, the ground was hard as granite. The roots of the trees were locked in this frozen earth. They were dormant, their sap thickened to a gel to prevent freezing. They stood patiently, waiting for the warmth that was months away. The forest was a collection of sleeping giants, standing guard over the snow. Inside the human shelter, the atmosphere was thick with warmth and peace. The fire had burned down to a deep, pulsing bed of coals. The light was dim, a soft red glow that painted the curved walls in shades of charcoal and rust. The heat radiated gently, keeping the bitter cold at bay. The family slept in a huddle of furs. The breathing of the sleepers was a slow, synchronized rhythm. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. It was the sound of deep rest. The man who lay on the outer edge of the sleeping group shifted slightly. He felt a cool draft near the floor. He reached out a hand, his eyes still closed, and pushed a bundle of dried grass against the base of the wall. The draft stopped. He pulled his hand back into the warmth of the bison robe. He settled his head on his arm. He drifted back into the darkness of sleep. The shelter was a vessel of life, holding its precious cargo safe against the ocean of the winter night. Far to the north, the great ice sheet glowed with a faint internal light. It was the reflection of the stars on the blue ice. The glacier was a river of frozen water, miles wide and thousands of feet thick. It moved with a glacial slowness, creeping forward inch by year. In the silence of the night, the ice groaned. Crack! A deep fissure opened up deep within the mass. The sound was muffled by the millions of tons of ice above. On the surface, nothing changed. The wind blew the snow across the hard, polished surface. Hiss, hiss, it was a desolate, beautiful landscape, devoid of life but full of power. A pack of wolves moved along the edge of the forest. They were traveling in a single file, stepping in each other's footprints to conserve energy. They moved with a fluid, liquid grace. Their gray and black coats blended perfectly with the shadows. The alpha female led the way. She stopped on a small rise and looked out over the frozen river. She sniffed the air. She smelled the scent of a hare that had passed an hour ago. She smelled the cold damp of the open water near the rapids. She did not hunt. The pack had eaten well the night before. Tonight they were patrolling. They were asserting their presence in the valley. The wolves gathered around the alpha. They nuzzled each other's faces. They wagged their tails low. It was a moment of social bonding. They reaffirmed their connections, their hierarchy, their family. One young wolf lay down and rolled on its back in the snow. Another sniffed its belly. They were playful and gentle with each other. In the harsh world of the Ice Age, the pack was everything. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were the masters of the night. The river ice was a complex landscape of frozen waves and jagged ridges. The moonlight had revealed its surface earlier, but now under the stars it was a dark, mysterious road. An otter slid across the ice on its belly. It moved with a playful energy. It reached a hole in the ice that it kept open. It dove in, splash. The sound was small and swallowed quickly by the silence. Under the water, the otter was in its element. It swam gracefully, hunting for fish among the rocks of the riverbed. It was a creature of two worlds, the frozen air above and the flowing water below. On the high plateau, the herd of musk oxen remained in their defensive circle. They were immovable objects. The frost had built up on their long, shaggy coats until they looked like snow-covered boulders. They did not move. To move was to lose heat. They stood rump to rump, facing outward towards the dark. They were a fortress of hair and horn. They were asleep on their feet, their metabolism slowed to a crawl. They were the ultimate survivors, built to endure the unendurable. The sky began to change. A faint green glow appeared on the northern horizon. It was the aurora borealis returning to the night sky. It started as a pale arch low in the sky, then it began to brighten. Curtains of green light shimmering with violet edges rose up towards the zenith. They moved with a slow, silent majesty. They folded and unfolded like celestial drapery. The light reflected on the snow, turning the white landscape a ghostly green. The wolves stopped to watch. The musk oxen stood indifferent. The light was cold, offering no warmth, only a haunting beauty. A snowy owl sat on the top of a dead snag, silhouetted against the aurora. It was a large white bird with yellow eyes. It turned its head slowly, scanning the ground below. It saw the movement of a lemming near a rock. It did not fly immediately. It calculated the distance. It waited for the lemming to move away from the safety of the rock. The owl was patient. It had all night. It was the silent watcher, the keeper of the forest edge. The silence of the night was not empty. It was filled with the small sounds of the earth, the crack of a tree contracting in the cold, the squeak of the snow under a paw, the rustle of a dry leaf, the distant rumble of the ice sheet. These were the notes of the winter symphony. It was a slow, quiet music that played on and on. In the subnivean zone, the space between the ground and the snowpack, a community of small animals was active. A vole moved along a tunnel it had chewed through the grass. It was warm down here, protected from the wind and the bitter cold by the blanket of snow. The vole found a stash of seeds it had gathered in the autumn. It sat on its haunches and ate, holding a seed in its tiny paws. It was safe from the owl as long as it stayed underground. It lived in a secret world, hidden beneath the feet of the giants. The woolly rhino finished eating the birch twigs. It turned and moved slowly towards a sheltered draw. It walked with a heavy, plodding gait. Its breath formed a cloud of steam that trailed behind it. It found a spot where the snow was deep and soft. It lay down, folding its legs under its massive body. It let out a long sigh. It closed its eyes. It was time to rest. It became a dark mound in the snow, indistinguishable from a rock or a hill. The stars wheeled overhead. The great bear moved lower in the sky. The constellation of Leo rose higher in the east. The passage of time was marked by the rotation of the heavens. The earth turned on its axis, carrying the sleeping world through the dark. There was no hurry. The night was long and the dawn was far away. Inside the shelter, the fire popped softly. A spark flew up the smoke hole, a tiny star joining the millions above. The woman woke briefly. She checked the child sleeping beside her. She tucked the fur tighter around its shoulders. She felt the warmth of the fire. She closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. She dreamed of the sun on her face, of the blue river, of the green grass. Her dreams were a promise of the spring to come. The landscape was vast and indifferent. It did not care for the creatures that lived upon it. It offered no mercy, but it offered a kind of peace, the peace of the wild, the peace of the silence. The animals adapted to this indifference. They grew thick coats, they built warm nests. They learned to find the food hidden under the snow. They were resilient, they were strong. A solitary mammoth, a young male who had left his herd, walked across a high ridge. He was backlit by the aurora. He looked like a shadow puppet against the green sky. He was lonely, but he was learning the ways of the solitary life. He stopped to smell the wind. He smelled the ice. He smelled the wolves. He smelled the distant herd. He rumbled a low sound, a call to the night. There was no answer. He walked on, his long tusks sweeping the snow. The wind began to pick up on the ridge. It whispered through the dry grass, sshhhh. It moved the loose snow, creating small drifts behind every stone. The snow snakes hissed across the hard crust. The wind was the sculptor of the landscape. It shaped the drifts. It polished the rocks. It carried the cold into every crevice. The river flowed on, dark and cold under the ice. It carried the water from the mountains to the sea. It was the lifeblood of the land. Even in the winter it flowed. The fish slept in the deep pools. The beavers slept in their lodges. The otters played in the open leads. The river was a world unto itself. The night deepened. The cold intensified. It was the dead of winter, the time of the long sleep, but life persisted. It burned like a small flame in the dark. It was stubborn. It was enduring. A hare sat in a form under a bush. It was white as the snow. It was invisible. It watched the wolves pass by. It did not move a muscle. It held its breath. The wolves passed. The hare relaxed. It nibbled on a twig. It was a survivor. The stars shone down with a cold, hard light. They were beautiful and terrible. They were the eyes of the universe watching the earth. The earth slept on. The snow lay still. The wind whispered. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its long journey back. But here on the steppe it was still deep night. The darkness was a blanket. The cold was a fortress. The silence was a song. The northern lights began to fade. The green curtains grew pale and thin. They dissolved into the black sky. The show was over. The stars reclaimed the night. The stillness returned, deeper than before. In the forest, a branch broke under the weight of the snow. Snap! The sound was loud and startling. A sleeping lynx twitched its ear but did not wake. It was used to the sounds of the forest. It slept on, curled in a ball of gray fur. The man in the shelter turned over. He was dreaming of the hunt. He was running across the snow, spear in hand. He felt strong. He felt alive. The dream was vivid and real. It was a memory of the summer, a hope for the future. The night continued. The earth turned. The stars watched. The Ice Age world slept in the frozen dark. The night sky remained a cathedral of silence, a vast domed ceiling of polished black stone that stretched from one edge of the world to the other. The stars, unchanging in their positions relative to one another, had rotated further around the celestial pole. The constellation of the Great Bear, which had earlier stood high on its tail, now leaned towards the northwest, as if preparing to descend into the forest for the day. The air was a medium of absolute clarity. There was no moisture to blur the light, no dust to scatter it. The starlight fell upon the snow-covered earth with a cold, hard precision. It illuminated the landscape in shades of charcoal, slate, and silver. The shadows were not empty voids, they were deep, saturated pools of darkness that held the shape of the land. In the center of the vast, open plain, the silence was a physical weight. It pressed down on the snow, holding the crystals in place. It wrapped around the rocks and the sleeping animals. It was a silence that had density, a stillness that felt as if it had lasted for 1,000 years. A solitary giant deer, a megaloceros, stood at the edge of a stand of dwarf birch trees. He was a creature of immense proportions, standing tall at the shoulder. But it was his antlers that defined him. They were a sprawling canopy of bone, spanning 12 feet from tip to tip. They were heavy, a massive weight that he balanced with the thick muscles of his neck. The stag lowered his head slowly. The movement was calculated and precise to keep the center of gravity stable. He nuzzled the snow, pushing it aside with his nose. He found the frozen twigs of the birch. He began to browse, snap, crunch. The sound of the wood breaking was a tiny violation of the silence. He chewed with a slow, grinding rhythm. His breath rose in a steady gray plume that drifted up into the branches of his antlers, coating them with a fresh layer of frost. He paused, lifting his head to listen, his large ears swiveling independently, scanning the night for the sound of a wolf or a lion. He heard only the settling of the snow and the beating of his own heart. He was alone, a majestic silhouette against the stars. Miles to the west, in the rugged foothills where the limestone cliffs rose from the valley floor, a cave bear slept. He was deep inside a cavern far beyond the reach of the light. The cave was a world of eternal night. The temperature here was constant, hovering just above freezing. It was a sanctuary from the bitter cold outside. The bear lay in a depression in the clay floor, a bed he had used for many winters. He was curled into a massive ball of fur and fat. His breathing was incredibly slow. One breath, then a long suspended pause that lasted for nearly a minute, then another breath. His heart beat with a sluggish, steady rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. The bear was not dreaming of the hunt. He was existing on the reserves he had built up during the autumn. His body was a furnace banked down to the coals. He was unaware of the snow piling up outside his cave entrance. He was unaware of the stars wheeling overhead. He existed in a state of deep metabolic patience. The darkness of the cave was a comforting blanket. The silence was his companion. He was the king of the sleep, waiting for the water to drip from the stalactites, signaling the return of the spring. Down in the valley near the frozen river, the human shelter sat like a low mound of snow. Inside, the fire had burned down to a deep, glowing red. The logs had turned to charcoal, pulsing with a gentle heat. The light was dim, casting long, wavering shadows on the walls of the lodge. The air was warm and smelled of wood smoke, cured leather, and the pine boughs that carpeted the floor. The family lay close together, a tangle of furs and limbs. The man who had tended the fire earlier was now asleep, his arm thrown over his eyes. The woman woke. She did not move her body, only opened her eyes. She lay still, listening to the rhythm of the shelter. She heard the soft wheezing of the youngest child. She heard the pop of a cooling stone in the fire ring. She felt the heavy warmth of the bison robe that covered them. She shifted her hand, finding the water skin that lay near the fire. She took a sip. The water was cool, tasting of the river and the leather. She was not thirsty, but the ritual grounded her. She looked up at the smoke hole. A single star was visible, a bright, unblinking eye looking down into their home. She watched it for a long time, sharing a silent moment with the universe. Then she closed her eyes and let the warmth pull her back down into sleep. Outside, the cold was intensifying. The hours before dawn were the coldest of the cycle. The air seemed to tighten, squeezing the last vestiges of heat from the ground. The trees in the forest stood rigid. Their bark was frozen hard as iron. A spruce tree, stressed by the temperature, cracked with a loud report. Bang! The sound echoed through the woods like a thunderclap. A roosting grouse buried in a snowdrift nearby flinched but did not flush. It knew the sound of the trees. It was safe in its white burrow. A small stream, fed by a spring that bubbled up from deep underground, remained open for a few hundred yards before freezing over. The water was dark and steaming. The vapor rose into the cold air and froze instantly on the overhanging branches of the willows. The trees were encrusted with heavy white rime ice. They looked like coral sculptures growing in the air. A water shrew swam in the stream. It was a tiny, frantic predator. It dove to the bottom, searching for insect larvae among the pebbles. Its fur trapped air bubbles, making it look like a drop of quicksilver moving through the dark water. It caught a caddisfly larva and surfaced to eat it on a wet rock. It was a burst of high-speed life in a slow-motion world. On the high plateau, the herd of musk oxen remained in their defensive formation. They had not moved an inch. They stood rump to rump, heads facing outward. They were a fortress of hair and horn. The frost on their backs had thickened. They looked like a ring of snow-covered boulders. They were asleep on their feet, their legs locked in place. Their breathing was shallow and synchronized. They were a single organism, a battery of warmth stored against the night. The wind whispered around them, lifting the long guard hairs of their coats, but it could not penetrate the dense wool underneath. They stood and endured. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched away in all directions, a sea of white waves frozen in time. There were no fences, no roads, no boundaries. The only lines were the trails made by the animals, the deep, churned path of the bison, the delicate track of the fox, the wide, smooth slide of the otter. These trails crossed and intersected, writing the history of the night on the surface of the snow. A solitary mammoth bull walked along one of these trails. He was moving from a grazed-out valley to a new feeding ground. He walked with a slow, swaying gait that covered ground deceptively fast. His head bobbed with each step. His tusks, long and curved, swept close to the snow. He was a dark mountain moving through the dark night. He stopped at a large boulder, a glacial erratic dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. He rubbed his flank against the rough stone. Scrape. Scrape. The sound was loud and gritty. He leaned his full weight into it, scratching an itch deep under his thick coat. He grumbled a low note of satisfaction. Then he pushed off the rock and continued his journey. The sky began to shift imperceptibly. The stars in the east were not fading, but the quality of the darkness behind them was changing. It was the very first hint that the night was not endless. The constellations of the spring were beginning to rise while the winter stars set in the west. The lion was climbing the eastern sky. The cycle of the heavens was a clock that never stopped, ticking off the seasons in slow motion. A snowy owl sat on the top of a dead snag overlooking a frozen meadow. It was a white statue perfectly still. Its feathers were fluffed to trap air. Its yellow eyes were wide, gathering every photon of starlight. It watched the snow. It saw a movement that was invisible to any other eye. A lemming was tunneling just below the surface of the snow. The snow crust moved slightly as the animal passed underneath. The owl watched the ripple. It did not move. It was not hungry enough to break its rest. It closed its eyes slowly, then opened them again. It was the guardian of the meadow. The cold seeped deeper into the earth. The frost heave pushed a stone upwards inch by inch. The ground was active in its own slow way. The physics of freezing water shaped the land. It cracked the rocks. It moved the soil. It created the patterns of the steppe, the polygons of stone and earth that covered the vast plains. These patterns were hidden under the snow now, but they were there, the skeleton of the landscape. In the forest, a lynx woke from a nap. It was perched high in the fork of a tree. It stretched, extending its long legs and unsheathing its claws into the bark. It yawned, a wide pink cavern in the gray fur. It looked down at the snow. It saw the tracks of a hare. It decided to descend. It climbed down the trunk head first, its back claws gripping the bark. It landed softly on the snow. It stood for a moment listening. Then it began to move, a gray ghost slipping through the trees. It placed each paw with infinite care. It was the essence of stealth. The river flowed on, dark and silent under the ice. It was the artery of the land, carrying the water from the mountains to the sea. Even in the depths of winter, the water moved. It was a continuous journey. The fish slept in the deep pools, suspended in the dark water. The ice above them was a roof, a shield, a barrier. It was thick and blue, full of trapped bubbles and cracks. The man in the shelter rolled over. He felt the warmth of the fire fading slightly. He knew he would have to add wood soon, but not yet. He enjoyed the twilight state between sleeping and waking. He thought of the spear he was making. He thought of the balance of the wood, the sharpness of the flint. He visualized the throw. It was a peaceful meditation. He drifted back into a light doze. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its approach. But here, the night held sway. The darkness was a comfortable blanket. The animals were used to it. They did not fear it. It was their time. The predators hunted. The prey rested. The cycle continued. A herd of saiga antelopes stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to move, grazing slowly on the lichen exposed on a windswept ridge. Their large noses wiggled as they sniffed the ground. They were strange, ancient creatures perfectly adapted to this harsh world. They moved like a single organism, flowing over the contours of the land. The wind began to whisper again. It was a soft, sibilant sound, sshhhh. It moved the dry grasses. It lifted the snow crystals. It was the voice of the empty places. It sang of distance and cold. It was not a lonely sound. It was the sound of home. The stars shone down with a steady, unblinking light. They were beautiful and indifferent. They watched the sleeping world. They watched the ice grow. They watched the mountains stand. They were the eternal witnesses to the long winter of the earth. The mammoth calf nestled in the center of the herd woke up. It felt the cold air on its trunk. It tucked its trunk between its front legs to keep it warm. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping, standing up, a massive wall of warmth. She did not wake, but she leaned slightly against the calf. The pressure was reassuring. The calf closed its eyes. It was safe. The landscape was a study in stillness. The trees were statues. The rocks were monuments. The snow was a blanket. It was a world paused in time, but underneath the stillness there was life. The roots were waiting. The seeds were waiting. The heart of the world beat slowly under the ice. A fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small speck of life in the vastness. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of survival. Its tail floated behind it like a banner. The night deepened, the cold held, the earth turned. The great cycle of the ice age continued, indifferent to the small lives that played out on its surface, yet supporting them all in its frozen embrace. The peace of the night was absolute. The fire in the shelter gave a small pop. A spark flew up the smoke hole. The woman watched it go. She smiled in the dark. The shelter was good, the fire was good, the night was good. The silence held, the snow lay still. The stars turned. The world slept on, wrapped in the white embrace of the winter. The night continued its long, silent arc over the frozen world. The constellation of the Great Bear had shifted again, rotating slowly around the fixed point of the North Star. It now hung low in the northwest, its tail dipping towards the dark silhouette of the forest. The sky was a vast, inverted bowl of polished obsidian, infinite and deep. The stars were sharp points of cold fire, their light traversing the emptiness of space to touch the white snow. There was no moon to compete with them. The Milky Way stood out in stark relief, a band of diamond dust that split the heavens in two. It was a river of light flowing through a landscape of dark. The air on the steppe was motionless. It had settled into a state of perfect equilibrium. The temperature had bottomed out, reaching the profound low that comes in the hours before the dawn. The cold was a solid thing. It pressed against the earth, sealing the moisture in the soil, freezing the sap in the trees, thickening the blood of the sleeping animals. It was a preserving force, arresting decay and holding the world in a state of suspended animation. The silence was absolute. It was not merely the absence of noise. It was a heavy, insulating blanket that muffled the mind and calmed the spirit. In the center of the open plain, a solitary woolly rhinoceros moved through the darkness. It was a creature of immense bulk and prehistoric design. Its body was covered in a thick, shaggy coat of reddish-brown hair that hung in heavy curtains over its flanks. The hair was matted with dust and ice, forming a protective shield against the elements. Its head hung low, swinging slowly from side to side with the rhythm of its walk. The two horns on its snout were magnificent. The front horn was long and curved, sweeping back towards its forehead like a scimitar. It was worn smooth at the tip from years of sweeping snow aside to reach the grass. The rear horn was a smaller, blunt cone. In the starlight, the horns looked like polished stone. The rhino paused. It lifted its head, its small ears swiveling independently. It was listening to the silence. It heard the faint settling of the snow crystals. It heard the distant groan of the river ice. It heard the beating of its own heart, a slow, powerful drum in its chest. It lowered its head again and continued to walk. It was searching for a patch of dwarf willow it remembered from days past. It moved with a slow, plodding determination. It was a tank of the steppe, secure in its size and strength, an island of warmth in the cold night. Miles to the east, in the shelter of the dense forest, the darkness was even more complete. The canopy of the spruce and pine trees blocked out the starlight, creating a world of deep, velvety black. Here the snow was soft and powdery, protected from the wind. It lay in undulating pillows over the fallen logs and the roots of the trees. A pine marten moved through this dark world. It was a sleek, agile hunter. It flowed along the branch of a pine tree, balancing with its long tail. It stopped to sniff a cone. It looked down at the snow. It saw the tracks of a squirrel. It decided to descend. It climbed down the trunk head first, its claws gripping the bark. It landed softly on the snow. It stood for a moment listening. Then it began to move, a dark shadow slipping through the trees. It placed each paw with infinite care. It was the essence of stealth. Inside the human shelter, the atmosphere was thick with warmth and peace. The fire had burned down to a deep, pulsing bed of coals. The light was dim, a soft red glow that painted the curved walls in shades of charcoal and rust. The heat radiated gently, keeping the bitter cold at bay. The family slept in a huddle of furs. The breathing of the sleepers was a slow, synchronized rhythm. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. It was the sound of deep rest. The woman who lay near the center of the group woke. She did not move her body. She simply opened her eyes. She lay still, sensing the room. She felt the warmth of the bison robe against her cheek. She smelled the wood smoke and the sweet scent of the dried grass bedding. She heard the soft pop of a cooling stone in the fire ring. She shifted her hand, finding the water skin that lay near the fire. She took a sip. The water was cool, tasting of the river and the leather. She was not thirsty, but the ritual grounded her. She looked up at the smoke hole. A single star was visible, a bright, unblinking eye looking down into their home. She watched it for a long time, sharing a silent moment with the universe. Then she closed her eyes and let the warmth pull her back down into sleep. Far to the north, the great ice sheet glowed with a faint internal light. It was the reflection of the stars on the blue ice. The glacier was a river of frozen water, miles wide and thousands of feet thick. It moved with a glacial slowness, creeping forward inch by year. In the silence of the night, the ice groaned. Crack! A deep fissure opened up deep within the mass. The sound was muffled by the millions of tons of ice above. On the surface, nothing changed. The wind blew the snow across the hard, polished surface. Hiss, hiss! It was a desolate, beautiful landscape, devoid of life but full of power. A pack of wolves moved along the edge of the forest. They were traveling in a single file, stepping in each other's footprints to conserve energy. They moved with a fluid, liquid grace. Their gray and black coats blended perfectly with the shadows. The alpha female led the way. She stopped on a small rise and looked out over the frozen river. She sniffed the air. She smelled the scent of a hare that had passed an hour ago. She smelled the cold damp of the open water near the rapids. She did not hunt. The pack had eaten well the night before. Tonight they were patrolling. They were asserting their presence in the valley. The wolves gathered around the alpha. They nuzzled each other's faces. They wagged their tails low. It was a moment of social bonding. They reaffirmed their connections, their hierarchy, their family. One young wolf lay down and rolled on its back in the snow. Another sniffed its belly. They were playful and gentle with each other. In the harsh world of the Ice Age, the pack was everything. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were the masters of the night. The river ice was a complex landscape of frozen waves and jagged ridges. The starlight revealed its surface as a dark, mysterious road. An otter slid across the ice on its belly. It moved with a playful energy. It reached a hole in the ice that it kept open. It dove in, splash. The sound was small and swallowed quickly by the silence. Under the water, the otter was in its element. It swam gracefully, hunting for fish among the rocks of the riverbed. It was a creature of two worlds, the frozen air above and the flowing water below. On the high plateau, the herd of musk oxen remained in their defensive circle. They were immovable objects. The frost had built up on their long, shaggy coats until they looked like snow-covered boulders. They did not move. To move was to lose heat. They stood rump to rump, facing outward towards the dark. They were a fortress of hair and horn. They were asleep on their feet, their metabolism slowed to a crawl. They were the ultimate survivors, built to endure the unendurable. The sky began to change. A faint green glow appeared on the northern horizon. It was the aurora borealis returning to the night sky. It started as a pale arch low in the sky, then it began to brighten. Curtains of green light shimmering with violet edges rose up towards the zenith. They moved with a slow, silent majesty. They folded and unfolded like celestial drapery. The light reflected on the snow, turning the white landscape a ghostly green. The wolves stopped to watch. The musk oxen stood indifferent. The light was cold, offering no warmth, only a haunting beauty. A snowy owl sat on the top of a dead snag, silhouetted against the aurora. It was a large white bird with yellow eyes. It turned its head slowly, scanning the ground below. It saw the movement of a lemming near a rock. It did not fly immediately. It calculated the distance. It waited for the lemming to move away from the safety of the rock. The owl was patient. It had all night. It was the silent watcher, the keeper of the forest edge. The silence of the night was not empty. It was filled with the small sounds of the earth, the crack of a tree contracting in the cold, the squeak of the snow under a paw, the rustle of a dry leaf, the distant rumble of the ice sheet. These were the notes of the winter symphony. It was a slow, quiet music that played on and on. In the subnivean zone, the space between the ground and the snowpack, a community of small animals was active. A vole moved along a tunnel it had chewed through the grass. It was warm down here, protected from the wind and the bitter cold by the blanket of snow. The vole found a stash of seeds it had gathered in the autumn. It sat on its haunches and ate, holding a seed in its tiny paws. It was safe from the owl as long as it stayed underground. It lived in a secret world, hidden beneath the feet of the giants. The woolly rhino finished its journey to the willows. It lowered its head and began to browse. It stripped the bark with its teeth, crunch, tear. The sound was loud in the quiet ravine. It chewed slowly. It was a mountain of a creature. It paused in its eating. It lifted its trunk to test the air. It smelled the wolves. It smelled the river. It rumbled, a low sound, a vibration that traveled through the frozen ground. It was a note of existence. I am here. The mammoth herd was resting in a nearby valley. The matriarch heard the rhino's rumble. She recognized the sound. It was not a threat. She shifted her weight, the snow crunching under her feet. She reached out her trunk and touched the calf sleeping at her feet. The calf was warm. Its woolly coat was thick. It twitched in its sleep. The matriarch closed her eyes again. She stood guard, a dark mountain in the night. The stars wheeled overhead. The constellation of Leo rose higher in the east. The passage of time was marked by the rotation of the heavens. The earth turned on its axis, carrying the sleeping world through the dark. There was no hurry. The night was long and the dawn was far away. Inside the shelter, the fire popped softly. A spark flew up the smoke hole, a tiny star joining the millions above. The man woke briefly. He reached out and added a small piece of wood to the coals. He watched it catch. He felt the warmth increase. He closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. He dreamed of the sun on his face, of the blue river, of the green grass. His dreams were a promise of the spring to come. The landscape was vast and indifferent. It did not care for the creatures that lived upon it. It offered no mercy, but it offered a kind of peace. The peace of the wild, the peace of the silence. The animals adapted to this indifference. They grew thick coats. They built warm nests. They learned to find the food hidden under the snow. They were resilient. They were strong. A solitary mammoth, a young male who had left his herd, walked across a high ridge. He was backlit by the aurora. He looked like a shadow puppet against the green sky. He was lonely, but he was learning the ways of the solitary life. He stopped to smell the wind. He smelled the ice. He smelled the wolves. He smelled the distant herd. He rumbled, a low sound, a call to the night. There was no answer. He walked on, his long tusks sweeping the snow. The wind began to pick up on the ridge. It whispered through the dry grass, SSSHHH. It moved the loose snow, creating small drifts behind every stone. The snow snakes hissed across the hard crust. The wind was the sculptor of the landscape. It shaped the drifts. It polished the rocks. It carried the cold into every crevice. The river flowed on, dark and cold under the ice. It carried the water from the mountains to the sea. It was the lifeblood of the land. Even in the winter it flowed. The fish slept in the deep pools, the beavers slept in their lodges, the otters played in the open leads. The river was a world unto itself. The night deepened, the cold intensified. It was the dead of winter, the time of the long sleep, but life persisted. It burned like a small flame in the dark. It was stubborn, it was enduring. A hare sat in a form under a bush. It was white as the snow, it was invisible. It watched the wolves pass by. It did not move a muscle, it held its breath. The wolves passed, the hare relaxed, it nibbled on a twig. It was a survivor. The stars shone down with a cold, hard light. They were beautiful and terrible. They were the eyes of the universe watching the earth. The earth slept on, the snow lay still. The wind whispered. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its long journey back. But here on the steppe it was still deep night. The darkness was a blanket, the cold was a fortress, the silence was a song. The northern lights began to fade. The green curtains grew pale and thin. They dissolved into the black sky. The show was over. The stars reclaimed the night. The stillness returned deeper than before. In the forest, a branch broke under the weight of the snow. Snap! The sound was loud and startling. A sleeping lynx twitched its ear but did not wake. It was used to the sounds of the forest. It slept on, curled in a ball of gray fur. The man in the shelter turned over. He was dreaming of the hunt. He was running across the snow, spear in hand. He felt strong. He felt alive. The dream was vivid and real. It was a memory of the summer, a hope for the future. The night continued. The earth turned. The stars watched. The Ice Age world slept in the frozen dark. The beauty of the landscape was severe, a study in minimalism. White snow, black rock, dark trees, and the endless, glittering sky. A cave bear in the high mountains stirred in its sleep. It shifted its massive weight. It grunted softly. It was deep in hibernation, its body temperature lowered to conserve energy. It would not wake for months. It was safe in its stone tomb. The river ice cracked again. Boom! The sound echoed down the valley. It was the heartbeat of the river. The water flowed on, carrying the life of the land to the sea. The stars watched, the wind whispered, the snow lay still. The night was long, but it was peaceful. It was the peace of the wild, the peace of the earth. The mammoth calf woke up. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast no light, for it was gone. The starlight was the only illumination. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. The vast dome of the night sky seemed to have solidified into a shell of black ice. The stars were no longer mere lights. They were integral parts of this frozen ceiling, fixed and unmoving in their relative positions, though the whole structure rotated with the slow, majestic turning of the earth. The constellation of the hunter, Orion, had long since dipped below the western horizon, taking his bright belt and the nebulous sword with him. In his place, the stars of the spring constellations were beginning to climb the eastern wall of the night. The lion, with its heart star Regulus, burned with a steady, blue-white fire. The sky was a calendar turning page by silent page, marking the passage of the long winter night. The air on the steppe was clear, devoid of even the finest dust. It was a lens that magnified the emptiness of space. The temperature had stabilized at the lowest point of the night. The cold was a heavy, static force. It did not bite, it crushed. It pressed the snow crystals together, fusing them into a hard, resonant crust. If a heavy stone were dropped on the snow now, it would ring like a bell. But there were no stones falling. The world was motionless. The silence was a deep, ocean-like pressure that filled the ears and slowed the pulse. In the center of the vast plain, a large boulder stood alone. It was a glacial erratic, a piece of pink granite the size of a mammoth dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. It sat on the limestone bedrock, alien and enduring. On the leeward side of this boulder, a small depression in the snow offered a meager shelter. Inside this hollow, a white hare sat. It was a snowshoe hare fully turned to its winter color. It was indistinguishable from the snowbank, save for the dark tips of its ears and the black beads of its eyes. It sat with its paws tucked under its chest, forming a perfect sphere of warmth. It was not asleep, but it was not fully awake. It was in a state of suspended vigilance. Its nose twitched once every few seconds, testing the air for the scent of the fox or the owl, but the air was still and empty. The hare was safe in the shadow of the stone. Miles away at the edge of the boreal forest, the trees stood in dense ranks. The spruce and fir trees were laden with snow. The branches drooped under the weight, creating a series of white conical tents. Underneath one of these trees, a wolverine was on the move. It was a stocky, muscular animal built low to the ground. Its dark fur was thick and oily, shedding the snow and resisting the frost. It moved with a rolling, loping gait that looked clumsy but was incredibly efficient. It was a scavenger, the cleanup crew of the forest. It sniffed the base of the tree. It smelled the scent of a red squirrel that had passed hours ago. It ignored it. The wolverine was looking for something larger. It moved on, sliding through the deep powder like a ship through water. It was tireless. It would walk for miles in the dark, driven by an internal engine that never stopped. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a bed of ash and glowing charcoal. The light was faint, a soft, pulsing red that barely reached the walls. The heat was gentle, a residual warmth that kept the interior from freezing. The man who lay nearest the entrance shifted in his sleep. He felt a cool draft on his cheek where the door flap had shifted slightly. He did not wake. His hand moved instinctively, pulling the heavy bison fur up over his head. He settled back into the warmth. The family slept in a pile, sharing their body heat. The rhythmic breathing of the group was the only sound in the lodge. It was a soft, collective sigh that rose and fell with the regularity of the tide. The woman lay near the center of the group. She was dreaming. In her dream, she was sitting by a fire in the summer. The sun was warm on her back. She was sewing a tunic with a bone needle. The air smelled of sage and drying meat. It was a peaceful memory brought to the surface by the safety of the night. Her hand twitched slightly, mimicking the motion of the needle. Outside, the cold pressed against the walls of the shelter, but inside, the memory of summer held strong. Far to the north, on the high plateau where the wind usually howled, the air was surprisingly still. A herd of musk oxen stood in their defensive ring. They were massive beasts covered in a skirt of long, dark hair that swept the ground. They looked like haystacks made of fur. The frost had built up on their backs until they were white mounds. They stood rump to rump, facing outward towards the dark. They were asleep on their feet. Their legs were locked, their heads lowered. They did not move. To move was to waste energy. They were statues of endurance, waiting for the dawn. The steam from their breath rose straight up, forming a cloud that hung over the herd like a roof. A solitary wolf, separated from his pack, trotted across the frozen lake below the plateau. He was a large male with a coat of silver and gray. He moved with a steady, purposeful trot. He was not hunting, he was traveling. He stopped in the center of the lake and listened. He heard the ice groan. He heard the distant rumble of the glacier. He tilted his head back and let out a howl. It was a long, low note that rose and fell in the silence. It was a question asked of the night. Where are you? He waited. The silence returned, vast and empty. He lowered his head and continued his trot. He was patient. He would find them. The river that cut through the valley was a silent, frozen road. The ice was thick and blue, a solid barrier between the air and the water. But beneath the ice, life continued. A beaver swam from its lodge to a food cache of willow branches anchored in the mud. It moved with fluid grace, its webbed feet pushing it through the dark water. It grabbed a stick in its mouth and swam back to the lodge. It entered the underwater tunnel and climbed up into the dry chamber. The lodge was warm, heated by the bodies of the beaver family. They lay together, grooming each other's fur. They were safe from the wolf and the wolverine. They were the architects of their own survival. The sky began to change very subtly. The darkness in the east seemed to soften, turning from a hard black to a deep, bruised purple. It was not yet dawn, but the promise of dawn was there. The stars in that quadrant of the sky began to lose their brilliance. The atmosphere was thickening with the approaching light. The morning star Venus rose above the horizon. It was a brilliant, dazzling jewel. It cast a faint shadow on the snow. It was the herald of the day. A herd of reindeer moved along a ridgeline, silhouetted against the stars. Their antlers looked like a moving forest of bare branches. They walked with a steady, clicking rhythm. Click, 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 click. The tendons in their feet snapped over the bones. It was the music of the migration. They were heading for a valley where the wind had blown the snow away from the lichen. They moved with a singular purpose. They did not stop. They were the wanderers of the north. In the forest, a great gray owl sat on a low stump. It had finished its hunting. It was full. It sat motionless, its feathers fluffed. It closed its eyes. It was ready to sleep. The day belonged to the hawk and the eagle. The owl belonged to the night. It settled down, blending perfectly with the gray wood of the stump. It became invisible. The cold seeped into the rocks. It froze the water in the cracks. The water expanded as it turned to ice, pushing the stone apart. Crack! A small piece of limestone flaked off a cliff face and fell to the tailless slope below. Clatter, clatter. The sound was sharp and loud. A sleeping lynx nearby opened one eye. It saw the rock fall. It closed its eye again. It was a familiar sound. The earth was reshaping itself in the cold. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched away in all directions, a sea of white waves frozen in time. There were no fences, no roads, no boundaries. The only lines were the trails made by the animals, the deep, churned path of the bison, the delicate track of the fox, the wide, smooth slide of the otter. These trails crossed and intersected, writing the history of the night on the surface of the snow. A solitary mammoth bull walked along one of these trails. He was moving from a grazed-out valley to a new feeding ground. He walked with a slow, swaying gait that covered ground deceptively fast. His head bobbed with each step. His tusks, long and curved, swept close to the snow. He was a dark mountain moving through the dark night. He stopped at a large boulder, a glacial erratic dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. He rubbed his flank against the rough stone. Scrape. Scrape. The sound was loud and gritty. He leaned his full weight into it, scratching an itch deep under his thick coat. He grumbled a low note of satisfaction. Then he pushed off the rock and continued his journey. The wind began to whisper again. It was a soft, sibilant sound, sshhhh. It moved the dry grasses. It lifted the snow crystals. It was the voice of the empty places. It sang of distance and cold. It was not a lonely sound. It was the sound of home. The snow snakes slithered across the hard crust, filling in the tracks of the night. The landscape was being erased and redrawn by the wind. The man in the shelter woke again. The fire was almost out. He sat up and reached for the wood pile. He selected a piece of dense pine. He placed it on the coals. He blew gently. The fire flared up, casting long, dancing shadows on the wall. He warmed his hands. He looked at his sleeping child. The child's face was smooth and peaceful. The man smiled a small, hidden smile. He lay back down. The cycle of the night continued. The fire burned. The smoke rose. The stars turned. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its approach. But here, the night held sway. The darkness was a blanket, the cold was a fortress, the silence was a song. A herd of saiga antelopes stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to move, grazing slowly on the lichen exposed on a windswept ridge. Their large noses wiggled as they sniffed the ground. They were strange, ancient creatures perfectly adapted to this harsh world. They moved like a single organism flowing over the contours of the land. The river ice groaned again. A deep, resonant sound that traveled for miles under the ice. It was the river adjusting its weight. The sound was eerie, like the call of a whale, but deeper. It vibrated in the chest of the sleeping otter. It vibrated in the roots of the willows. It was the voice of the water. A fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small speck of life in the vastness. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of survival. Its tail floated behind it like a banner. The stars above seemed to burn with a cold fire. They were sharp and clear. There was no twinkle in the dry air. They looked like holes in the fabric of the night, letting the light of heaven shine through. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing across the sky. It was beautiful and indifferent. It watched over the sleeping earth with a cold, distant gaze. In the forest, a pine cone fell from a tree. Plop! It landed in the soft snow. A squirrel sleeping in its nest high in the branches twitched its tail. The nest was made of leaves and twigs lined with moss and fur. It was a warm, cozy ball. The squirrel was curled up tight, its nose tucked into its tail. It was dreaming of nuts and seeds. It was safe from the owl and the marten. The earth turned, the night continued. The waiting continued. There was no hurry. The sun would rise when it was time. Until then, there was only the dark and the cold. Near the base of the limestone cliff, a small spring bubbled up from the ground. The water was warm, heated by the geothermal energy deep in the earth. It did not freeze. It created a small pool of open water surrounded by ice and snow. Steam rose from the pool, forming a cloud of fog. In the fog, the shapes of the rocks were distorted and strange. A dipper, a small dark bird, stood on a rock in the middle of the stream. It bobbed up and down. It dove into the water, swimming against the current to catch aquatic insects. It was perfectly at home in the freezing water. It flew out and landed on the ice, shaking the water from its feathers. It sang a short, bubbling song, a note of joy in the silent night. The mammoth calf woke again. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast no light, for it was gone. The starlight was the only illumination. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. The aurora borealis flared one last time. A weak band of green light pulsed in the north. It was a fading echo of the earlier display. It washed the snow in a faint, eerie glow, then it vanished. The sky returned to black. A weasel in its white winter coat popped its head out of a hole in the snow. It looked around with bright black eyes. It saw the lightning sky in the east. It decided the night's work was done. It ducked back down into the tunnel. It would sleep while the sun was up. It curled into a ball in its nest of dry grass and fur. It was warm and safe. The landscape waited, the trees waited, the rocks waited. The anticipation of the sunrise was a tangible feeling in the air. The birds began to stir in their roosts. A raven called out, a harsh croak that echoed in the silence. It was the first sound of the morning. The fire in the human shelter popped again. A spark flew up. The man watched it go. He thought of the sun. He thought of the warmth. He closed his eyes and drifted into a light doze. The stillness held. The wind died down again. The snow lay perfect and white. The world was a blank page waiting for the tracks of the new day. The cave lion in the overhang stood up. He stretched, extending his front legs and arching his back. He yawned, a wide pink cavern in the gray light. He looked out over his valley one last time, then he turned and walked to the back of the cave. He lay down in the dust. He closed his eyes. His watch was over. The earth turned, the light grew. The Ice Age morning was coming, slow and cold and inevitable. The atmosphere began to scatter the light more effectively. The cone of the zodiacal light widened and diffused. The horizon turned a deep, bruised purple. The line between earth and sky became sharp and distinct. The mountains in the distance were black silhouettes against the purple. A herd of bison stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to graze, moving slowly across the snow. Their noses wiggled as they selected the best grass. They were the first to greet the morning. The silence was broken by the sound of a ptarmigan calling. Go back, go back. It was a guttural, clicking sound. The bird flew up from the snow, its white wings flashing. It landed on a willow bush and began to eat the buds. It was a sign that the night was truly ending. The cold remained. It would not leave until the sun was high, and even then it would linger in the shadows. But the light was coming, and with the light the world would wake up. The man in the shelter opened his eyes. He saw the blue light filtering through the snow block at the entrance. He knew it was time. He sat up. He began the day. The cycle continued. The night gave way to the day. The cold gave way to the light. The life of the steppe went on, enduring, adapting, surviving. The world was a wheel that turned slowly, grinding the mountains down, freezing the water, and cradling the life that clung to its surface. The sun had fully cleared the horizon, establishing its dominion over the frozen world. It was a pale, blinding disk of white gold hanging low in the southern sky. It would not rise much higher than the treetops even at noon, but its presence changed everything. The atmosphere, which had been a dark, cold void for so long, was now a dome of luminous blue. It was a color so pure and deep that it seemed to have substance, like a vast ocean of air held in place by the gravity of the earth. The light falling on the snow was intense. It reflected off the billions of ice crystals that covered the plain, creating a dazzling field of brilliance. To look at the ground was to look at a second sun, shattered into infinite fragments. The air remained crisp and biting, but the direct rays of the sun carried a faint, radiant heat. It was just enough to be felt on the dark fur of an animal or the exposed skin of a human face. It was a promise that the cold was not invincible. On the south-facing slopes where the angle of the light was most direct, the snow surface began to change. The top layer of crystals lost their sharp edges. They softened, bonding together into a microscopic glaze. This tiny melt would freeze again as soon as the shadows returned, adding another layer to the complex history of the snowpack. In the high country, the herd of musk oxen had broken their defensive circle. The night was over and the need for the tight formation had passed. They moved slowly apart, shaking their massive bodies. Whump, whump, the thick rime of frost that had accumulated on their backs during the long night cracked and fell away in heavy sheets. It landed on the snow, shattering into powder. The oxen looked slightly smaller without their white armor, though they were still immense. Their dark, shaggy coats absorbed the sunlight. They lowered their heads and began to graze. They used their front hooves to break the crust of the snow, scraping down to the frozen earth to find the lichen and moss that sustained them. They moved with a slow, deliberate rhythm, conserving every ounce of energy. Down in the valley, the human shelter sat quiet in the morning light. The smoke rising from the vent hole was thin and blue, almost invisible against the sky. Inside, the morning routine was underway. The man sat near the entrance where the light filtered through the translucent skin flap. He was working on a tool. It was a fish hook carved from a piece of reindeer bone. He held it close to his eyes, turning it in the light. He used a small flake of flint to scrape the barb, making it sharp and defined. Scrape, scrape. The sound was a tiny, rhythmic scratch in the quiet lodge. The woman was preparing a carrying basket. She checked the straps, which were made of braided sinew. She pulled on them to test their strength. They held firm. She nodded to herself. She packed a few strips of dried meat and a small skin of water into the basket. She added a pair of spare mittens made of fox fur. They were preparing to go to the river. The winter stocks were good, but fresh fish would be a welcome change from the dried meat. They moved with a calm, practiced efficiency. There was no rush. The sun would be up for a few hours, and that was enough time. They emerged from the shelter into the blinding day. The cold air hit them instantly, tightening the skin on their faces. They pulled their fur hoods forward. They stood for a moment, letting their eyes adjust to the glare. The world was overwhelmingly white. The shadows of the trees were sharp blue stripes on the snow. The silence was immense. They picked up their gear, an ice pick made of antler, a scoop made of wood, and the basket. They began to walk towards the river, stepping in the tracks they had made the day before. The snow squeaked under their boots. Squeak crunch, squeak crunch. It was the signature sound of the deep cold. As they reached the riverbank, they startled a flock of ptarmigan. The birds exploded from the willows, their wings whirring. They were pure white, invisible until they moved. They flew low over the ice, then glided to a landing 100 yards away, vanishing instantly against the snow. The humans did not pause. They were focused on the ice. They walked out to the center of the channel where the current kept the ice slightly thinner. They found the spot they had used before. The hole had frozen over during the night, covered by a new lid of clear ice, 4 inches thick. The man knelt down. He raised the heavy antler pick. He struck the ice, chink. A shower of white chips flew into the air. He struck again, chink. He fell into a rhythm. Strike, pause, strike, pause. The sound echoed off the river banks, a lonely industrial noise in the natural world. The woman used the wooden scoop to clear the chips away. She watched the ice deepen. The hole became a dark tunnel into the river. Finally, the pick broke through. Splosh. Dark water welled up, filling the hole. It swirled with slush. The man cleared the slush. The water was black and cold, a window into the hidden world below. He unwound a line made of twisted plant fibers. At the end was the bone hook he had sharpened, baited with a small piece of fat. He lowered it into the water. He sat back on his heels, holding the line loosely in his gloved hand. He waited. Fishing was a lesson in patience. He watched the water. He watched the light reflect off the wet ice. He watched the steam rise from the hole and freeze on his sleeve. The woman stood nearby, scanning the horizon. She watched the tree line for wolves. She watched the sky for the eagle. She was the lookout. They existed in a bubble of concentration. Miles away on a rocky outcrop that faced the sun, a pride of cave lions was resting. They were the masters of the steppe, the apex predators of this frozen world. They were larger than modern lions, with thicker coats and a pale, sandy color that blended with the dried grass. They lay in a pile, a tangle of golden fur and heavy paws. They were asleep, soaking up the sun. The rock beneath them, warmed by the solar radiation, acted as a heater. They were completely relaxed. One large male lay on his back, his legs in the air, his belly exposed to the sun. His mane was thick and shaggy, framing a face that was scarred from old battles. He twitched his whiskers in a dream. A cub, nearly grown but still playful, woke up. It yawned, showing white teeth and a pink tongue. It looked around the pride. It saw the flick of a tail on a lioness. It reached out a paw and batted at the tail. The lioness grumbled a low, sleepy warning but did not move. The cub rolled over and rested its chin on her flank. It closed its eyes again. The pride was safe. They had eaten well 2 days ago. There was no hunger driving them today. They had the sun and the rock, and that was enough. On the open plain, a herd of reindeer was on the move. There were hundreds of them, a river of animals flowing across the snow. They moved with a steady, tireless trot. Their hooves clicked with every step, a sound like thousands of knitting needles clicking together. It was a continuous rushing noise like the sound of a distant waterfall. The herd was following an ancient migration route, moving from the winter range to the calving grounds. They were led by the older females, the ones who remembered the way. The reindeer were built for this journey. Their noses were large and cavernous, warming the air before it reached their lungs. Their hooves were wide and splayed, acting as snowshoes to keep them on top of the crust. Their coats were thick with hollow hairs that trapped the air and provided incredible insulation. They moved as a single organism, a gray tide sweeping across the white land. As they walked, they stirred up the snow. A fine mist of ice crystals hung over the herd, refracting the sunlight into faint rainbows. A snowy owl watched the herd from the top of a glacial erratic. It turned its head slowly, tracking the movement. It was not interested in the reindeer. They were too large. It was watching for the small animals that might be flushed out by the hooves of the herd, a hare, a lemming, a vole, but nothing moved. The owl ruffled its feathers, expanding its white bulk against the cold. It blinked its yellow eyes, it settled back down to wait. The day was long, and patience was the primary skill of the hunter. Far to the south, near the edge of the forest, a group of ground squirrels was beginning to stir deep underground. The frost had not reached their hibernation chamber, which was lined with dry grass and fur. The warmth of the sun on the soil above was sending a faint thermal signal down through the earth. It was not enough to wake them fully, but it triggered a shift in their sleep cycle. One squirrel moved, stretching a stiff leg. It curled tighter into its ball. The spring was coming, but it was not here yet.
The sleep continued.
The landscape was vast and varied. There were the flat, endless plains where the wind sculpted the snow into frozen waves. There were the rolling hills, smooth and white, looking like dunes of sugar. There were the dark, jagged lines of the forest, standing like walls against the open space. And there were the mountains, towering in the distance, their peaks smoking with spindrift in the high-altitude winds. A solitary woolly rhinoceros walked along a frozen stream bed. It was sheltered here from the breeze. The rhino was browsing on the willow bushes that lined the banks. It used its prehensile lip to strip the bark and the buds. Crunch, snap. The sound was loud in the enclosed space. The rhino was a massive, solitary presence. Its horn swept the snow aside. Its breath puffed out in rhythmic clouds. It was content. It had found a good patch of food. It ate methodically, clearing one bush before moving to the next. Back at the river, the man felt a tug on the line. It was a subtle vibration, traveled up the string from the dark water. He did not jerk, he waited. He felt another tug, stronger this time. He pulled steadily and firmly. The line went taut. He stood up, walking backward, pulling the line hand over hand. The water in the hole churned. A silver shape broke the surface. It was a whitefish struggling in the cold air. The man landed it on the snow. It flopped once, twice, then froze still. The man dispatched it quickly. He smiled at the woman. It was a good start. He lowered the line again. The sun moved across the sky, marking the passage of time. The shadows shifted, swinging from the west to the north. The light changed in quality, becoming warmer and more golden as the afternoon approached. The air remained still. It was a blue sky day, a rare treat in the turbulent weather of the Ice Age. The clarity of the air was absolute. Distant objects looked close enough to touch. A herd of mammoths was moving across a ridgeline. They were silhouetted against the blue sky. They looked like a line of dark ships sailing on a white ocean. The matriarch led the way. She walked with a slow, swaying grace. Her trunk tested the ground with every step. She stopped at a patch of exposed earth where the wind had blown the snow away. She used the tip of her trunk to pick up a pinch of dust. She blew it over her shoulder. It was a grooming ritual, a way to care for her skin even in the winter. The dust settled on her back, mixing with the snow. The calves in the herd were playful. They pushed each other with their heads. They touched trunks. One calf found a large icicle hanging from a rock. It broke it off and carried it like a toy. It dropped it, picked it up again, and tossed it into the air. The mother watched with a calm, dark eye. She rumbled a low sound, a vibration that felt like the earth humming. The herd moved on. They were the lords of the steppe, fearful of nothing but the ice itself. In the forest, the shadows were getting longer. The golden light filtered through the trunks, creating shafts of illumination that highlighted the dust motes dancing in the air. A lynx sat on a high branch, watching a hare on the ground below. The hare was frozen, relying on its camouflage. The lynx was patient. It watched. It waited for a mistake. The forest was a game of statues. The one who moved first lost. The wind began to pick up slightly as the sun lowered. It whispered through the pine needles. SSSHHH, it dislodged a clump of snow from a high branch. The snow fell, hitting the branches below, creating a cascading shower of white powder. It sparkled in the sun shafts as it fell. The hare twitched its nose. The lynx tightened its muscles, but the moment passed. The silence returned. The man caught another fish, a large grayling this time, its dorsal fin iridescent in the sunlight. He added it to the pile. They had 3 fish now. It was enough for a feast. He wound up the line. He placed the fish in the basket. The woman picked up the scoop and the pick. They turned back towards the shelter. The walk back was harder. They were walking uphill and the snow had softened slightly in the sun. They walked with a steady, plodding rhythm. They were tired but satisfied. They had provided for the family. The sun touched the top of the distant mountains. The light turned amber. The snow took on a peach-colored hue. It was the golden hour, the time of day when the world looked most beautiful. The harshness of the ice was softened by the warm light. The textures of the land were rich and deep. A fox trotted across the path the humans had made. It stopped to sniff their tracks. It smelled the fish. It looked towards the retreating figures. It was tempted, but it was wary. It turned and trotted away, following a line of brush. It would find its own food. It was a resourceful hunter. The bison herd on the plain had stopped grazing. They were standing still, facing the setting sun. They looked like worshippers of the light. The sun warmed their faces. They chewed their cud, their jaws moving in a slow, circular motion. They were at peace. The day had been good, the night would be cold, but they were ready. The sky began to turn purple in the east. The shadow of the earth was rising. The day was ending. The cycle was turning again. The animals sensed the change. The day shift was preparing to rest. The night shift was preparing to wake. A wolverine emerged from its den under a rock pile. It stretched, extending its claws. It shook its fur. It looked out at the darkening world. It was hungry. It started to move, a dark shadow sliding over the snow. It was the spirit of the coming night. The man and woman reached the shelter. They paused at the entrance. They looked back at the valley. They saw the river, the forest, the mountains. They saw the tracks of the animals. They saw the vast, indifferent beauty of their world. They ducked inside. The flap dropped. The light was gone. Inside, the shelter was warm. The embers were still glowing. The man added wood. The fire flared up. The woman began to clean the fish. The smell of fresh food filled the air. The children watched with wide eyes. It was a good day. Outside, the sun slipped below the horizon. The light faded rapidly. The blue hour returned. The temperature dropped. The frost began to grow again. The silence deepened. The mammoth matriarch stopped. She turned to face her herd. She rumbled. They stopped. They gathered around her. They stood close, sharing their warmth. The sun was gone. The stars were coming. They were ready. The river ice cracked. Boom, a deep, hollow sound that echoed in the twilight. It was the voice of the winter, reminding the world that the cold was the true master here. The water flowed on, dark and secret. The ice held. The first star appeared, Sirius, bright and blue. It twinkled in the cold air. The night had returned. The last vestige of the twilight clung to the western horizon, a thin band of deep violet that separated the black earth from the black sky. It was a dying light, retreating inch by inch as the shadow of the earth rose up to claim the sky. The sun was now far below the rim of the world, traveling its hidden path through the underworld of the night. The warmth it had lent to the day was gone, radiated back out into the void of space. The cold returned with a vengeance. It settled onto the land like a heavy, invisible blanket. It was a dry, biting cold that tightened the skin and froze the moisture in the breath before it could even form a cloud. The air was crystal clear, a lens of pure atmosphere that magnified the stars. High overhead, the constellations were emerging in their full glory. The first star, Sirius, which had twinkled alone in the blue twilight, was now joined by 1,000 others. They appeared in clusters and patterns, ancient geometries drawn in light against the dark. The hunter, Orion, stood tall in the south, his belt of 3 stars perfectly aligned. The Pleiades, the 7 sisters, were a tight knot of diamond dust high in the west. The Milky Way began to manifest, a faint, glowing river that spanned the arch of the heavens. It was a structure of immense depth, composed of the light of billions of distant suns, fused together by distance into a single shimmering band. On the open steppe, the wind began to stir. It was not a strong wind, but a steady, persistent draft from the north. It carried the scent of the ice sheet, a smell of ozone and ancient water. It moved the dry grasses that poked through the snow, causing them to etch circles in the crust. Scrape, scrape. The sound was faint, a whisper of dry vegetation against hard ice. The snow surface, which had softened slightly under the midday sun, was freezing hard again. The microscopic layer of meltwater turned to ice, creating a glaze that reflected the starlight. The plain looked like a sea of dark glass, undulating in frozen waves towards the horizon. In the shelter of the limestone outcrop, the pride of cave lions was fully awake. The large male, the one with the scarred face, sat on his haunches. He looked out over the darkened valley. His mane was thick and shaggy, a heavy ruff of fur that protected his neck and shoulders. He lowered his head and groomed his chest, his rough tongue making a rhythmic rasping sound against his fur. The lionesses were moving around him. They stretched their long bodies, arching their backs and extending their claws into the frozen earth. They rubbed against each other, head to flank, reinforcing the social bonds of the pride. Low purrs rumbled in their chests, a sound that was felt as much as heard. The cubs were playful, fueled by the rest of the day. They chased each other's tails, tumbling over in the snow. One cub pounced on a piece of dry moss, tossing it into the air. The mother watched them with a tolerant golden eye. She let out a soft chuff, a signal to settle. The play slowed. The pride was preparing to move. The night was their time. They walked with a fluid, rolling gait, their heavy paws spreading to keep them on top of the snow crust. They flowed down the slope of the outcrop like a stream of dark water, merging with the shadows of the valley floor. They were the silent lords of the steppe, and the night belonged to them. Inside the human shelter, the atmosphere was a sanctuary of warmth and light. The fire had been built up with the fresh wood gathered earlier. The flames danced and flickered, casting long, moving shadows on the woven walls. The The smoke rose in a thin gray column, finding its way out through the vent hole. The air was thick with the smell of roasting fish. The grayling and the whitefish, caught in the cold river, were cooking on flat stones placed near the embers. The fat sizzled and popped, releasing a savory aroma that filled the small space. The man and the woman sat cross-legged on the bison furs. They watched the fish cook. They turned them carefully with wooden sticks, ensuring they were cooked through but not burned. The children watched with hungry eyes. The meal was shared in a quiet communion. The flesh of the fish was white and flaky, rich with the oils needed to survive the cold. They ate with their fingers, savoring the heat and the flavor. It was a feast compared to the dried meat of the trail. They drank water from the skin bag, passing it around the circle. The water was cool and clean. After the meal, the woman wiped the stones clean and moved them away from the fire. She added a few more pieces of wood to the flames, banking the coals to ensure a steady burn through the night. The heat radiated outward, warming the faces and hands of the family. The children, full and warm, began to nod off. They leaned against the adults, their breathing slowing to the rhythm of sleep. The man stroked the hair of his son. The woman hummed a low, tuneless melody, a vibration of comfort. The shelter was a tiny bubble of life, a sphere of humanity holding its own against the vast, indifferent winter. Down at the river, the ice was undergoing its nightly transformation. The cold penetrated deep into the structure of the frozen water. The ice thickened from the bottom down. Water molecules, slowed by the lack of heat, locked into the crystalline lattice of the ice sheet. The river groaned under the pressure. Boom! A deep, resonant crack traveled down the length of the valley. It sounded like the earth itself was shifting. Under the ice, the water flowed on, black and secret. The fish had retreated to the deepest pools, where the water was slightly warmer and the current slower. They hovered in the dark, their fins moving gently to maintain their position. They were suspended in the winter weight. A muskrat swam through the water, heading for its burrow in the bank. It carried a root of a water plant in its mouth. It moved with a sleek, efficient paddle of its webbed feet. It entered the underwater tunnel and climbed up into the dry nesting chamber. The chamber was lined with dried grass and sedges. It was warm and dry, insulated by the earth and the snow above. The muskrat sat in the dark, eating its prize. It was safe from the owl and the fox. It was a master of the hidden life. On the high plateau, the wind was stronger. It blew across the open ground without obstruction. It picked up the loose snow crystals and drove them along the surface. Hiss, hiss, the snow snakes, drifting lines of snow, slithered over the hard pack. They piled up behind the rocks and in the hollows, reshaping the landscape. The herd of musk oxen stood in the center of the plateau. They had reformed their defensive circle for the night. They stood rump to rump, heads facing out. They were a fortress of hair and horn. The frost built up on their backs, turning them into white mounds. They did not move. They stood and endured. Their long guard hairs blew in the wind, but the dense wool undercoat kept the cold away from their skin. They were the immovable objects of the north. A solitary mammoth bull, the one who had traveled alone through the twilight, found a sheltered ravine. The walls of the ravine blocked the wind. He stood in a patch of deep, soft snow. He was resting. He leaned his massive weight against the trunk of a large spruce tree. The tree creaked slightly but held. The mammoth closed his eyes. His trunk hung down, the tip resting on his tusks. He breathed slowly, his breath forming a large cloud of steam that rose into the branches of the tree. He was a mountain of peace. He did not fear the dark. He was too large, too powerful. He simply waited for the morning, a sentinel of the ice age. The forest was a place of deep shadows and silence. The trees stood like black pillars supporting the starry sky. The snow under the trees was marked with the tracks of the day's activity, the prints of the squirrel, the trail of the hare, the deep plunges of the grouse. But now new tracks were being made. A lynx moved through the branches. It was a ghost of the canopy. It walked along a thick limb, its large paws gripping the bark. It stopped to look down. It saw a mouse scurrying across the snow. The lynx watched, its head tilting. It did not pounce. The mouse was too small, not worth the energy. The lynx moved on, searching for a hare or a grouse. A great gray owl sat on a stump in a clearing. It was a statue of white and gray feathers. Its yellow eyes were wide, gathering the starlight. It turned its head, listening. It heard the rustle of a vole under the snow. It triangulated the sound. It launched itself into the air, its wings silent. It flew low, a shadow passing over the snow. It struck. There was a brief struggle, a flurry of snow, and then the owl rose again, its prey in its talons. It flew back to a branch to eat. The forest returned to silence. The stars wheeled overhead. The great bear moved lower in the north. The lion climbed higher in the east. The passage of time was written in the sky. The earth turned on its axis, a slow, steady rotation that carried the sleeping world through the dark. The cold deepened. The thermometer of the night dropped another degree. The sap in the trees cracked. Bang! A birch tree split its bark in the frost. The sound echoed through the woods, sharp and loud. Far to the south, near the geothermal springs, the bison bull stood in the warm mist. The ground around the spring was bare of snow. Green moss grew on the warm rocks. The bull grazed on the moss, the steam swirling around his legs. He was in an oasis. The air was humid and smelled of sulfur and wet earth. He was comfortable. He chewed his cud, his eyes half closed. He was a survivor, finding the pockets of life in the frozen world. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched from the ice sheet in the north to the mountains in the south. It was a world of white and black, of light and shadow. The snow smoothed over the imperfections of the land. It filled the gullies and covered the rocks. It created a blank canvas, waiting for the wind to write its story. An Arctic fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small white speck in the vastness. It moved with a tireless, bouncing gait. It stopped to sniff a crack in the ice. It smelled the water below. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by a restless energy. Its tail floated behind it like a white banner. It stopped and barked at the stars. Yip, yip. The sound was swallowed instantly by the silence. The fox ran on. The man in the shelter added another log to the fire. He watched the sparks fly up the chimney. He felt the warmth on his face. He looked at his sleeping family. They were safe. He lay back down and closed his eyes. He drifted into sleep, his dreams filled with the images of the day, the flash of the fish, the blue of the sky, the white of the snow. The night wore on, the wolf hour approached, the time of deep cold and deep silence. The world seemed to stop spinning, the animals slowed their hearts, the trees held their breath, the ice grew thicker. A herd of reindeer stood on a ridgeline silhouetted against the Milky Way. Their antlers looked like a forest of bone. They stood still, resting. They were the wanderers of the north, pausing for a moment in their endless journey. They listened to the wind. They smelled the cold. They were at home in the night. The mammoth calf nestled in the center of the herd woke up. It felt the cold air on its ears. It pressed closer to its mother. She rumbled a low sound, a vibration of comfort. The calf closed its eyes. It was safe. The herd was a wall of warmth. The stars shone down with a cold, hard light. They were beautiful and terrible. They were the eyes of the universe watching the earth. The earth slept on. The snow lay still. The wind whispered. A shooting star streaked across the sky. It was a bright green line that lasted for a second and then vanished. It was a grain of dust burning up in the atmosphere. No one saw it. It was a private event between the sky and the snow. The silence of the night was profound. It was a silence that had weight. It pressed down on the land. It was the silence of the Ice Age, a silence that had lasted for thousands of years. The wolverine, the solitary wanderer, found the remains of a caribou kill left by the wolves. It was mostly bone and hide, but the wolverine had jaws that could crush bone. It settled down to eat. It gnawed on a femur, cracking it open to get at the marrow. It was a feast. The wolverine ate until it was full. Then it curled up in the snow, wrapping its tail around its nose. It slept the sleep of the satisfied. The river flowed on. The water was dark and cold. The ice held. The cycle continued. In the subnivean zone, a shrew ran along a tunnel. It was hunting for a sleeping beetle. It moved with frantic energy. It found the beetle and ate it quickly. It needed fuel to keep its tiny body warm. It ran on, a spark of life under the snow. The earth turned, the shadows moved. The cold held its grip. The night was long, but it was peaceful. It was the peace of the wild, the peace of the earth. A single snowflake fell from the clear sky. It was a diamond dust crystal formed directly from the vapor in the air. It drifted down, catching the starlight. It landed on the nose of the sleeping lion. The lion did not move. The crystal sat there, a tiny jewel, until the warmth of the lion's breath melted it away. The night went on, the silence held. The Ice Age world slept in the frozen dark. The beauty of the landscape was severe, a study in minimalism. White snow, black rock, dark trees, and the endless, glittering sky. The mammoth matriarch shifted her weight. She lifted one foot and placed it down again. The snow crunched softly. She was awake, watching the night. She was the memory of the herd. She remembered the summers of the past. She remembered the long migrations. She stood guard, a silent witness to the passage of time. The stars wheeled towards the west. The night was passing hour by slow hour. The world waited for the sun. But for now, there was only the dark and the cold and the silence. The fire in the shelter burned low. The coals pulsed with a steady red light. The family slept. The shelter held. The winter night embraced them all. The arch of the Milky Way had rotated past the zenith, tilting now towards the western horizon. It lay across the sky like a bridge of spilled milk, glowing with a soft, ethereal luminescence that defied the absolute darkness of the void. The stars that comprised it were so numerous and so distant that they blended into a single, cohesive band of light. Against this backdrop, the silhouette of the landscape was etched in sharp relief. The mountains in the west were jagged teeth biting into the star field. The forest in the south was a soft, undulating line of black. The plain in the center was a vast, open bowl that held the silence like a precious liquid. The cold had deepened to its utmost limit. The temperature was a physical barrier, a wall of freezing air that stood between the earth and the sky. It was a dry, sterile cold. It carried no scent of decay, for all decay had stopped. It carried no scent of moisture, for all water was locked in ice. It smelled only of the minerals of the earth and the ozone of the upper atmosphere. It was a purity that scorched the lungs if inhaled too deeply. The animals breathed shallowly, filtering the air through their long noses and warm throats, tempering the chill before it reached their cores. In a hidden ravine where the wind had piled the snow into deep, soft drifts, a herd of wild horses stood sleeping. They were the takai, the ancient horses of the steppe. They were stocky and strong, with thick necks and heavy heads. Their coats were a pale dun color, fading to white on their bellies. A dark dorsal stripe ran down their spines, a mark of their primitive lineage. They stood in a loose cluster, heads hanging low. Their manes, thick and stiff, stood up from their necks like brushes catching the frost. The ice built up on the hairs until the horses looked like they were wearing crowns of crystal. One mare standing on the edge of the group shifted her weight. She lifted a hind leg, resting the hoof on its toe. The snow creaked softly under the movement. She did not wake, her ears swiveling slowly, independently scanning the night for danger. A wolf howled, the crack of a branch, the step of a lion, there was nothing. The silence was complete. She lowered her foot and shifted her weight to the other side. The rhythm of her rest was unbroken. The foal standing beside her was buried in the warmth of her flank. It was a small, woolly shape, completely hidden from the wind. It slept the deep, dreamless sleep of the young. Miles away, the great ice sheet lay heavy on the continent. It was a presence that could be felt even in the dark. It radiated a deep geological cold. The glacier was a living thing of ice. It flowed, though its movement was too slow for the eye to see. It ground against the bedrock, pulverizing stone into flour. In the silence of the night, the stress of this movement released in sudden, sharp sounds. Snap, crack, boom. The sounds echoed across the ice fields like the firing of distant cannons. They were the only noises in a world of white silence. On the edge of the ice sheet, the wind was always moving. It scoured the surface, polishing the blue ice until it shone like glass. It picked up tiny grains of ice and drove them across the plains. These were the only travelers in this desolate land. There were no tracks here. No fox, no hare, no wolf ventured this far onto the barren ice. It was a kingdom of solitude. The stars reflected on the polished surface, creating a second sky beneath the feet of any who would walk there. But no one walked there, the ice was alone's. Back in the valley, the river ice held firm. The water beneath flowed silently, a dark vein of life in the frozen body of the land. A large sturgeon, ancient and armored with bony plates, rested on the bottom of a deep pool. It faced upstream, its barbels trailing in the sediment. It was sensing for the chemical signature of food, a dead fish, a cluster of eggs, a worm. It moved with infinite slowness. Its tail gave a lazy swish, propelling it forward a few inches. It was in no hurry. It had lived for 50 years in this river. It had seen 50 winters come and go. It knew the rhythm of the ice. It knew the patience of the water. Above the ice on the snowy bank, a wolverine moved with a restless energy. It was checking a cache of food it had buried weeks ago. It located the spot by memory and scent. It began to dig. Its claws were powerful, designed for tearing through frozen earth. It moved the snow aside. It reached the soil. It dug deeper. It found the prize, the leg of a caribou. It pulled the bone from the hole. It sat down on the snow and began to gnaw, crunch, grind. The sound was loud in the quiet night. The wolverine ate with a fierce intensity. It needed the calories to fuel its internal fire. It did not share. It was a solitary survivor. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a pile of gray ash covering a heart of red coals. The heat was gentle, a steady radiation that warmed the air. The man woke. He did not open his eyes immediately. He listened to the breathing of his family. It was a soft, comforting chorus. He felt the cold air pressing against the entrance flap. He knew the temperature outside was deadly. He felt a deep gratitude for the shelter, for the fire, for the wisdom of his ancestors who had taught him how to build it. He sat up slowly, the furs sliding down to his waist. He reached for the wood pile. He selected a piece of dry spruce. He placed it on the coals. He blew gently on the embers. The ash flew up in a small cloud. The red glow brightened. The wood began to smoke, then a small flame flickered to life. The light danced on the walls, creating moving shadows that looked like spirits. The man warmed his hands over the flame. He rubbed his face. He looked at the sleeping form of the woman. She was curled on her side, her hair spread out on the furs. He looked at the children. They were safe. He lay back down, pulling the bison robe up to his chin. He watched the firelight play on the ceiling until his eyes grew heavy again. The smoke from the shelter rose through the vent hole. It emerged into the night as a thin, white column. It rose straight up in the still air, higher and higher, until it met a layer of moving air and drifted to the south. It was a fragile signal, a testament to the presence of mind in the wilderness. In the forest, the trees stood silent. The spruce and pine were heavy with snow. The weight bent the branches down, creating dark, sheltered spaces underneath. A ruffed grouse was sleeping in one of these spaces. It had flown into the snow at dusk, burying itself to escape the cold. It was in a snow roost. The temperature inside the roost was much warmer than the air outside. The grouse was comfortable. It fluffed its feathers to trap more air. It slept soundly, hidden from the owl and the fox. High in the canopy of an old pine tree, a porcupine was awake. It was gnawing on the bark of a high branch. Nibble, nibble. It stripped the bark away to get to the inner layer. It ate slowly, methodically. It was safe up here. The wolf could not climb. The lynx was wary of the quills. The porcupine was the master of the treetops. It stopped to scratch its ear with a hind foot. It looked down at the snowy ground far below. It saw the track of a hare. It was indifferent. It returned to its meal. The sky began to turn, imperceptibly slowly. The constellations shifted their positions relative to the horizon. The passage of time was marked not by minutes but by the movement of the stars. The Earth was a spaceship spinning through the dark, carrying its cargo of sleeping life. The darkness seemed to stretch out, creating a sense of infinite space. The horizon was lost in the shadows, blurring the line between the Earth and the sky. On the open plain, a herd of mammoths was resting. They stood in a loose group, their massive bodies forming a landscape of their own. They looked like dark hills against the stars. The matriarch was awake. She was chewing on a mouthful of dry grass she had gathered earlier. Grind, pause, grind. The sound was a low, rhythmic vibration. She stood facing the east, though the dawn was still hours away. She was the timekeeper of the herd. She knew when to move, when to rest, when to eat. She felt the cold in her bones, but she did not shiver. Her coat was thick, her fat layer deep. She was built for the ice. A young calf sleeping near her front legs let out a small squeak in its dream. The matriarch reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's head. A gentle, reassuring stroke. The calf quieted. The herd was a family. They were bound together by blood and affection. In the vast, cold emptiness of the steppe, they had each other. The silence of the night was broken by the sound of the ice cracking on the river. Boom. It was a deep, hollow sound that echoed up the valley walls. The ice was thickening. The cold was driving the frost deeper into the water. Under the ice, the water flowed on, indifferent to the frozen ceiling. The current was slow and black. Small pebbles rolled along the riverbed, pushed by the water. Clack, clack. They settled into new positions. The river was reshaping itself, grain of sand by grain of sand, even in the dark. A snowy owl sat on a low perch, a piece of driftwood sticking out of the riverbank. It was white with dark barring on its wings. Its yellow eyes were wide and unblinking. It watched the river ice. It saw the movement of a lemming that had ventured out of its tunnel. The owl did not move immediately. It calculated the distance. It calculated the speed. Then, with a silent push of its powerful legs, it launched into the air. It flew low over the ice, its wings making no sound. It was a ghost of the night. It struck, a flurry of white wings and snow. Then it rose again, the prey in its talons. It flew back to its perch to eat. The struggle was brief. The silence returned. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched from the ice sheet in the north to the mountains in the south. It was a world of white and black, of light and shadow. The snow smoothed over the imperfections of the land. It filled the gullies and covered the rocks. It created a blank canvas, waiting for the wind to write its story. A solitary bison bull walked along a ridgeline. He was separated from his herd, an old male living out his days alone. He was massive, his shoulders rising like a mountain peak. His head hung low, swaying with his gait. He stopped to sweep the snow away with his muzzle. He found a patch of dry grass. He tore it up and ate. He was a survivor. He had seen wolves and lions. He had seen storms that buried the world. He was still here. He chewed his cud, watching the stars.
He was at peace with his solitude.
The wind began to whisper again. It was a soft, sibilant sound, sshhhh. It moved the dry grasses. It lifted the snow crystals. It was the voice of the empty places. It sang of distance and cold. It was not a lonely sound. It was the sound of home. The snow snakes slithered across the hard crust, filling in the tracks of the night. The landscape was being erased and redrawn by the wind. In the subnivean zone, the world beneath the snow, life was busy. A shrew ran along a tunnel it had made through the grass. It was a tiny, ferocious predator. It needed to eat constantly to fuel its high metabolism. It hunted for sleeping insects, dormant larvae, or other small mammals. It found a beetle grub curled in the soil. It attacked with sharp teeth. It ate quickly. It groomed its whiskers. It ran on. It lived its entire life in the dark, warm tunnels under the snow. It knew nothing of the stars or the wind. Its world was the smell of damp earth and the touch of grass roots. The stars in the east began to twinkle more vigorously. The atmosphere was changing. The air currents in the upper sky were shifting, anticipating the turning of the earth towards the sun, but on the ground the darkness held firm. The dawn was still a promise, not a reality. A cave lion walked along the base of a cliff. He was a massive male, the king of the valley. His coat was pale and thick. He moved with a silent, rolling gait. He stopped to sniff a rock where a female had marked. He curled his lip, tasting the scent. He let out a low rumble in his chest. It was not a roar, just a sound of presence. He continued his patrol. He was not hunting. He was owning the land. He walked with the confidence of a creature that has no enemies. The cold seeped into the rocks. It froze the water in the cracks. The water expanded as it turned to ice, pushing the stone apart. Crack! A small piece of limestone flaked off a cliff face and fell to the talus slope below. Clatter, clatter. The sound was sharp and loud. A sleeping lynx nearby opened one eye. It saw the rock fall. It closed its eye again. It was a familiar sound. The earth was reshaping itself in the cold. The man in the shelter rolled over. He felt the warmth of the fire. He felt the comfort of the furs. He drifted into a deeper sleep. He dreamed of the summer hunt. In his dream, the grass was green and tall. The sun was hot. The herds were vast. He ran with the wind. He was young and strong. The dream was a respite from the long winter night. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its approach. The light was traveling across the ocean, across the forests, towards the ice. But here, the night held sway. The darkness was a comfortable blanket. The animals were used to it. They did not fear it. It was their time. The predators hunted. The prey rested. The cycle continued. A herd of saiga antelopes stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to move, grazing slowly on the lichen exposed on a windswept ridge. Their large noses wiggled as they sniffed the ground. They were strange, ancient creatures perfectly adapted to this harsh world. They moved like a single organism, flowing over the contours of the land. The river flowed on, dark and cold under the ice. It carried the water from the mountains to the sea. It was the lifeblood of the land. Even in the winter it flowed. The fish slept in the deep pools. The beavers slept in their lodges. The otters played in the open leads. The river was a world unto itself. The stars above seemed to burn with a cold fire. They were sharp and clear. There was no twinkle in the dry air. They looked like holes in the fabric of the night, letting the light of heaven shine through. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing across the sky. It was beautiful and indifferent. It watched over the sleeping earth with a cold, distant gaze. In the forest, a pine cone fell from a tree. Plop! It landed in the soft snow. A squirrel sleeping in its nest high in the branches twitched its tail. The nest was made of leaves and twigs lined with moss and fur. It was a warm, cozy ball. The squirrel was curled up tight, its nose tucked into its tail. It was dreaming of nuts and seeds. It was safe from the owl and the marten. The earth turned, the night continued. The waiting continued. There was no hurry. The sun would rise when it was time. Until then, there was only the dark and the cold. A fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small speck of life in the vastness. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of survival. Its tail floated behind it like a banner. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. The aurora borealis flared one last time. A weak band of green light pulsed in the north. It was a fading echo of the earlier display. It washed the snow in a faint, eerie glow, then it vanished. The sky returned to black. A weasel in its white winter coat popped its head out of a hole in the snow. It looked around with bright black eyes. It saw the darkness. It ducked back down into the tunnel. It would sleep while the world was dark. It curled into a ball in its nest of dry grass and fur. It was warm and safe. The landscape waited, the trees waited, the rocks waited. The anticipation of the sunrise was still far off. The night was in its prime. The fire in the human shelter popped again. A spark flew up. The woman stirred but did not wake. The shelter was good, the fire was good, the night was good. The silence held, the snow lay still. The stars turned. The world slept on, wrapped in the white embrace of the winter. The great vault of the night sky continued its slow, silent revolution. The stars, which had earlier pinned the constellation of the hunter to the southern horizon, had now carried him down into the darkness of the underworld. In his place, the faint and subtle stars of the crab, Cancer, occupied the meridian, a scattering of dim lights that barely registered against the black void. The darkness was not uniform. It possessed a texture, a graininess born of the immense distance between the viewer and the infinite. The air on the steppe was a medium of absolute clarity, frozen and still. It held no moisture to soften the light. The starlight that fell upon the snow was hard and blue, etching the world in sharp lines of shadow and silver light. The cold had settled into the very bones of the earth. The temperature was a static, crushing force. It had frozen the soil to a depth of hundreds of feet, creating a bedrock of ice and earth that would not thaw for 10,000 years. On the surface, the snow was dry as sand. The individual crystals, which had fallen as intricate stars days ago, were now faceting and changing under the pressure of the cold, becoming sugar-like granules that flowed around the hooves of the animals. The sound of movement on this snow was a high-pitched squeak, the friction of ice against ice. In a shallow depression on the open plain, a herd of steppe bison stood motionless. They were massive, blocky shapes in the dark. Their heavy coats, thick with wool and long guard hairs, were frosted white. They looked like a range of low, snow-covered hills. The herd had stopped grazing hours ago. They were now in a state of deep rest, standing shoulder to shoulder to conserve heat. The steam from their breath rose in a collective cloud that hung just above their heads, trapped by the density of the cold air. It formed a localized fog, a roof of moisture that offered a tiny degree of insulation against the open sky. One large bull, standing on the perimeter of the herd, opened his eyes. He blinked slowly, his long eyelashes heavy with rime ice. He looked out at the empty plain. He saw nothing but the undulation of the snow and the sharp horizon. He heard nothing but the slow, rhythmic breathing of the cows beside him. He shifted his weight, lifting one heavy leg and placing it down again. The snow crunched loudly. The sound traveled far in the silence, but there was no reaction from the dark. The bull lowered his head again, settling back into the patient wait for the dawn. Miles to the north, where the terrain became broken and rocky, a solitary cave hyena moved through the shadows. It was a powerful animal with a sloping back and strong jaws capable of crushing bone. Its coat was spotted and shaggy, a mix of gray and brown that blended perfectly with the limestone rocks. It moved with a distinctive loping gait, its head carried low to the ground. It was not hunting live prey. It was a scavenger, a cleaner of the steppe. It sniffed the air constantly, reading the chemical map of the night. The hyena stopped at the base of a cliff. It found the leg bone of a horse left behind by a lion pried days earlier. The bone was frozen solid, hard as stone. The hyena settled down in the snow. It used its massive molars to crack the bone. Crack. The sound was sharp, like a rifle shot. The hyena worked methodically, extracting the nutrient-rich marrow from within. It was a meal of pure energy. The hyena ate alone, surrounded by the silence of the rocks. It was comfortable in the dark. It feared nothing. It was a part of the night, a shadow moving among shadows. Down in the valley, the river lay silent under its armor of ice. The ice was thick and blue, a solid barrier between the world of the air and the world of the water. But beneath the ice, the river was alive. The water flowed dark and cold, carrying the silt of the mountains to the sea. A school of burbot, long, eel-like fish with mottled skin, moved along the riverbed. They were active in the winter, spawning under the ice. They writhed together in a slow, silent dance, their bodies brushing against the smooth stones. They were creatures of the deep cold, thriving where others slept. Above the ice on the snowy bank, a mink slid through the brush. It was a small, dark shape, fluid as water. It moved in a series of bounds, disappearing into the snow and reappearing feet away. It was hunting for a vole or a mouse. It found a small hole in the snowbank, the entrance to a subnivean tunnel. The mink slipped inside. It vanished into the hidden world beneath the snow. The surface remained undisturbed, a white blanket hiding the life below. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a bed of gray ash covering a heart of deep red coals. The light was faint, a soft, pulsing glow that barely illuminated the woven branches of the roof. The heat was gentle, a residual warmth that kept the interior from freezing. The man woke. He did not move his body. He lay still, listening to the rhythm of the shelter. He heard the soft breathing of the woman beside him. He heard the slight rustle of the child turning in sleep. He felt the cold air pressing against the skin flap of the entrance. He sat up slowly, the bison furs sliding down to his waist. The movement was silent. He reached for the woodpile. He selected a piece of dry juniper, dense and aromatic. He placed it carefully on the coals. He blew gently on the embers. The ash flew up in a small gray cloud. The red glow brightened. The wood began to smoke, then a small yellow flame flickered to life. The light danced on the walls, creating moving shadows that looked like spirits. The man warmed his hands over the flame. He rubbed his palms together. He looked at the sleeping forms of his family. They were safe. The shelter was holding. He lay back down, pulling the furs up to his chin. He watched the firelight play on the ceiling until his eyes grew heavy again. The smoke from the shelter rose through the vent hole. It emerged into the night as a thin, white column. It rose straight up in the still air, higher and higher, until it met a layer of moving air and drifted to the south. It was a fragile signal, a testament to the presence of life in the wilderness. In the forest, the trees stood silent. The spruce and pine were heavy with snow. The weight bent the branches down, creating dark, sheltered spaces underneath. A lynx was sleeping in one of these spaces. It was curled into a tight ball, its tail wrapped around its nose. Its thick gray fur trapped its body heat. It was invisible in the shadows. The lynx's ears, tipped with black tufts, twitched occasionally in its sleep, monitoring the sounds of the forest. It heard the snap of a frozen twig. It heard the soft hoot of an owl. It did not wake. These were the sounds of safety. High in the canopy of an old pine tree, a porcupine was awake. It was gnawing on the bark of a high branch. Nibble, nibble. It stripped the bark away to get to the inner layer. It ate slowly, methodically. It was safe up here. The wolf could not climb. The lynx was wary of the quills. The porcupine was the master of the treetops. It stopped to scratch its ear with a hind foot. It looked down at the snowy ground far below. It saw the track of a hare. It was indifferent. It returned to its meal. The chips of bark fell to the snow, peppering the white surface with brown flakes. The sky began to turn imperceptibly slowly. The constellations shifted their positions relative to the horizon. The passage of time was marked not by minutes but by the movement of the stars. The Earth was a spaceship spinning through the dark, carrying its cargo of sleeping life. The darkness seemed to stretch out, creating a sense of infinite space. The horizon was lost in the shadows, blurring the line between the Earth and the sky. On the open plain, a herd of mammoths was resting. They stood in a loose group, their massive bodies forming a landscape of their own. They looked like dark hills against the stars. The matriarch was awake. She was chewing on a mouthful of dry grass she had gathered earlier. Grind, pause, grind. The sound was a low, rhythmic vibration. She stood facing the east, though the dawn was still hours away. She was the timekeeper of the herd. She knew when to move, when to rest, when to eat. She felt the cold in her bones, but she did not shiver. Her coat was thick, her fat layer deep. She was built for the ice. A young calf sleeping near her front legs let out a small squeak in its dream. The matriarch reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's head. A gentle, reassuring stroke. The calf quieted. The herd was a family. They were bound together by blood and affection. In the vast, cold emptiness of the steppe, they had each other. The warmth of their bodies created a microclimate in the center of the herd, a few degrees warmer than the biting air outside. The silence of the night was broken by the sound of the ice cracking on the river. Boom. It was a deep, hollow sound that echoed up the valley walls. The ice was thickening. The cold was driving the frost deeper into the water. Under the ice, the water flowed on, indifferent to the frozen ceiling. The current was slow and black. Small pebbles rolled along the riverbed, pushed by the water. Clack, clack. They settled into new positions. The river was reshaping itself, grain of sand by grain of sand, even in the dark. A snowy owl sat on a low perch, a piece of driftwood sticking out of the riverbank. It was white with dark barring on its wings. Its yellow eyes were wide and unblinking. It watched the river ice. It saw the movement of a lemming that had ventured out of its tunnel. The owl did not move immediately. It calculated the distance. It calculated the speed. Then, with a silent push of its powerful legs, it launched into the air. It flew low over the ice, its wings making no sound. It was a ghost of the night. It struck, a flurry of white wings and snow. Then it rose again, the prey in its talons. It flew back to its perch to eat. The struggle was brief. The silence returned. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched from the ice sheet in the north to the mountains in the south. It was a world of white and black, of light and shadow. The snow smoothed over the imperfections of the land. It filled the gullies and covered the rocks. It created a blank canvas, waiting for the wind to write its story. A solitary bison bull walked along a ridgeline. He was separated from his herd, an old male living out his days alone. He was massive, his shoulders rising like a mountain peak. His head hung low, swaying with his gait. He stopped to sweep the snow away with his muzzle. He found a patch of dry grass. He tore it up and ate. He was a survivor. He had seen wolves and lions. He had seen storms that buried the world. He was still here. He chewed his cud, watching the stars.
He was at peace with his solitude.
The wind began to whisper again. It was a soft, sibilant sound, sshhhh. It moved the dry grasses. It lifted the snow crystals. It was the voice of the empty places. It sang of distance and cold. It was not a lonely sound. It was the sound of home. The snow snakes slithered across the hard crust, filling in the tracks of the night. The landscape was being erased and redrawn by the wind. In the subnivean zone, the world beneath the snow, life was busy. A shrew ran along a tunnel it had made through the grass. It was a tiny, ferocious predator. It needed to eat constantly to fuel its high metabolism. It hunted for sleeping insects, dormant larvae, or other small mammals. It found a beetle grub curled in the soil. It attacked with sharp teeth. It ate quickly. It groomed its whiskers. It ran on. It lived its entire life in the dark, warm tunnels under the snow. It knew nothing of the stars or the wind. Its world was the smell of damp earth and the touch of grass roots. The stars in the east began to twinkle more vigorously. The atmosphere was changing. The air currents in the upper sky were shifting, anticipating the turning of the earth towards the sun, but on the ground the darkness held firm. The dawn was still a promise, not a reality. A cave lion walked along the base of a cliff. He was a massive male, the king of the valley. His coat was pale and thick. He moved with a silent, rolling gait. He stopped to sniff a rock where a female had marked. He curled his lip, tasting the scent. He let out a low rumble in his chest. It was not a roar, just a sound of presence. He continued his patrol. He was not hunting. He was owning the land. He walked with the confidence of a creature that has no enemies. The cold seeped into the rocks. It froze the water in the cracks. The water expanded as it turned to ice, pushing the stone apart. Crack! A small piece of limestone flaked off a cliff face and fell to the talus slope below. Clatter, clatter. The sound was sharp and loud. A sleeping raven nearby opened one eye. It saw the rock fall. It closed its eye again. It was a familiar sound. The earth was reshaping itself in the cold. The man in the shelter rolled over. He felt the warmth of the fire. He felt the comfort of the furs. He drifted into a deeper sleep. He dreamed of the summer hunt. In his dream, the grass was green and tall. The sun was hot. The herds were vast. He ran with the wind. He was young and strong. The dream was a respite from the long winter night. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its approach. The light was traveling across the ocean, across the forests, towards the ice. But here, the night held sway. The darkness was a comfortable blanket. The animals were used to it. They did not fear it. It was their time. The predators hunted. The prey rested. The cycle continued. A herd of saiga antelope stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to move, grazing slowly on the lichen exposed on a windswept ridge. Their large noses wiggled as they sniffed the ground. They were strange, ancient creatures perfectly adapted to this harsh world. They moved like a single organism, flowing over the contours of the land. The river flowed on, dark and cold under the ice. It carried the water from the mountains to the sea. It was the lifeblood of the land. Even in the winter it flowed. The fish slept in the deep pools. The beavers slept in their lodges. The otters played in the open leads. The river was a world unto itself. The stars above seemed to burn with a cold fire. They were sharp and clear. There was no twinkle in the dry air. They looked like holes in the fabric of the night, letting the light of heaven shine through. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing across the sky. It was beautiful and indifferent. It watched over the sleeping earth with a cold, distant gaze. In the forest, a pine cone fell from a tree. Plop! It landed in the soft snow. A squirrel sleeping in its nest high in the branches twitched its tail. The nest was made of leaves and twigs lined with moss and fur. It was a warm, cozy ball. The squirrel was curled up tight, its nose tucked into its tail. It was dreaming of nuts and seeds. It was safe from the owl and the marten. The earth turned, the night continued. The waiting continued. There was no hurry. The sun would rise when it was time. Until then, there was only the dark and the cold. A fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small speck of life in the vastness. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of survival. Its tail floated behind it like a banner. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. The aurora borealis flared one last time. A weak band of green light pulsed in the north. It was a fading echo of the earlier display. It washed the snow in a faint, eerie glow, then it vanished. The sky returned to black. A weasel in its white winter coat popped its head out of a hole in the snow. It looked around with bright black eyes. It saw the darkness. It ducked back down into the tunnel. It would sleep while the world was dark. It curled into a ball in its nest of dry grass and fur. It was warm and safe. The landscape waited, the trees waited, the rocks waited. The anticipation of the sunrise was still far off. The night was in its prime. The fire in the human shelter popped again. A spark flew up. The woman stirred but did not wake. The shelter was good, the fire was good, the night was good. The silence held, the snow lay still. The stars turned. The world slept on, wrapped in the white embrace of the winter. On the high plateau, the musk oxen remained in their defensive ring. The wind had picked up slightly, buffeting their shaggy coats, but they stood firm. They were the immovable objects of the north. They were a circle of warmth in a world of cold. They slept on their feet, dreaming of the lichen under the snow. The river ice groaned. It was a sound of shifting weight. The river was alive, moving, changing. It was the only thing that moved in the valley besides the wind. The stars watched, the snow sparkled, the night was beautiful. It was a perfect frozen moment in time. The great wheel of the night sky continued to turn, a silent millstone grinding the hours into dust. The constellation of the Lion had climbed higher in the eastern sky, its blue-white heart star, Regulus, burning with a cold and steady fire. The darkness was absolute, a heavy curtain that had fallen over the world, sealing it away from the warmth of the sun. The air was still and crystalline, devoid of any moisture that might soften the hard edges of the starlight. It was a vacuum of cold, a space where heat was a fleeting anomaly and ice was the eternal law. The temperature had stabilized at the profound low of the deep night. The rocks, the trees, and the frozen earth had equalized with the air, radiating their last vestiges of warmth into the infinite void above. On the open steppe, the silence was a physical presence. It was not merely the absence of sound, but a density that pressed against the ears. The snow lay in vast, undulating drifts sculpted by the wind into waves of white marble. The surface was hard and polished. In the starlight, it gleamed with a dull gray luster. A solitary woolly rhinoceros moved across this frozen ocean. It was a creature of immense bulk, a dark island moving through the sea of snow. Its coat was thick and shaggy, hanging in heavy fringes along its flanks. The hair was matted with ice and dust, forming a protective shell against the biting air. The rhino's head hung low, swaying rhythmically with each step. Its two horns were magnificent structures of keratin. The front horn was long and curved, sweeping back towards the forehead like a scythe. It was worn smooth at the tip from years of sweeping snow aside to reach the grass. The rear horn was a stout, blunt cone. The rhino stopped at a patch of dwarf willow that poked through the snow. It used its prehensile upper lip to strip the frozen bark from the twigs. Crunch. Snap. The sound was loud in the quiet night. The rhino chewed methodically, grinding the tough woody fiber into fuel. It was a solitary giant, unbothered by the emptiness of the plain. It was a self-contained world of warmth and strength. Miles away in the shelter of the dense forest, the darkness was even more complete. The canopy of the spruce and pine trees blocked out the starlight, creating a world of deep, velvety black. Here the snow was soft and powdery, protected from the wind. It lay in deep pillows over the fallen logs and the roots of the trees. A pine marten moved through this dark world. It was a sleek, agile hunter, its body a ribbon of muscle and fur. It flowed along the branch of a pine tree, balancing with its long tail. It stopped to sniff a cone. It looked down at the snow. It saw the tracks of a squirrel. It decided to descend. It climbed down the trunk head first, its claws gripping the bark. It landed softly on the snow. It stood for a moment listening. Then it began to move, a dark shadow slipping through the trees. It placed each paw with infinite care. It was the essence of stealth. Inside the human shelter, the atmosphere was thick with warmth and peace. The fire had burned down to a deep, pulsing bed of coals. The light was dim, a soft red glow that painted the curved walls in shades of charcoal and rust. The heat radiated gently, keeping the bitter cold at bay. The family slept in a huddle of furs. The breathing of the sleepers was a slow, synchronized rhythm. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. It was the sound of deep rest. The man who lay on the outer edge of the sleeping group shifted slightly. He felt a cool draft near the floor. He reached out a hand, his eyes still closed, and pushed a bundle of dried grass against the base of the wall. The draft stopped. He pulled his hand back into the warmth of the bison robe. He settled his head on his arm. He drifted back into the darkness of sleep. The shelter was a vessel of life, holding its precious cargo safe against the ocean of the winter night. Far to the north, the great ice sheet glowed with a faint internal light. It was the reflection of the stars on the blue ice. The glacier was a river of frozen water, miles wide and thousands of feet thick. It moved with a glacial slowness, creeping forward inch by year. In the silence of the night, the ice groaned. Crack! A deep fissure opened up deep within the mass. The sound was muffled by the millions of tons of ice above. On the surface, nothing changed. The wind blew the snow across the hard, polished surface. Hiss, hiss! It was a desolate, beautiful landscape, devoid of life but full of power. A pack of wolves moved along the edge of the forest. They were traveling in a single file, stepping in each other's footprints to conserve energy. They moved with a fluid, liquid grace. Their gray and black coats blended perfectly with the shadows. The alpha female led the way. She stopped on a small rise and looked out over the frozen river. She sniffed the air. She smelled the scent of a hare that had passed an hour ago. She smelled the cold damp of the open water near the rapids. She did not hunt. The pack had eaten well the night before. Tonight they were patrolling. They were asserting their presence in the valley. The wolves gathered around the alpha. They nuzzled each other's faces. They wagged their tails low. It was a moment of social bonding. They reaffirmed their connections, their hierarchy, their family. One young wolf lay down and rolled on its back in the snow. Another sniffed its belly. They were playful and gentle with each other. In the harsh world of the Ice Age, the pack was everything. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were the masters of the night. The river ice was a complex landscape of frozen waves and jagged ridges. The starlight revealed its surface as a dark, mysterious road. An otter slid across the ice on its belly. It moved with a playful energy. It reached a hole in the ice that it kept open. It dove in, splash. The sound was small and swallowed quickly by the silence. Under the water, the otter was in its element. It swam gracefully, hunting for fish among the rocks of the riverbed. It was a creature of two worlds, the frozen air above and the flowing water below. On the high plateau, the herd of musk oxen remained in their defensive circle. They were immovable objects. The frost had built up on their long, shaggy coats until they looked like snow-covered boulders. They did not move. To move was to lose heat. They stood rump to rump, facing outward towards the dark. They were a fortress of hair and horn. They were asleep on their feet, their metabolism slowed to a crawl. They were the ultimate survivors, built to endure the unendurable. The sky began to change. A faint green glow appeared on the northern horizon. It was the aurora borealis returning to the night sky. It started as a pale arch low in the sky, then it began to brighten. Curtains of green light shimmering with violet edges rose up towards the zenith. They moved with a slow, silent majesty. They folded and unfolded like celestial drapery. The light reflected on the snow, turning the white landscape a ghostly green. The wolves stopped to watch. The musk oxen stood indifferent. The light was cold, offering no warmth, only a haunting beauty. A snowy owl sat on the top of a dead snag, silhouetted against the aurora. It was a large white bird with yellow eyes. It turned its head slowly, scanning the ground below. It saw the movement of a lemming near a rock. It did not fly immediately. It calculated the distance. It waited for the lemming to move away from the safety of the rock. The owl was patient. It had all night. It was the silent watcher, the keeper of the forest edge. The silence of the night was not empty. It was filled with the small sounds of the earth, the crack of a tree contracting in the cold, the squeak of the snow under a paw, the rustle of a dry leaf, the distant rumble of the ice sheet. These were the notes of the winter symphony. It was a slow, quiet music that played on and on. In the subnivean zone, the space between the ground and the snowpack, a community of small animals was active. A vole moved along a tunnel it had chewed through the grass. It was warm down here, protected from the wind and the bitter cold by the blanket of snow. The vole found a stash of seeds it had gathered in the autumn. It sat on its haunches and ate, holding a seed in its tiny paws. It was safe from the owl as long as it stayed underground. It lived in a secret world, hidden beneath the feet of the giants. The woolly rhino finished eating the willow twigs. It turned and moved slowly towards a sheltered draw. It walked with a heavy, plodding gait. Its breath formed a cloud of steam that trailed behind it. It found a spot where the snow was deep and soft. It lay down, folding its legs under its massive body. It let out a long sigh. It closed its eyes. It was time to rest. It became a dark mound in the snow, indistinguishable from a rock or a hill. The stars wheeled overhead. The Great Bear moved lower in the sky. The constellation of Leo rose higher in the east. The passage of time was marked by the rotation of the heavens. The earth turned on its axis, carrying the sleeping world through the dark. There was no hurry. The night was long and the dawn was far away. Inside the shelter, the fire popped softly. A spark flew up the smoke hole, a tiny star joining the millions above. The woman woke briefly. She checked the child sleeping beside her. She tucked the fur tighter around its shoulders. She felt the warmth of the fire. She closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. She dreamed of the sun on his face, of the blue river, of the green grass. Her dreams were a promise of the spring to come. The landscape was vast and indifferent. It did not care for the creatures that lived upon it. It offered no mercy, but it offered a kind of peace, the peace of the wild, the peace of the silence. The animals adapted to this indifference. They grew thick coats, they built warm nests. They learned to find the food hidden under the snow. They were resilient, they were strong. A solitary mammoth, a young male who had left his herd, walked across a high ridge. He was backlit by the aurora. He looked like a shadow puppet against the green sky. He was lonely, but he was learning the ways of the solitary life. He stopped to smell the wind. He smelled the ice. He smelled the wolves. He smelled the distant herd. He rumbled a low sound, a call to the night. There was no answer. He walked on, his long tusks sweeping the snow. The wind began to pick up on the ridge. It whispered through the dry grass, SSSHHH. It moved the loose snow, creating small drifts behind every stone. The snow snakes hissed across the hard crust. The wind was the sculptor of the landscape. It shaped the drifts. It polished the rocks. It carried the cold into every crevice. The river flowed on, dark and cold under the ice. It carried the water from the mountains to the sea. It was the lifeblood of the land. Even in the winter it flowed. The fish slept in the deep pools. The beavers slept in their lodges. The otters played in the open leads. The river was a world unto itself. The night deepened, the cold intensified. It was the dead of winter, the time of the long sleep, but life persisted. It burned like a small flame in the dark. It was stubborn. It was enduring. A hare sat in a form under a bush. It was white as the snow, it was invisible. It watched the wolves pass by. It did not move a muscle, it held its breath. The wolves passed, the hare relaxed, it nibbled on a twig, it was a survivor. The stars shone down with a cold, hard light. They were beautiful and terrible. They were the eyes of the universe watching the earth. The earth slept on, the snow lay still. The wind whispered. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its long journey back. But here on the steppe it was still deep night. The darkness was a blanket, the cold was a fortress, the silence was a song. The northern lights began to fade. The green curtains grew pale and thin. They dissolved into the black sky. The show was over. The stars reclaimed the night. The stillness returned deeper than before. In the forest, a branch broke under the weight of the snow. Snap! The sound was loud and startling. A sleeping lynx twitched its ear but did not wake. It was used to the sounds of the forest. It slept on, curled in a ball of gray fur. The man in the shelter turned over. He was dreaming of the hunt. He was running across the snow, spear in hand. He felt strong. He felt alive. The dream was vivid and real. It was a memory of the summer, a hope for the future. The night continued. The earth turned. The stars watched. The Ice Age world slept in the frozen dark. The beauty of the landscape was severe, a study in minimalism. White snow, black rock, dark trees, and the endless, glittering sky. A cave bear in the high mountains stirred in its sleep. It shifted its massive weight. It grunted softly. It was deep in hibernation, its body temperature lowered to conserve energy. It would not wake for months. It was safe in its stone tomb. The river ice cracked again. Boom! The sound echoed down the valley. It was the heartbeat of the river. The water flowed on, carrying the life of the land to the sea. The stars watched, the wind whispered, the snow lay still. The night was long, but it was peaceful. It was the peace of the wild, the peace of the earth. The mammoth calf woke up. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast no light, for it was gone. The starlight was the only illumination. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. A pair of ravens slept side by side on a sheltered ledge of a cliff. They were fluffed up, their heads tucked into their back feathers. They looked like two black stones. They were mates for life. They huddled close to share their warmth. In the morning they would fly together, croaking their greetings to the sun, but now they slept. The cliff protected them from the wind. The snow insulated the ledge. They were at peace. The wind shifted slightly, coming more from the west. It brought a slightly different scent, the smell of distant pine forests. A deer standing on the edge of the plain lifted its head. It tasted the air. It knew the forest was there. It began to walk towards the trees, seeking the shelter of the canopy. Its hooves made small, neat prints in the snow. The earth rolled on, the constellations dipped and rose. The clock of the universe ticked in silence. The cold was a constant, a fundamental truth of the existence here. It was not an enemy to be fought, but a condition to be lived within. The fire in the shelter glowed, a bed of coals that looked like a dragon's eye. It was the center of the human world. It was the technology of survival. The man, the woman, the children, they all revolved around this point of light. The night was deep, the night was quiet, the night was beautiful. It was the Ice Age night, eternal and serene. The night sky had become a monument to stillness. The great rotation of the heavens continued, imperceptible to the eye but felt in the slow shifting of the constellations. The stars that had marked the beginning of the night were now gone, lost beneath the western horizon, and new stars had risen in the east to take their places. The darkness was a vast, silent ocean that filled the space between the worlds. The air on the steppe was clearer than glass, holding no dust or moisture to scatter the light. The starlight fell upon the snow in sharp, defined beams, creating a landscape of silver highlights and deep, velvet shadows. The cold was absolute. It was a physical weight that pressed down on the land, freezing time itself. In the center of the vast, open plain, a solitary woolly rhinoceros stood motionless. It was a creature of immense antiquity, a living boulder covered in thick, reddish-brown fur. The hair hung in heavy, matted curtains over its flanks, fringed with icicles where the warmth of its body had melted the snow. Its head hung low, heavy with the weight of its two horns. The front horn, a sweeping curve of keratin, was worn smooth at the tip. The rear horn was a stout cone. The rhino was asleep on its feet, its legs locked in position to support its bulk. Its breathing was a slow, rhythmic huffing that created a cloud of steam around its muzzle. The steam rose straight up in the still air, freezing into a pillar of white frost. The silence of the plain was profound. It was a silence that had texture and depth. It wrapped around the sleeping rhino like a blanket. A few miles away, a herd of horses stood in a sheltered draw. They were the takai, the wild horses of the steppe. They stood close together, their bodies forming a warm, living island in the sea of cold. Their heads were lowered, their manes falling over their eyes. They were dozing, their ears swiveling occasionally to track the sounds of the night. A mare shifted her weight, her hoof crunching softly in the snow. The sound was swallowed instantly by the vastness. A foal, pressed against her side, twitched in its sleep, dreaming of the summer grass. In the shelter of the dense forest, the darkness was absolute. The spruce and pine trees formed a solid canopy that blocked out the starlight. Under the trees, the snow was deep and soft, untouched by the wind. A wolverine moved through this black world. It was a stocky, powerful animal built for the endurance of the north. It moved with a rolling, loping gait that carried it effortlessly over the drifts. It was not hunting, it was traveling. It sniffed the base of a tree, reading the scent markings left by a marten days ago. It ignored them and moved on. It was a solitary spirit wandering the endless night without a destination. It was at home in the dark. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a deep, glowing bed of coals. The logs had turned to charcoal, pulsing with a gentle, consistent heat. The light was dim, a soft red glow that barely illuminated the woven branches of the roof. The air was warm and smelled of wood smoke, cured leather, and the earthy scent of the pine boughs that lined the floor. The family lay in a pile of furs, a tangle of limbs and heavy coverings. The man who had tended the fire earlier was now asleep, his arm thrown over his eyes. The woman woke. She did not move her body, only opened her eyes. She lay still, listening to the rhythm of the shelter. She heard the soft wheezing of the youngest child. She heard the pop of a cooling stone in the fire ring. She felt the heavy warmth of the bison robe that covered them. She shifted her hand, finding the water skin that lay near the fire. She took a sip. The water was cool, tasting of the river and the leather. She was not thirsty, but the ritual grounded her. She looked up at the smoke hole. A single star was visible, a bright, unblinking eye looking down into their home. She watched it for a long time, sharing a silent moment with the universe. Then she closed her eyes and let the warmth pull her back down into sleep. Far to the north, the great ice sheet lay heavy on the continent. It was a massive plateau of ice, miles thick. In the darkness, it was a presence rather than a shape. It radiated a deep, intense cold that flowed down from its heights like a river. The air coming off the glacier was dry and pure. It carried no scent of life. It was the breath of the ice age. At the edge of the glacier, the ice was cracked and broken. Deep crevasses glowed with a faint blue light even in the dark. The ice groaned and shifted, grinding the rock beneath it into dust. It was a slow, unstoppable force, reshaping the continent inch by inch. On a rocky ridge overlooking the glacier, a solitary wolf sat watching the ice. He was a large male, his coat thick and gray. He sat on his haunches, his tail wrapped around his paws to keep them warm. He was separated from his pack, scouting the high ground. He watched the wind blow the snow across the surface of the ice. Hiss, hiss. The sound was like dry sand on stone. The wolf did not move. He was a statue of patience. He was waiting for the dawn or for a sign of movement. He was the sentinel of the high north. The river that cut through the valley was a silent, frozen road. The ice was thick and blue, a solid barrier between the air and the water. But beneath the ice, life continued. A beaver swam from its lodge to a food cache of willow branches anchored in the mud. It moved with fluid grace, its webbed feet pushing it through the dark water. It grabbed a stick in its mouth and swam back to the lodge. It entered the underwater tunnel and climbed up into the dry chamber. The lodge was warm, heated by the bodies of the beaver family. They lay together, grooming each other's fur. They were safe from the wolf and the wolverine. They were the architects of their own survival. A school of whitefish hovered in the deep current of the river. They faced upstream, their fins moving just enough to hold their position. They were in a state of winter torpor. Their metabolism had slowed to a crawl. They did not need to eat, they just needed to exist. They were suspended in the dark, cold water, waiting for the spring thaw. Above them, the ice cracked with a loud boom echoing down the river valley. The fish did not react. It was the sound of their ceiling, a familiar note in the winter song. The sky began to change very subtly. The darkness in the east seemed to soften, turning from a hard black to a deep, bruised purple. It was not yet dawn, but the promise of dawn was there. The stars in that quadrant of the sky began to lose their brilliance. The atmosphere was thickening with the approaching light. The morning star Venus rose above the horizon. It was a brilliant, dazzling jewel. It cast a faint shadow on the snow. It was the herald of the day. A herd of reindeer moved along a ridgeline silhouetted against the stars. Their antlers looked like a moving forest of bare branches. They walked with a steady, clicking rhythm. Click, 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 click. The tendons in their feet snapped over the bones. It was the music of the migration. They were heading for a valley where the wind had blown the snow away from the lichen. They moved with a singular purpose. They did not stop. They were the wanderers of the north. In the forest, a great gray owl sat on a low stump. It had finished its hunting. It was full. It sat motionless, its feathers fluffed. It closed its eyes. It was ready to sleep. The day belonged to the hawk and the eagle. The owl belonged to the night. It settled down, blending perfectly with the gray wood of the stump. It became invisible. The cold seeped into the rocks. It froze the water in the cracks. The water expanded as it turned to ice, pushing the stone apart. Crack! A small piece of limestone flaked off a cliff face and fell to the talus slope below. Clatter, clatter. The sound was sharp and loud. A sleeping lynx nearby opened one eye. It saw the rock fall. It closed its eye again. It was a familiar sound. The earth was reshaping itself in the cold. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched away in all directions, a sea of white waves frozen in time. There were no fences, no roads, no boundaries. The only lines were the trails made by the animals, the deep, churned path of the bison, the delicate track of the fox, the wide, smooth slide of the otter. These trails crossed and intersected, writing the history of the night on the surface of the snow. A solitary mammoth bull walked along one of these trails. He was moving from a grazed-out valley to a new feeding ground. He walked with a slow, swaying gait that covered ground deceptively fast. His head bobbed with each step. His tusks, long and curved, swept close to the snow. He was a dark mountain moving through the dark night. He stopped at a large boulder, a glacial erratic dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. He rubbed his flank against the rough stone. Scrape, scrape. The sound was loud and gritty. He leaned his full weight into it, scratching an itch deep under his thick coat. He grumbled a low note of satisfaction. Then he pushed off the rock and continued his journey. The wind began to whisper again. It was a soft, sibilant sound, sshhhh. It moved the dry grasses. It lifted the snow crystals. It was the voice of the empty places. It sang of distance and cold. It was not a lonely sound. It was the sound of home. The snow snakes slithered across the hard crust, filling in the tracks of the night. The landscape was being erased and redrawn by the wind. The man in the shelter woke again. The fire was almost out. He sat up and reached for the wood pile. He selected a piece of dense pine. He placed it on the coals. He blew gently. The fire flared up, casting long, dancing shadows on the wall. He warmed his hands. He looked at his sleeping child. The child's face was smooth and peaceful. The man smiled a small, hidden smile. He lay back down. The cycle of the night continued. The fire burned. The smoke rose. The stars turned. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its approach. But here, the night held sway. The darkness was a blanket, the cold was a fortress, the silence was a song. A herd of saiga antelope stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to move, grazing slowly on the lichen exposed on a windswept ridge. Their large noses wiggled as they sniffed the ground. They were strange, ancient creatures perfectly adapted to this harsh world. They moved like a single organism flowing over the contours of the land. The river ice groaned again, a deep, resonant sound that traveled for miles under the ice. It was the river adjusting its weight. The sound was eerie, like the call of a whale, but deeper. It vibrated in the chest of the sleeping otter. It vibrated in the roots of the willows. It was the voice of the water. A fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small speck of life in the vastness. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of survival. Its tail floated behind it like a banner. The stars above seemed to burn with a cold fire. They were sharp and clear. There was no twinkle in the dry air. They looked like holes in the fabric of the night, letting the light of heaven shine through. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing across the sky. It was beautiful and indifferent. It watched over the sleeping earth with a cold, distant gaze. In the forest, a pine cone fell from a tree. Plop! It landed in the soft snow. A squirrel sleeping in its nest high in the branches twitched its tail. The nest was made of leaves and twigs lined with moss and fur. It was a warm, cozy ball. The squirrel was curled up tight, its nose tucked into its tail. It was dreaming of nuts and seeds. It was safe from the owl and the marten. The earth turned, the night continued. The waiting continued. There was no hurry. The sun would rise when it was time. Until then, there was only the dark and the cold. Near the base of the limestone cliff, a small spring bubbled up from the ground. The water was warm, heated by the geothermal energy deep in the earth. It did not freeze. It created a small pool of open water surrounded by ice and snow. Steam rose from the pool, forming a cloud of fog. In the fog, the shapes of the rocks were distorted and strange. A dipper, a small dark bird, stood on a rock in the middle of the stream. It bobbed up and down. It dove into the water, swimming against the current to catch aquatic insects. It was perfectly at home in the freezing water. It flew out and landed on the ice, shaking the water from its feathers. It sang a short, bubbling song, a note of joy in the silent night. The mammoth calf woke again. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast no light, for it was gone. The starlight was the only illumination. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. A pair of ravens slept side by side on a sheltered ledge of a cliff. They were fluffed up, their heads tucked into their back feathers. They looked like two black stones. They were mates for life. They huddled close to share their warmth. In the morning they would fly together, croaking their greetings to the sun, but now they slept. The cliff protected them from the wind. The snow insulated the ledge. They were at peace. The wind shifted slightly, coming more from the west. It brought a slightly different scent, the smell of distant pine forests. A deer standing on the edge of the plain lifted its head. It tasted the air. It knew the forest was there. It began to walk towards the trees, seeking the shelter of the canopy. Its hooves made small, neat prints in the snow. The earth rolled on, the constellations dipped and rose. The clock of the universe ticked in silence. The cold was a constant, a fundamental truth of the existence here. It was not an enemy to be fought, but a condition to be lived within. The fire in the shelter glowed, a bed of coals that looked like a dragon's eye. It was the center of the human world. It was the technology of survival. The man, the woman, the children, they all revolved around this point of light. On the high plateau, the musk oxen remained in their defensive ring. The wind had picked up slightly, buffeting their shaggy coats, but they stood firm. They were the immovable objects of the north. They were a circle of warmth in a world of cold. They slept on their feet, dreaming of the lichen under the snow. The river ice groaned. It was a sound of shifting weight. The river was alive, moving, changing. It was the only thing that moved in the valley besides the wind. The stars watched, the snow sparkled, the night was beautiful. It was a perfect frozen moment in time. Deep in the earth, far below the frost line, the roots of the ancient plants lay dormant. They were waiting. They were sensing the faint changes in the magnetic field, the slight shifts in temperature that signaled the precession of the seasons. The spring was coming, but it was still a dream. The reality was the ice. A solitary cave bear deep in its den shifted its weight. It let out a long sigh. It was safe in the dark. It was the king of the mountains sleeping through the rain of the winter. The snow continued to settle. The crystals bonded. The landscape became simpler, cleaner, whiter. It was a blank slate waiting for the sun to write upon it. The night sky was a deep, endless well. To look up was to fall into it. The stars were the bottom of the well. They were the anchors of the mind. The silence continued. It was a silence that had no beginning and no end. It was the silence of the void, brought down to earth and draped over the snow. The man in the shelter closed his eyes. He let the silence fill him. He let the warmth fill him. He was at peace. The constellation of the Great Bear had completed its nightly vigil, rotating low towards the northern horizon where the ice sheet lay. The stars that formed its shape were bright and hard, like silver nails driven into the black wood of the sky. The darkness was a vast, encompassing ocean that swallowed the world. It was a time of absolute stillness. The earth seemed to hang suspended in the void, held in place by the cold gravity of the winter night. The air was motionless, a medium of pure clarity that allowed the starlight to reach the snow without interference. The silence was not a lack of sound, but a heavy, resonant presence that filled the valleys and the plains. In the center of the vast, open steppe, a herd of bison stood like a range of dark hills. They had not moved for hours. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their heads lowered, their eyes closed. The frost had built up on their heavy coats until they were indistinguishable from the snow-covered mounds of the earth. They were a single organism of warmth, breathing in unison. The steam from their nostrils rose straight up, forming a low, hanging cloud of ice fog that hovered over the herd. It was a roof of their own making, a tiny shield against the infinite cold of space. One of the calves buried deep in the center of the group twitched in its sleep. It felt the warmth of its mother on one side and the warmth of an ant on the other. It was safe. It dreamed of the summer grass, of the taste of milk, of the feel of the sun on its back. The dream was a spark of heat in the cold night. The calf settled back into the deep, rhythmic sleep of the herd. The bison stood firm, anchors in the drifting snow, waiting for the slow return of the light. Miles away in the shelter of the forest, the trees stood silent. The spruce and pine were heavy with snow. The weight bent their branches down, creating dark, sheltered tents underneath. In one of these shelters, a lynx lay awake. It was curled into a tight ball, its tail wrapped around its nose to keep it warm. Its large, tufted ears swiveled slowly, scanning the forest for sound. It heard the snap of a frozen twig. It heard the soft hoot of an owl. It heard the distant groan of the river ice. It did not move. It was warm and comfortable. The night was its time, but tonight it was content to rest. It closed its eyes, blending perfectly with the shadows. Inside the human shelter, the fire had burned down to a deep, glowing bed of coals. The light was faint, a soft red pulse that barely illuminated the woven walls. The heat was gentle, a residual warmth that kept the interior from freezing. The man and the woman lay close together, their bodies forming a curve of protection around the children. They slept the deep, restorative sleep of the winter. The breathing of the family was a slow, synchronized sound, a soft murmur of life in the quiet lodge. The woman woke. She did not move. She lay still, listening to the silence. She felt the heavy warmth of the bison furs. She smelled the wood smoke and the sweet scent of the dried grass. She looked up at the smoke hole. A single star was visible, a bright, unblinking eye looking down into their home. She watched it for a long time. She felt a deep sense of peace. The shelter was strong. The food was stored. The family was safe. She closed her eyes and let the warmth pull her back down into the dark. Far to the north, the great ice sheet lay heavy on the continent. It was a massive plateau of ice, miles thick. In the darkness, it was a presence rather than a shape. It radiated a deep, intense cold that flowed down from its heights like a river. The air coming off the glacier was dry and pure. It carried no scent of life. It was the breath of the ice age. At the edge of the glacier, the ice was cracked and broken. Deep crevasses glowed with a faint blue light even in the dark. The ice groaned and shifted, grinding the rock beneath it into dust. It was a slow, unstoppable force, reshaping the continent inch by inch. On a rocky ridge overlooking the glacier, a solitary wolf sat watching the ice. He was a large male, his coat thick and gray. He sat on his haunches, his tail wrapped around his paws. He was separated from his pack, scouting the high ground. He watched the wind blow the snow across the surface of the ice. Hiss, hiss. The sound was like dry sand on stone. The wolf did not move. He was a statue of patience. He was waiting for the dawn or for a sign of movement. He was the sentinel of the high north. The river that cut through the valley was a silent, frozen road. The ice was thick and blue, a solid barrier between the air and the water. But beneath the ice, life continued. A beaver swam from its lodge to a food cache of willow branches anchored in the mud. It moved with fluid grace, its webbed feet pushing it through the dark water. It grabbed a stick in its mouth and swam back to the lodge. It entered the underwater tunnel and climbed up into the dry chamber. The lodge was warm, heated by the bodies of the beaver family. They lay together, grooming each other's fur. They were safe from the wolf and the wolverine. They were the architects of their own survival. A school of whitefish hovered in the deep current of the river. They faced upstream, their fins moving just enough to hold their position. They were in a state of winter torpor. Their metabolism had slowed to a crawl. They did not need to eat, they just needed to exist. They were suspended in the dark, cold water, waiting for the spring thaw. Above them, the ice cracked with a loud boom echoing down the river valley. The fish did not react. It was the sound of their ceiling, a familiar note in the winter song. The sky began to change very subtly. The darkness in the east seemed to soften, turning from a hard black to a deep, bruised purple. It was not yet dawn, but the promise of dawn was there. The stars in that quadrant of the sky began to lose their brilliance. The atmosphere was thickening with the approaching light. The morning star Venus rose above the horizon. It was a brilliant, dazzling jewel. It cast a faint shadow on the snow. It was the herald of the day. A herd of reindeer moved along a ridgeline, silhouetted against the stars. Their antlers looked like a moving forest of bare branches. They walked with a steady, clicking rhythm. Click, 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 click. The tendons in their feet snapped over the bones. It was the music of the migration. They were heading for a valley where the wind had blown the snow away from the lichen. They moved with a singular purpose. They did not stop. They were the wanderers of the north. In the forest, a great gray owl sat on a low stump. It had finished its hunting. It was full. It sat motionless, its feathers fluffed. It closed its eyes. It was ready to sleep. The day belonged to the hawk and the eagle. The owl belonged to the night. It settled down, blending perfectly with the gray wood of the stump. It became invisible. The cold seeped into the rocks. It froze the water in the cracks. The water expanded as it turned to ice, pushing the stone apart. Crack! A small piece of limestone flaked off a cliff face and fell to the talus slope below. Clatter, clatter. The sound was sharp and loud. A sleeping lynx nearby opened one eye. It saw the rock fall. It closed its eye again. It was a familiar sound. The earth was reshaping itself in the cold. The landscape of the steppe was vast and indifferent. It stretched away in all directions, a sea of white waves frozen in time. There were no fences, no roads, no boundaries. The only lines were the trails made by the animals, the deep, churned path of the bison, the delicate track of the fox, the wide, smooth slide of the otter. These trails crossed and intersected, writing the history of the night on the surface of the snow. A solitary mammoth bull walked along one of these trails. He was moving from a grazed-out valley to a new feeding ground. He walked with a slow, swaying gait that covered ground deceptively fast. His head bobbed with each step. His tusks, long and curved, swept close to the snow. He was a dark mountain moving through the dark night. He stopped at a large boulder, a glacial erratic dropped by the ice sheet thousands of years ago. He rubbed his flank against the rough stone. Scrape. Scrape. The sound was loud and gritty. He leaned his full weight into it, scratching an itch deep under his thick coat. He grumbled a low note of satisfaction. Then he pushed off the rock and continued his journey. The wind began to whisper again. It was a soft, sibilant sound, sshhhh. It moved the dry grasses. It lifted the snow crystals. It was the voice of the empty places. It sang of distance and cold. It was not a lonely sound. It was the sound of home. The snow snakes slithered across the hard crust, filling in the tracks of the night. The landscape was being erased and redrawn by the wind. The man in the shelter woke again. The fire was almost out. He sat up and reached for the wood pile. He selected a piece of dense pine. He placed it on the coals. He blew gently. The fire flared up, casting long, dancing shadows on the wall. He warmed his hands. He looked at his sleeping child. The child's face was smooth and peaceful. The man smiled a small, hidden smile. He lay back down. The cycle of the night continued. The fire burned. The smoke rose. The stars turned. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its approach. But here, the night held sway. The darkness was a blanket, the cold was a fortress, the silence was a song. A herd of saiga antelopes stood up one by one. They shook the frost from their coats. A cloud of white dust surrounded them. They began to move, grazing slowly on the lichen exposed on a windswept ridge. Their large noses wiggled as they sniffed the ground. They were strange, ancient creatures perfectly adapted to this harsh world. They moved like a single organism flowing over the contours of the land. The river ice groaned again. A deep, resonant sound that traveled for miles under the ice. It was the river adjusting its weight. The sound was eerie, like the call of a whale, but deeper. It vibrated in the chest of the sleeping otter. It vibrated in the roots of the willows. It was the voice of the water. A fox trotted across the frozen lake. It was a small speck of life in the vastness. It moved with a purposeful trot. It stopped to sniff a tuft of grass. It continued on. It was looking for a mate, for food, for anything. It was driven by the restless energy of survival. Its tail floated behind it like a banner. The stars above seemed to burn with a cold fire. They were sharp and clear. There was no twinkle in the dry air. They looked like holes in the fabric of the night, letting the light of heaven shine through. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing across the sky. It was beautiful and indifferent. It watched over the sleeping earth with a cold, distant gaze. In the forest, a pine cone fell from a tree. Plop! It landed in the soft snow. A squirrel sleeping in its nest high in the branches twitched its tail. The nest was made of leaves and twigs lined with moss and fur. It was a warm, cozy ball. The squirrel was curled up tight, its nose tucked into its tail. It was dreaming of nuts and seeds. It was safe from the owl and the marten. The earth turned, the night continued. The waiting continued. There was no hurry. The sun would rise when it was time. Until then, there was only the dark and the cold. Near the base of the limestone cliff, a small spring bubbled up from the ground. The water was warm, heated by the geothermal energy deep in the earth. It did not freeze. It created a small pool of open water surrounded by ice and snow. Steam rose from the pool, forming a cloud of fog. In the fog, the shapes of the rocks were distorted and strange. A dipper, a small dark bird, stood on a rock in the middle of the stream. It bobbed up and down. It dove into the water, swimming against the current to catch aquatic insects. It was perfectly at home in the freezing water. It flew out and landed on the ice, shaking the water from its feathers. It sang a short, bubbling song, a note of joy in the silent night. The mammoth calf woke again. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast no light, for it was gone. The starlight was the only illumination. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. A pair of ravens slept side by side on a sheltered ledge of a cliff. They were fluffed up, their heads tucked into their back feathers. They looked like two black stones. They were mates for life. They huddled close to share their warmth. In the morning they would fly together, croaking their greetings to the sun, but now they slept. The cliff protected them from the wind. The snow insulated the ledge. They were at peace. The wind shifted slightly, coming more from the west. It brought a slightly different scent, the smell of distant pine forests. A deer standing on the edge of the plain lifted its head. It tasted the air. It knew the forest was there. It began to walk towards the trees, seeking the shelter of the canopy. Its hooves made small, neat prints in the snow. The earth rolled on, the constellations dipped and rose. The clock of the universe ticked in silence. The cold was a constant, a fundamental truth of the existence here. It was not an enemy to be fought, but a condition to be lived within. The fire in the shelter glowed, a bed of coals that looked like a dragon's eye. It was the center of the human world. It was the technology of survival. The man, the woman, the children, they all revolved around this point of light. On the high plateau, the musk oxen remained in their defensive ring. The wind had picked up slightly, buffeting their shaggy coats, but they stood firm. They were the immovable objects of the north. They were a circle of warmth in a world of cold. They slept on their feet, dreaming of the lichen under the snow. The river ice groaned. It was a sound of shifting weight. The river was alive, moving, changing. It was the only thing that moved in the valley besides the wind. The stars watched, the snow sparkled, the night was beautiful. It was a perfect frozen moment in time. Deep in the earth, far below the frost line, the roots of the ancient plants lay dormant. They were waiting. They were sensing the faint changes in the magnetic field, the slight shifts in temperature that signaled the precession of the seasons. The spring was coming, but it was still a dream. The reality was the ice. A solitary cave bear deep in its den shifted its weight. It let out a long sigh. It was safe in the dark. It was the king of the mountains sleeping through the rain of the winter. The snow continued to settle. The crystals bonded. The landscape became simpler, cleaner, whiter. It was a blank slate waiting for the sun to write upon it. The night sky was a deep, endless well. To look up was to fall into it. The stars were the bottom of the well. They were the anchors of the mind. The silence continued. It was a silence that had no beginning and no end. It was the silence of the void, brought down to earth and draped over the snow. A hare sat in a form under a bush. It was white as the snow, it was invisible. It watched the wolves pass by. It did not move a muscle, it held its breath. The wolves passed, the hare relaxed, it nibbled on a twig, it was a survivor. The stars shone down with a cold, hard light. They were beautiful and terrible. They were the eyes of the universe watching the earth. The earth slept on, the snow lay still. The wind whispered. Far to the south, beyond the horizon, the sun was beginning its long journey back. But here on the steppe it was still deep night. The darkness was a blanket, the cold was a fortress, the silence was a song. The northern lights began to fade. The green curtains grew pale and thin. They dissolved into the black sky. The show was over. The stars reclaimed the night. The stillness returned deeper than before. In the forest, a branch broke under the weight of the snow. Snap! The sound was loud and startling. A sleeping lynx twitched its ear but did not wake. It was used to the sounds of the forest. It slept on, curled in a ball of gray fur. The man in the shelter turned over. He was dreaming of the hunt. He was running across the snow, spear in hand. He felt strong. He felt alive. The dream was vivid and real. It was a memory of the summer, a hope for the future. The night continued. The earth turned. The stars watched. The Ice Age world slept in the frozen dark. The beauty of the landscape was severe, a study in minimalism. White snow, black rock, dark trees, and the endless, glittering sky. A cave bear in the high mountains stirred in its sleep. It shifted its massive weight. It grunted softly. It was deep in hibernation, its body temperature lowered to conserve energy. It would not wake for months. It was safe in its stone tomb. The river ice cracked again. Boom! The sound echoed down the valley. It was the heartbeat of the river. The water flowed on, carrying the life of the land to the sea. The stars watched, the wind whispered, the snow lay still. The night was long, but it was peaceful. It was the peace of the wild, the peace of the earth. The mammoth calf woke up. It was hungry. It nudged its mother. She was sleeping standing up a massive dark wall. She grumbled softly but did not move away. The calf found the milk. It nursed, the warm liquid filling its belly. It made soft sucking sounds. The mother reached down with her trunk and touched the calf's back, a gesture of infinite tenderness in the frozen night. The calf finished and leaned against her leg. It went back to sleep. The mother stood guard, a mountain of love and strength. The moon cast no light, for it was gone. The starlight was the only illumination. It touched them all with the same silver light. They were all children of the Ice Age, living their lives under the vast, cold sky. The silence held, the snow held, the ice held. The night continued, long and peaceful, wrapping the ancient world in a quiet embrace. There was no beginning and no end, just the steady, slow passage of the night over the ice. A pair of ravens slept side by side on a sheltered ledge of a cliff. They were fluffed up, their heads tucked into their back feathers. They looked like two black stones. They were mates for life. They huddled close to share their warmth. In the morning they would fly together, croaking their greetings to the sun, but now they slept. The cliff protected them from the wind. The snow insulated the ledge. They were at peace. The wind shifted slightly, coming more from the west. It brought a slightly different scent, the smell of distant pine forests. A deer standing on the edge of the plain lifted its head. It tasted the air. It knew the forest was there. It began to walk towards the trees, seeking the shelter of the canopy. Its hooves made small, neat prints in the snow. The earth rolled on, the constellations dipped and rose. The clock of the universe ticked in silence. The cold was a constant, a fundamental truth of the existence here. It was not an enemy to be fought, but a condition to be lived within. The fire in the shelter glowed, a bed of coals that looked like a dragon's eye. It was the center of the human world. It was the technology of survival. The man, the woman, the children, they all revolved around this point of light. The night was deep, the night was quiet, the night was beautiful. It was the Ice Age night, eternal and serene. The stars in the east began to twinkle more vigorously. The atmosphere was changing. The air currents in the upper sky were shifting, anticipating the turning of the earth towards the sun. But on the ground, the darkness held firm. The dawn was still a promise, not a reality. The silence held, the snow lay still. The stars turned. The world slept on, wrapped in the white embrace of the winter. And in the quiet, in the cold, in the dark, the life of the earth continued, slow and steady and sure.